upon a single vessel, a singular charge. What audacity this requires, and an unwavering confidence in one's capabilities. For the individuals within the Red Command Post, the ensuing moments felt akin to a mental roller coaster. With each new report from the supercomputer indicating blue units encountering Z501, a wave of suppressed gasps and deeper analyses followed. When they witnessed Z501's astonishing maneuverability, capable of turning in 45 seconds to outmaneuver blue interceptors, the command post erupted with sharp intakes of breath. Then came uncontrollable exhilaration. Through the cold data, they seemed to witness that old ship dancing gracefully amidst a torrent of steel. Zhao Qiming's clenched fist was slick with sweat. He felt as if he stood upon Z501's bridge, experiencing the fierce winds brought by extreme speed, listening to the roar of the engines, watching as the target drew ever closer. This was a remarkable resonance, a communion belonging to soldiers, to commanders. Finally, as the supercomputer system produced its cold, emotionless final verdict, Blue Command Unit, Taishan, CVHQ-01, status, combat losses. Red Assault Unit, Z501, FFG-501, status, combat losses. Tactical result, mutually assured destruction. Exercise terminated. The Red Command Post remains intact. Therefore, the Red side is victorious. The entire Red Command Post plunged into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Moments later, someone began to clap, and the applause reverberated like stones cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest. We won. We won. My heavens. Z501. They did it. They truly did it. Mutual destruction. Decapitation successful. This is a miracle. A miracle in naval history. Advisors, officers, and even young soldiers leaped with excitement, patting each other on the shoulders. Some were moved to tears. Against overwhelming odds. Relying on a nearly forgotten old ship, they accomplished what seemed impossible. It felt like a dream. Zhao Qiming did not join the jubilant crowd. He took a couple of slow steps back, leaning against the cold wall, and exhaled deeply. After the excitement, a strong wave of regret and helplessness surged within him. Pei Su, this young man, demonstrated not only astonishing technical prowess during the exercise, but also an audacious tactical mindset that transcended convention. Such qualities are the hallmarks of a natural talent. He was genuinely moved by a desire to recruit Pei Su into the Navy, to bring him under his wing and nurture him. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Republic's Navy, an indomitable sword. However, as soon as this thought arose, he suppressed it with a bitter smile. In recent times, as he deepened his understanding of Pei Su, he realized that this young man wielded considerable influence. The fields he engaged with, the knowledge he possessed, and the value and significance of the initiatives he led had long surpassed that of a single military branch, even transcending conventional national defense. If Zhao Qiming dared to suggest that Pei Su abandon his technical pursuits for military service, it would not matter whether Pei Su was willing. By the next morning, several top-tier leaders might very well pay him a visit to discuss the matter. The consequences were thoughts Zhao Qiming dared not entertain. Enough, enough, Zhao Qiming shook his head. Returning to the present, the smile would not vanish. It would merely shift to another's face. Thus, while everyone at the Red Team Command Post descended into a frenzy of joy, the Taishan, after the exercise was called off, fell into a state of indescribable silence and gloom. Wang Aihua slumped helplessly in the command chair, as if all his energy had been drained away. As the defeated commander, that sense of defeat and self-doubt enveloped him like frigid seawater. 7 hours later, the fleet finally returned to its home port. It was already late at night, and the sea breeze carried a chill. Wang Aihua declined the meal prepared by the duty officer. Despite being famished and parched, he found himself devoid of appetite. The weight of immense failure pressed heavily upon his heart, compelling him to act immediately. He walked alone into a secure communications room, took several deep breaths, and finally picked up the red hotline phone, dialing a number he knew all too well. After a lengthy wait, the call was answered by a slightly aged, but still steady and powerful voice. Aihua, so late, the exercise has concluded? What was the outcome? It was none other than Mr. Li Minji, the highest commander of the Joint Military Region. Wang Aihua's throat felt dry. He could almost envision the stern, authoritative old chief, known for his rigor and gravitas, donning reading glasses under the lamp as he reviewed documents. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in the calmest tone possible, yet struggled to conceal the heaviness in his voice, beginning his report. Chief, it's me. The exercise has just concluded. Our blue team lost. A brief silence enveloped the line, causing Wang Aihua's heart to nearly leap into his throat. He could even hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. He anticipated a storm of fury, or at least a stern inquiry. Mr. Li had strongly supported this exercise, even withstanding some dissenting voices. This outcome would undoubtedly tarnish the old chief's reputation. However, the anticipated tempest did not materialize. Moments later, Mr. Li's voice pierced the silence once more. Lost. You had absolute electronic superiority and troop advantages. How could you lose? Explain in detail. How did the defeat occur? Wang Aihua's anxiety deepened. and mustering his courage, he recounted how the Z-501, with its astonishing speed and stealth capabilities, breached the defenses of the Changsha, Huashan, Hongshan, and other vessels, how it evaded all interception with its remarkable maneuverability of turning in just 45 seconds, ultimately forcing him to issue a self-destruct order. He relayed the entire sequence of events with complete transparency, including his initial underestimation, mid-exercise shock, and final resignation. He awaited the ultimate judgment. The silence on the other end stretched longer, to the point where Wang Ai nearly believed the signal had been lost. Finally, Mr. Li's voice returned. Indeed, I did not misjudge this young man. Peisu, what a Peisu. Truly astonishing. The tone was entirely unexpected for Wang Ai. There was no anger, no disappointment, but rather a sense of relief, perhaps even a hint of admiration. Wang Ai was taken aback. The old chief's reaction was not as he anticipated. Chapter 232. The call from the big shot. Before he could process this, Mr. Li's next words sent shockwaves through him. Ai, bear with it a little longer. Do not rest just yet. You must personally seek out Peisu. Represent me. Also represent the military region. Formally invite him. And ensure he comes to the National Academy for a visit. Comrade Li Jingyuan, and I will be waiting for him. Li Jingyuan. Wang Ai nearly gasped. Repeating the name aloud. His grip tightened on the phone, his palms slick with cold sweat. That individual was one of the true core figures of the National Academy. Peisu had attracted the attention of such high-ranking officials. Moreover, from Mr. Li's tone, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a long-anticipated event. In an instant, all of Wang Ai's doubts and frustrations were swept away by this shocking news. He suddenly understood that he had not merely lost an exercise. He was not facing an ordinary young technical director. This was a dimensional strike. Thus, his formidable blue team fleet's defeat was to be expected. Yes, Chief, I understand. I will attend to it immediately. Wang Ai straightened his posture, responding with a voice that rang clear and strong. All his fatigue seemed to dissipate. After hanging up, he stood in the silent communications room, gazing out at the distant lights of the harbor and the dark expanse of the sea, lost in thought. The sea breeze slipped through the window cracks, bringing with it a briny scent. He placed the red hotline phone down gently, the soft click of the receiver against its base resonating sharply in the quiet room. Yet, he did not leave at once. He remained standing, contemplating. Li Minji and Li Jingyuan. These two names reverberated in his mind like thunder, echoing relentlessly. The residual sound made his eardrums buzz. Mr. Li Minji, the highest commander of the joint military region, he was a figure Wang Ai had always looked up to throughout his military career. At countless military district meetings and significant ceremonies, he had observed the vigorous elder seated at the center of the main stage, his steady voice resonating through the auditorium, directing the movements of 1,000,000 troops and outlining the blueprint for national defense. As one of the leading fleet commanders, Wang Ai might have had the privilege to sit in the front rows amongst thousands, with a chance to salute the old chief, shake his hand, and receive a few encouraging words, a moment of tremendous honor. Yet, the prospect of deeper conversations, of personal briefings, was a level he had never imagined nor dared to hope for. As for Li Jingyuan, the weight of that name sent a shiver through Wang Ai. He was a figure frequently appearing in the nation's news at critical moments, associated with major policy decisions affecting the country and its people. The true architect of the nation's technology, industry, and developmental strategies, he was a pillar of the National Academy. For Wang Ai, he existed as a symbol within the broadcasts and internal documents, an individual residing in an unreachable realm above the clouds. Yet now, these two colossal figures, pillars of the nation, were preparing to jointly meet with a young man, Peisu. Moreover, the undeniable tone of Old Li conveyed that this was not a spontaneous commendation, but rather a long-anticipated formal meeting. I had thought I held Peisu in high regard, but Wang Ai's lips curled into a complex smile tinged with bitterness. It seems I was still viewing the world through a narrow lens. What I perceived was but a mere tip of the iceberg. He recalled the astonishing performance of Z-501 during the drill, the revolutionary speed, the incredible stealth, and the defiance of physical norms in maneuverability. At that moment, he was merely awestruck by the technological breakthroughs. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that such advancements were underscored by profound foundational knowledge and vast resources. Peisu and his Spark team were undoubtedly engaged in realms far beyond mere naval equipment innovation. The Blue Army fleet he commanded had no unjust defeat. He shook his head vigorously, pushing aside these chaotic thoughts for the moment. Now was not the time for reflection. The task assigned by the old chief must be executed immediately. He adjusted his slightly wrinkled uniform, straightened his back, and regained the composed demeanor of an ironclad captain. Striding purposefully out of the communications room, he needed to contact Peisu without delay. At the hot pot restaurant, the air was filled with the spicy and steamy essence of culinary delight. The drill had concluded successfully. Although Z-501 ultimately sank, it had achieved its strategic objective of mutual destruction. The red team claimed an unexpected and resounding victory. Naturally, Peisu's team, as the principal contributors, received high praise and commendation from Zhao Qiming. Initially, Zhao had promised Pei Su 3 requests: to repair Z501, to restore the Sea Shark, and to provide subsequent technical collaboration. However, given the phenomenal performance of Z501 during the exercise, its value had far exceeded the initial billion investment. With a grand gesture, Zhao not only ensured the promised funds were immediately allocated, but he also waived the latter 2 requests as a bonus for the flawless test. In his words, with the successful modification experience and technical data from Z501, how significant could the issues with the Sea Shark be? Thus, the billion fund was swiftly transferred. With this substantial financial backing freshly received, Pei Su and his team, comprising Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, and Zhang Ming, decided to indulge themselves before returning to Lonka University. There was nothing more delightful than gathering together in a coastal town late at night to savor a steaming, spicy hot pot. In the private room, the vibrant red broth bubbled vigorously, while the table overflowed with an array of ingredients. Several empty beer bottles had already accumulated. Come, let's raise a toast to Brother Pei, to our magnificent Z501. Xiaohua's face flushed red as he proclaimed, having consumed the most alcohol. 100 knots. Stealth. 45 seconds for a turn. I feel weightless, as if everything is a dream. Chen Ke chuckled. You're drunk. Your tolerance is terrible. He raised his glass, grinning at Pei Su. Wang Qingyu attentively filled each person's glass with drinks, a gentle and proud smile gracing his lips as he occasionally studied Pei Su's handsome visage. A hint of blush on his cheeks. Li Bei and Zhang Ming, meanwhile, were engrossed in a lively discussion about the thrilling moments during the power system's peak performance, their faces radiating pure joy from the successful technical breakthroughs. Pei Su, seated at the head of the table, looked at his friends and allowed a rare smile to grace his face. He was not one for eloquence, but simply raised his glass to clink with theirs, conveying everything without words. Suddenly, a buzzing interrupted the atmosphere. Pei Su glanced at the caller ID, noting it was a secure military number. Frowning slightly, he gestured for silence, and the room fell silent, save for the sounds of the bubbling hot pot. He answered the call. Hello, this is Pei Su. The voice of Wang Aihua crackled through the encrypted line, slightly distorted. Engineer Pei, I apologize for the interruption. The drill has officially concluded. And on behalf of the Blue Army, I wish to extend my apologies for any previous misconceptions regarding you and your team. Pei Su responded calmly. Director Wang, you overstate the matter. We merely fulfilled our testing duties. After a brief pause, Wang Aihua seemed to gather his resolve before continuing. Engineer Pei, there is something of utmost importance. I have just received directives from higher-ups, and at the behest of Commander Li Minji, I formally extend an invitation to you. Commander Li Minji and Comrade Li Zhenyuan wish to meet with you in the capital to discuss matters in person. Li Minji and Comrade Li Zhenyuan. Pei Su repeated the names, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. He was familiar with Li Zhenyuan, but Li Minji was unknown to him. Covering the mouthpiece, he looked at his companions around the table. Who is Li Minji? Coughing, Xiaohua nearly spat out his beer, his face turning crimson. Chen Ke dropped a piece of tender beef back into the oil dip, staring at Pei Su with a look of astonishment, as if seeing their leader for the first time. Even the usually composed Wang Qingyu displayed a rare expression of shock, his eyes widening slightly. Li Bei and Zhang Ming stood up abruptly, nearly toppling their chairs. Brother Pei, you can't be serious? Xiaohua gasped, finally catching his breath. You don't know Li Minji? The Joint Military District's highest commander? One of the top brass in our nation's military, frequently seen on television. Chen Ke inhaled sharply, striving to compose himself. Yes, Commander Li Minji is the supreme commander responsible for the operational command of a million-strong army in the entire joint combat zone. If all goes as expected, he should be Wang Aihua's superior's superior. He sought a more precise analogy, but found language inadequate. The group exchanged incredulous remarks, seemingly unable to fathom that Pei Su was unfamiliar with Li Minji. Pei Su blinked, trying to recall, but ultimately shook his head and replied honestly. I might have seen him in the news, but I didn't pay much attention. An eerie silence enveloped the private room. Xiaohua slapped his face hard, confirming he wasn't hallucinating from inebriation. Chen Ke exhaled in frustration, rubbing his forehead. Li Bei lowered his voice, filled with utmost reverence, almost whispering, Brother Pei. Commander Li Minji is a superpower frequently appearing on military channels. Zhang Ming leaned in, his tone serious. Engineer Pei, having these two dignitaries request a meeting with you is an extraordinary honor. Pei Su's initial skepticism gradually dissipated. He picked up his phone again and addressed Wang Aihua on the other end. Director Wang, I understand. Please convey to the two commanders that I will arrange to visit at the earliest opportunity. Wang Aihua seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, relaying a few more details regarding scheduling and confidentiality before concluding the call. Pei Su set down his phone, and the room remained enveloped in silence. All eyes were upon him, expressions a complex mix of shock, curiosity, and a hint of prideful excitement. Brother Pei, Xiaohua began, wanting to say something but unsure where to start. Pei Su picked up his chopsticks, gazing at everyone with a light smile. Let us eat. The hot pot will be less enjoyable if it cools down. As for the meeting, We can discuss that when we reach Kyoto. His reaction was remarkably calm, as if it were not a moment of monumental significance for him at all. On one hand, although Li Minji is not well acquainted with the military personnel, he cannot avoid interactions with them, such as the retired Zhang Yutong, Lin Hua, and Zhao Linghua, who has also retired. He has had considerable contact with them. It is merely a matter of ascending the ranks. On the other hand, while Li Minji may be unfamiliar, he is well acquainted with Li Jinyuan. Due to Elder Qin, he had once been embroiled in the conflict between these two formidable figures. His familiarity with Li Jinyuan is profound. Hence, Pei Su remains remarkably composed. In contrast, Xiaohua and the others exchange glances. After the phone call ends, the pot of red soup in the private room continues to bubble away. Yet the earlier excitement seems to have dissipated significantly. Xiaohua opens his mouth, glances at his phone, then looks at the tranquil Pei Su as she resumes using her chopsticks. After a moment of hesitation, he finally exclaims, Pei Gu. The two elderly wish to see you. The State Council. Don't you feel anything? Pei Su retrieves a perfectly cooked slice of tripe from the bubbling broth, dips it in the sauce, and chews a few times before mumbling, I heard. The tripe is just right. Overcooking it would ruin it. Chen Ke, unable to restrain himself, chuckles, but quickly realizes this reaction is inappropriate and shakes his head helplessly. Pei Gu, I truly admire you. Those are indeed towering figures. Wang Qingyu quietly adds fresh shrimp to the pot, softly stating, Pei Su knows what she is doing. Li Bei and Zhang Ming exchange glances, each reflecting excitement and a hint of confusion. Their small team, propelled by Pei Su's unique strategy, not only triumphed in the exercise, startling the fleet commander, but now they are on the brink of significant developments. This roller coaster of progress is exhilarating. All right. Pei Su sets down her chopsticks and fills Xiaohua's empty cup with beer. Let's eat and drink. Even if the sky falls, we must first fill our stomachs. We'll deal with matters in Kyoto when the time comes. The meal concludes close to dawn. Xiaohua, having indulged a bit too much, is supported by Chen Ke and Li Bei, his slurred words likely extolling Pei Su's prowess and the quality of their lives. Zhang Ming handles the bill and tidies up the scattered items. Wang Qingyu attentively hands Pei Su her coat draped over the chair. Pei Su, are you heading straight back to the guest house? She inquires. Pei Su takes the coat, shaking her head. You all go ahead. I'm too full. I'll just take a stroll and enjoy the breeze. The nightlife in this coastal town is sparse. At this hour, the streets are nearly deserted, with only the dim streetlights casting long shadows. Chapter 233. Returning to Lonka University. The humid sea breeze sweeps through the streets, dispersing some of the lingering odor of hot pot from her clothes. Distanced from her companion's clamor, walking alone on the empty street, Pei Su's usually calm and indifferent expression softens slightly. To claim it as not unexpected would be disingenuous. While she is not well acquainted with Li Minji, she knows Li Jinyuan all too well. The mere thought of that name brings the faintest smile to her lips. In the past, due to Elder Qin, she was often caught in the power struggles between these two titans. Although she ultimately managed to extricate herself, the feeling of being ensnared was far from pleasant. Was this summons to see her related to the technology represented by Z501? Or was there another motive? She shook her head, unwilling to delve deeper. Whatever will be, she thought, trying to disengage from her chaotic thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, a vivid image suddenly emerged in her mind. Zhang Wan. A girl as bright as fire, and at times as gentle as water. Remembering her, Pei Su felt a pang of emptiness. That was back in the Qianshuessen laboratory when this girl inexplicably treated her kindly and boldly entered her world. Those months were rare moments when she found studying to be anything but tedious. Take care, she had said during their farewell, just 2 simple words before departing. Pei Su halted, looking up at the night sky. The city's light pollution rendered the stars sparse and dim. The starry sky over the Gobi Desert must be magnificent. She mused. Is she gazing at the same sky now? In a few years, they might not meet again. Even if fate brought them together, everything would have changed. She has her mission, and so does she. A bitter smile crossed her face as she shook her head. Unless some project fortuitously led her to that Gobi Desert, the odds were as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. She sat on the coastal embankment for quite some time until the night breeze, laced with chill, seeped through her clothes, prompting her to rise and head back. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the thin curtains of the guest house. Pei Su had just held a brief meeting with her team members to discuss whether to depart for Lonka University that afternoon or the next morning. Xiaohua, sporting dark circles under his eyes yet brimming with energy, exclaimed, It's certain that Elder Li will be bestowing honors upon Pei Gu. Perhaps there's even a bonus. Just add another 0 to that 10 billion. Chen Ke, being more pragmatic, cautioned, Don't get your hopes too high. The more likely scenario is they will delve deeper into the technical details of Z501, and we may even be asked to surrender some core technologies. Wang Qingyu frowned. That shouldn't be the case. Our research should have independent development rights. Li Bei sighed. At that level, the perspective on issues is. Before he could finish, the sound of an engine resonated from below the guest house. It was not the usual sedan. It sounded more like a bus. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Pei Su approached the window and pulled back a corner of the curtain to look down. There. A somewhat aged yet impeccably clean medium-sized bus was parked steadily beneath the large locust tree at the entrance of the guest house. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a gray jacket, slightly plump and with meticulously combed hair, jumped down with agility. He looked up and met Pei Su's gaze through the window, his face adorned with a familiar smile. Pei Gong. Is Pei Gong here? He called out robustly, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Pei Su was momentarily taken aback, followed by surprise. Old Li, what brings you here? Li Yunchang chuckled. Of course, I'm here to take you all home. Zhang Ming couldn't help but murmur. The logistics department's vehicle, and you're driving it yourself? Li Yunchang laughed heartily. In these extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. I didn't want to risk someone else mishandling it and leaking information. Besides, he lowered his voice and leaned toward Pei Su. Yesterday, Li Jingyuan called me, explaining some circumstances. I know they want to see you, so I had to drive you. This esteemed figure, over. His words were half joking, half serious. But the meaning was clear to everyone. News from Kyoto had evidently reached the university and garnered significant attention. Li Yunchang was clearly apprehensive about any potential mishaps or competition from other entities, hence his personal involvement. Principal, you are too. Pei Su was at a loss for words. Li Yunchang waved his hand dismissively. Have you all packed? If so, get on the bus. We need to head back. There's a mountain of matters waiting for you at the school. Xiao Hua and the others exchanged glances and hurried upstairs to gather their minimal belongings. Once on the bus, they found it indeed as Li Yunchang had described, meticulously cleaned with freshly replaced seat covers. Li Yunchang personally took on the role of the driver. And once everyone was settled and buckled up, he started the engine and drove smoothly away from the guest house. After some distance, they left the port area and merged onto the national road heading towards the highway. As Li Yunchang drove, he glanced at Pei Su through the rearview mirror, his tone taking on a more formal quality. Pei Su, the call from Li Jingyuan went directly to my office. He inquired about your situation and insisted that our school must fully cooperate to ensure your safe and timely arrival in Beijing. He paused, his voice tinged with emotion. When I received the call, my hands were trembling. You've truly made a monumental achievement this time. No, you've broken through the heavens. Pei Su leaned against the window, watching the fields whizzing by. Principal, it was just a single transaction, she replied modestly. Just a single transaction? Li Yunchang's voice rose slightly. What kind of transaction amounts to 10 billion? Completing it, and still having Li Jingyuan and Li Minji wanting to meet you by name. There are hardly a few of such transactions in the world. Pei Su, do you comprehend what this signifies? Without waiting for her response, he continued. This means you have once again stirred the world. Fortunately, not many are aware. However, you have your Spark team, and what you possess has already entered the purview of the nation's top decision-makers. He gazed at Pei Su intently through the rearview mirror. Upon returning to school, focus solely on preparing for your trip to Kyoto. If you require any materials or assistance, just let me know. I will personally coordinate everything for you. This meeting concerns not only your future, but also the developmental trajectory of our Lonka University. We must treat this with utmost seriousness. In the back seat, Xiao Hua and the others listened to the principal's words, their emotions stirred. Until this moment, they had been basking in the joy of technological success, but now they realized that the storm brought by Z501 had only just begun. Pei Su remained silent for a moment and nodded. I understand, Principal. I will prepare. Seeing her still composed, Li Yunchang felt a sense of satisfaction and shifted to a lighter tone, but do not feel too pressured. What is a blessing cannot be a disaster. What is a disaster cannot be avoided. Oops, what am I saying? In any case, the school is your strongest support. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Li Yunchang seemed to open up, chatting about recent happenings at the school, which laboratory had achieved what results, and which professor was fretting over which project. Listening to this, a faint smile appeared on Pei Su's face. The journey unfolded through vast fields, from start to finish, with distant mountain silhouettes barely visible. Yet, her thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the desolate and magnificent Gobi Desert. The car sped along and halted at a secluded office within the school. This was an old courtyard. We've arrived. Li Yunchang parked the car and beckoned everyone to disembark, retrieving 2 exquisite gift boxes from the trunk and handing them to Pei Su. Here, the finest Longjing tea. The faculty apartments have recently been renovated, so you all can stay here temporarily. Pei Su accepted the tea, nodding in acknowledgement. After a brief settling in the afternoon, Li Yunchang led Pei Su and the others towards the courtyard where Old Qin resided. It was a quieter place, shaded by lush trees. Before they entered, they could hear a robust voice from inside. Incorrect. Again incorrect. Lin Momo, what is wrong with your reasoning? How could you make a mistake on such a simple model? Recalculate. By Momo, why are you dawdling? Are you waiting for her to do the calculations for you? Do it yourself. Following this, a few young voices replied in weak, tearful tones. Li Yunchang chuckled lightly. Did you hear that? The old man is quite spirited. The second batch of students in the Dragon Talent class is far more difficult to manage than you. Pushing open the slightly ajar courtyard door, they saw Old Qin, at 96 years old, seated in a rattan chair under the shade, dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit, holding a roll of manuscript paper and glaring with furrowed brows. In front of him were several small stools. A few young people, including Lin Momo and Bai Momo, whom Pei Su recognized, were frowning at the papers and calculation tools spread across their laps, their faces twisted in distress. Noticing the newcomers, old Qin didn't immediately acknowledge them, continuing his reprimand. Look at yourselves. Now look at your seniors. I do not expect you to be as extraordinary as Pei Su, but at the very least, as members of the second batch, your average level must improve. Otherwise, the Dragon Talent class will regress. Being called an anomaly, Pei Su touched her nose but remained silent. Upon seeing Pei Su and the others enter, Lin Momo and Bai Momo's eyes lit up like they had seen a savior, yet they dared not call out loudly, merely conveying signals with their gazes. After a few more admonishments, old Qin finally set down the manuscript, waving his hand. Take a 10-minute break. Move around and clear your minds. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Momo and Bai Momo practically sprang up, jogging over to Pei Su and the others. Pei Gu. Chen Kei Gu. You finally made it. Lin Momo patted her chest, glancing back at old Qin with trepidation. I don't know what's gotten into Teacher Qin lately. He's been alarmingly energetic and his demands have intensified. I feel like I might lose all my hair. Bai Momo nodded with a grimace. Yes, Pei Gu. Those problems are simply impossible to solve. Teacher Qin said you all went through something similar. Is that true? Her eyes glimmered with hope, seeking a sense of psychological balance. Chun Kei chuckled softly, lowering his voice. Back then, it was quite similar. But Pei Gu was the one who created the difficult problems. Xiaohua chimed in with a smile. You'll get used to it. Old Qin is doing this for your own good. Observing the two girls' disheartened expressions, Pei Su couldn't help but smile faintly. Learning more isn't a bad thing, she offered as a rare piece of consolation, albeit sounding rather dry. 10 minutes are up. Everyone back to work. Old Qin's booming voice rang out once more. Lin Momo and Bai Momo let out a lament and had no choice but to return, dejected. Only then did old Qin turn his attention to Pei Su and her group, scrutinizing Pei Su for a moment before nodding. You seem to be in good shape. Come in. They followed old Qin into his study, which was cluttered with books and materials, exuding a tranquil yet chaotic atmosphere. Seated behind an old, expansive desk, old Qin first inquired about Xiaohua, Chun Kei, and the others' work situations, how well their team was cooperating, and whether they faced any insurmountable difficulties. His tone was calm, resembling a concerned elder. After they answered, the atmosphere remained relatively relaxed. Finally, old Qin's gaze fell on Pei Su, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. His expression becoming more profound. Yunchang has informed me. Li Jingyuan and Li Minji wish to see you. The room fell silent. Li Yunchang sat upright, while Xiaohua and the others held their breath. Pei Su met old Qin's gaze directly and asked, Old Qin, what do you believe their purpose in seeking me is? Old Qin pondered for a moment before responding slowly. There are two possibilities. The first, and most direct, is regarding Z501. The performance of your vessel during the exercises was remarkable. Speed, stealth, maneuverability. Each aspect has the potential to transform the current naval combat landscape. They need to hear from you directly about the technical details, feasibility, future development potential, and how it can be applied to larger vessels. This is a national asset. They must grasp it personally. He paused, noting Pei Su's unchanged expression before continuing. The second possibility may pertain to Li Minji personally. Through certain channels, I learned that the initial report submitted by Wang Aihua for practical testing was promptly approved by Li Minji, and he even seemed to urge it along. This fellow has likely been anticipating your performance for quite some time. He has always been eager to recruit truly capable technical talents, especially those who can bring about groundbreaking changes. Pei Su furrowed her brow slightly and tentatively asked, which possibility do you think is greater? Old Qin shook his head and chuckled. Both possibilities are quite significant. In fact, they may even be one and the same. Technical visits are inevitable, and it is only natural for Li Minji to wish to meet you, the young individual stirring the winds of change. Do not view these two matters separately. When you meet, simply respond truthfully to their inquiries. In your area of expertise, no one can deceive you. Chapter 234. The opportunity on the Gobi Desert. His words carried profound meaning. I understood. Pei Su nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. She was unafraid to ask about technical matters. As for the rest, she would tackle it as it came. Upon leaving Old Qin, Li Yunchang visibly relaxed. With Old Qin's words as a foundation, he felt much more secure. Let us proceed, Pei Su. Li Yunchang checked the time. The car had already been arranged. I will accompany you. Old Qin, what do you think? Leaning on his cane, Old Qin rose. I shall join as well. It has been a while since I last saw those two. It will be good to join in the excitement. Thus, shortly after 3 in the afternoon, a black Hongqi sedan quietly entered the office. The vehicle appeared unremarkable, but those in the know could discern the differences in the details. The driver, a taciturn middle-aged man with sharp eyes, was the only one accompanying them, along with Pei Su and Li Yunchang. The interior of the car was tranquil, almost devoid of engine noise. Old Qin closed his eyes to rest, while Li Yunchang fidgeted nervously, adjusting his tie from time to time. Pei Su sat by the window, watching the rapidly retreating streets of Kyoto. In her mind, she reviewed the crucial data of the Z501 and the potential technical points that might be raised. The car did not head towards the iconic grand buildings, but rather navigated through tree-lined avenues, eventually stopping in front of a modest, gray-blue building. The structure was not tall, exuding a simple elegance. The driver disembarked first, opening the rear door. Old Qin opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and steadily descended from the vehicle with the aid of his cane. Li Yunchang hurried to follow. Pei Su was the last to exit, trailing behind the two distinguished figures. At the entrance stood a middle-aged secretary dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing glasses, exuding a competent demeanor. He clearly recognized Old Qin and promptly approached him, respectfully whispering, "Old Qin, you have arrived. Mr. Li Minji and comrade Li Zhengyuan are already in the conference room." Old Qin nodded, "Lead the way." The secretary then looked towards Pei Su. "You must be comrade Pei Su. Please follow me." Li Yunchang was politely ushered into a nearby lounge to await. Pei Su and Old Qin followed the secretary, stepping onto the plush carpet as they walked through the quiet corridor adorned with profound landscape paintings. The secretary paused before a dark wooden door, gently knocking before pushing it open. "Chief, Old Qin and comrade Pei Su have arrived." Inside was a conference room that, while not particularly spacious, was elegant and dignified. The lighting was soft, and at a modest conference table sat two individuals. One was dressed in a crisp military uniform, his epaulets gleaming under the lights. Although he appeared somewhat aged, with graying hair, his posture was as upright as a pine tree, and his keen gaze exuded a commanding presence. It was evident that this was Li Minji, the highest commander of the joint military region. The other individual, clad in a dark jacket and gold-rimmed glasses, resembled a scholarly figure. Yet the depth in his gaze and the occasional spark of brilliance revealed that he was no ordinary person. This was none other than Pei Su's old acquaintance, Li Zhenyuan. The two seemed to be engaged in quiet conversation until they noticed the commotion, simultaneously looking up, their gazes converging on Pei Su, who walked beside Old Qin. A complex smile flickered across Li Zhengyuan's lips, while Li Minji's sharp eyes sparkled with interest. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a few seconds before Li Zhenyuan broke the silence. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and allowed a more open smile to emerge. First nodding slightly to Old Qin, "Old Qin, you remain as spirited as ever. Please, have a seat." He then turned his attention to Pei Su. "Pei Su, it is good to see you again. Your performance in the exercises was truly commendable. The capabilities demonstrated by the Z501 exceeded all our expectations, opening a new door for us. Thank you for your hard work." His words were steady and faultless, yet devoid of warmth. Before Pei Su could respond, Li Zhengyuan gestured towards the military elder beside him, introducing, "This is Li Minji, the highest commander of the joint military region. It is with Chief Li's strong support that this practical test was successfully conducted." Li Minji had remained silent, his keen eyes fixed with interest on Pei Su. At this moment, a broad smile broke across his face, and his voice boomed, "Comrade Pei Su, there is no need for introduction. Your name has nearly worn out my years." He waved his hand dismissively. "Please, everyone sit down. Old Qin, your robust health is a blessing for us younger generations." As Old Qin chuckled and waved his hand, taking a seat in the chair pulled out by the secretary, he remarked, "Just an old man here for the excitement. You all focus on your serious matters. I won't be in the way." Though his demeanor was humble, he exuded a natural aura of authority. Pei Su took her place beside Old Qin, sitting upright, her gaze steady as she met the scrutiny of the two leaders. Li Minji wasted no time and directly addressed the matter at hand, looking intently at Pei Su. "Pei Su, let us skip the pleasantries. The Z501, with a cruising speed of 100 knots and a maximum turn in 45 seconds, not to mention that remarkable stealth capability that left Wang Aihua and the others baffled. To be honest, when I first saw the report, I almost thought someone had misplaced the decimal point." He leaned forward slightly, an invisible pressure enveloping the room. "This technology is of immense significance. It is not merely about a fast boat. It represents a potential, even inevitable, direction for the future of naval warfare. Therefore, the first purpose of today's meeting is clear." He paused, his tone unequivocal. "The nation requires a complete technical analysis document of the Z501. Of course, this does not mean we expect you to relinquish your work or to overlook you and your team. Quite the opposite. We hope to center this technology around your expertise, gathering the country's relevant strengths to thoroughly understand, digest, and then apply this technology to our larger surface vessels and even submarines. We need more Z501s, or rather, we need the next generation of main battleships equipped with the core capabilities of the Z501. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Pei Su displayed no signs of surprise. She nodded decisively as soon as Li Minji finished speaking, responding succinctly, "Certainly. We have already completed a preliminary organization of the technical documentation, and we can hand it over at any time. My team is available to assist in explaining and transforming the relevant technical points and challenges." Her prompt agreement momentarily caught Li Minji off guard, who had prepared a plethora of persuasive arguments. A look of admiration spread across his face. "Excellent. Refreshing. I appreciate dealing with someone as astute as you. No beating around the bush. Li Zhenyuan, sitting beside them, lightly tapped his fingers on the table, adding, the relevant intellectual property rights and subsequent RD leadership will be fully protected. The Lonka Conference will serve as the primary contracting unit. And you along with your Spark team will remain central to this. This is something Comrade Yunchang should have already discussed with you. His speech was clear and coherent. Although Li Yunchang was not present, it was evident that Li Jingyuan's words affirmed Li Yunchang's previous commitment to Pei Su. Pei Su nodded again, expressing her understanding. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably due to the smooth resolution of the first agenda item. Li Minji's smile appeared more genuine. He picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip, his gaze shifting between Elder Qin and Pei Su. With a tone that seemed casual yet reflected deep contemplation, he slowly began, as for the second matter, it is a personal request of mine, or perhaps a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyuan's hand holding the teacup momentarily faltered, his eyes flickering towards Li Minji, though he remained silent. Pei Su lifted her gaze to Li Minji. Awaiting his continuation, Li Minji set down the teacup, leaning back against the chair, his expression shifting to one of seriousness and gravity as he slowly articulated. I hope Comrade Pei Su can become involved in the secondary nuclear deterrence plan. Cough. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Qin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly erupted into an uncontrollable cough. He opened his eyes wide, his typically placid face now a canvas of profound shock, even tinged with a hint of horror. He fixed his gaze intently on Li Minji, his voice quivering with excitement. Minji, what did you just say? Secondary nuclear deterrence? Pei Su could distinctly sense the tension in Elder Qin's body at that moment. The old hand gripping the cane turned slightly pale from exertion. She could even hear the sudden heaviness in Elder Qin's breathing. The mere mention of secondary nuclear deterrence was enough to throw him into such a state of agitation. The room fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by Elder Qin's somewhat labored breaths. Li Zhenyuan sighed softly, seemingly not entirely surprised by Li Minji's sudden proposal, yet clearly believing that the timing or manner of its presentation warranted reconsideration. He spoke in a calm voice, attempting to ease the abruptly tense atmosphere. Elder Qin, please do not be overly agitated. Minji is merely presenting a possibility. The secondary nuclear deterrence plan is a high-level strategic project, still in the early stages of validation and critical technological breakthroughs. The reason for considering Comrade Pei Su is due to the exceptional, not merely singular, technological breakthroughs he has demonstrated on the Z501, an integrated innovative capability that transcends generations and systems. This capability is precisely what we urgently require in certain bottleneck areas. Li Minji took up the thread of conversation, his demeanor serious, devoid of the previous excitement when discussing the Z501, now imbued with a weighty sense of responsibility. Elder Qin, I understand your concerns. I am acutely aware of the significance of this project, precisely because it holds such importance, affecting our nation's future and security for decades to come. We cannot adhere to outdated conventions and must boldly employ capable, dynamic new talent. He turned to Pei Su, his gaze sharp as a blade. Pei Su, I will not beat around the bush. As a student of Elder Qin, you must have a broader understanding of what is termed secondary nuclear deterrence. Essentially, it represents a second evolution of nuclear deterrence. Normal nuclear deterrence implies that you possess nuclear weapons, and I possess nuclear weapons. We all face mutual destruction. However, Elder Qin's deterrence plan aims for mutual annihilation between humanity and the solar system, leading to a collective end with the 8 major planets. This proposal has recently been approved, yet we find ourselves constrained in many areas, making slow progress. What you achieve with the Z501 transcends mere speed and stealth. You have integrated a system that nearly subverts existing understandings of power, control, and concealment under limited platforms and resources. This out-of-the-box thinking and ability to solve complex system issues are what we value most. Li Minji's voice carried an undeniable decisiveness. We need your intellect, your ability to defy convention and create miracles. This does not entail constructing nuclear weapons. That realm belongs to experts like Zhang Wan. Rather, it involves addressing how we can make our sword swifter, more precise, and more concealed, and how we can enhance our shield to be sturdier, more intelligent, and more responsive. The name Zhang Wan, spoken so naturally by Li Minji, struck Pei Su like a bolt of lightning. He felt as if his heart had skipped a beat, the rush of blood echoing in his ears. The possibility of nuclear weapon research in the Gobi Desert, which he had thought as elusive as searching for a needle in a haystack, now presented itself in this entirely unexpected manner. Fate can indeed be astonishingly unpredictable. Elder Qin took several deep breaths, striving to calm the tumult within. He turned his gaze from Li Minji to Li Zhenyuan, then finally rested his eyes on the silent Pei Su, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Minji, Zhenyuan, do you comprehend what this signifies? Pei Su is still so young. The depths of secondary nuclear deterrence are unfathomably profound. Li Zhenyuan interjected, his tone remaining calm but imbued with the authority of a decision-maker. Precisely because he is young, he possesses vigor and the potential to break the impasse. We all recognize Comrade Pei Su's value and are aware of the risks. Thus, this is merely an invitation. An option. Whether to participate and to what extent will require thorough scrutiny and evaluation, and Comrade Pei Su's personal wishes will be fully respected. Though stated thus, all present understood the weight of the invitation, especially being personally endorsed by Li Minji, who oversees the military and equipment. This was almost an irresistible path. All eyes in the room were now fixed upon Pei Su. He lowered his head, gazing at the polished surface of the table before him, concealing the emotions flickering in his eyes. His fingers, resting on his knees, curled slightly. The conference room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds, Pei Su raised his head. His face bore no signs of excitement or fear, remaining unnaturally calm. Chapter 235. The initiation of the secondary nuclear deterrence plan. He first looked at Li Minji, then at Li Zhenyuan, and finally exchanged a glance with the worried Elder Qin. He nodded gently. I need to understand the specific requirements of the project and the areas in which I can contribute. His voice was clear and steady, devoid of emotional fluctuations. If my abilities align with the project's needs, I agree to participate. Li Minji's eyes sparkled with delight as he struck the table with enthusiasm. Excellent. 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 I knew I did not misjudge you. Li Zhenyuan also slightly nodded, a glimmer of relief evident in his gaze. Pei Su's calmness, in many ways, inspired more confidence than impassioned vows. Elder Qin looked at Pei Su, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately released only a barely audible sigh. His feelings were complex. From this moment onward, the young man he had discovered would be drawn into a deeper vortex. Whether the path ahead led to glory or thorns remained uncertain. Pei Su felt the myriad of gazes in the conference room, yet his heart remained unusually tranquil. Secondary nuclear deterrence plan. He silently repeated the name in his mind. The heavy wooden door of the conference room closed silently behind them. As they exited the room, the dark carpet in the corridor absorbed all sounds of footsteps. The only noise came from Elder Qin's peachwood cane, occasionally making a muted sound against the floor, thud, thud, resonating in one's heart. Pei Su followed half a step behind Elder Qin, clearly observing the deep wrinkles on the old man's neck and the slight tremor in his fingers. Elder Qin's back had become more stooped than when they arrived, yet the hand gripping the cane was taut with visible veins, exerting considerable strength. His face bore no expression, neither the ecstasy of fulfilling a 20-year-long wish nor the fear of facing ultimate deterrence, only a bottomless weariness. Li Yunchang had long been pacing anxiously at the entrance of the lounge. The moment he saw them emerge, he hastened to greet them. His face was etched with urgency, his gaze flitting between Old Qin and Pei Su, as he lowered his voice to inquire. Old Qin, Pei Su, how did the discussion go? The calm demeanor of Old Qin and the usual placidity of Pei Su only deepened his unease. Such reactions were decidedly unusual, based on his understanding of these two individuals. A meeting of such significance would typically elicit some emotional fluctuations, regardless of the outcome. Pei Su cast a glance at Li Yunchang and softly replied, Principal, it went smoothly. The technical documentation for Z501 will be handed over as requested, with Lonka University spearheading the technological transformation. Additionally, Commander Li Minji has formally invited me to participate in the secondary nuclear deterrence plan. Oh, the transfer of technical documentation. This is a positive development. Consolidating resources is essential for accomplishing significant tasks. Li Yunchang instinctively continued along the conversational thread, but abruptly halted mid-sentence, exclaiming, What did you say? What plan? The secondary nuclear deterrence? Just what Old Qin has been advocating for over the past 2 decades. He pointed towards the conference room, and then at Old Qin, struggling to articulate a coherent response. His complexion flushed initially, only to pale soon after. As the head of Lonka University and a longtime friend of Old Qin, he understood all too well the implications of the term secondary nuclear deterrence. It represented Old Qin's lifelong obsession, a concept deemed excessively radical and even self-destructive, which had been cautiously shelved amidst ongoing high-level debates. How could this be? How could such an ostensibly ordinary afternoon suddenly herald the activation of such a plan? Furthermore, why would a young individual like Pei Su be involved? Li Yunchang recalled the paper published by Old Qin in 2009, which proposed a hypothesis. Old Qin had designated that hypothesis as the burial star plan. An apt name, indeed, for the secondary nuclear deterrence was not merely a threat to a single nation. It posed a threat to all of humanity. Seeking validation, Li Yunchang turned to Old Qin. At last, Old Qin halted his slow stride, slightly lifting his head. He gazed at the softly glowing ceiling light in the corridor, which cast deep shadows across his face. He swallowed hard and emitted a faint This was an affirmation. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Yunchang felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, his back pressing heavily against the cold marble wall as he gasped for breath, attempting to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. The impact of this revelation was far more terrifying than discovering that Z501 had reached a speed of 100 knots. Had it truly been approved? Had the higher-ups genuinely made such a resolution? Still in disbelief, he murmured the question again, as if querying Old Qin or perhaps himself. Approved. Pei Su reiterated, confirming the news once more. Li Yunchang opened his mouth to ask further questions, but found his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. Ultimately, he merely wiped his face vigorously, as if to erase the turbulent waves of emotion surging within him. He looked at Old Qin and noticed the solemnity etched in his profile under the light, imbued with a profound compassion he had never witnessed before. Just then, after a prolonged silence, Old Qin suddenly pivoted sharply. The mask of calm that had characterized his face seemed to shatter instantaneously, revealing a tumult of complex emotions in his murky, old eyes, elation at the realization of an ideal, the weight of overwhelming responsibility, and more poignantly, a sharp sense of doubt and an undercurrent of unease. After 2 decades of struggle, debate, and exhaustive research, having constructed countless models, and even having engaged in fierce arguments with his once close ally, Li Zhenyuan, to propel this initiative forward, Old Qin yearned for his country to possess the fundamental strength that no external power could threaten. He feared that other nations, particularly those with technological superiority and imperial ambitions, would seize upon and implement this terrifying balance first, plunging his homeland into an unprecedented strategic dilemma. He had believed that he would never witness this planned transition from theory to reality before he departed from this world. Why? When both he and Li Zhenyuan were in the twilight of their years, would the latter, who had always been known for his steadiness and occasional conservatism, suddenly alter his stance, not only agreeing but appearing resolute? And what of Li Minji, the military leader commanding 1,000,000 soldiers, who had always prioritized practical combat effectiveness? Why would he express such a keen interest in what seemed like a reckless strategic plan, even personally advocating for it? What roles did they play in this narrative? What consensus had they reached? A chilling thought gripped him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Could it be that it was not his theories that had finally swayed them, nor that the time had matured, but rather that the enemy had already taken the initiative, crossing a line that should never have been breached? Once this notion took root, it spread like wildfire in his mind, becoming uncontrollable. Old Qin's body trembled involuntarily, as if he could foresee, across the vast ocean, in a frigid laboratory, supercomputers calculating lunar orbital parameters, and colossal rocket launch pads being prepared with payloads capable of altering the fate of humanity. He abruptly raised his head, the fatigue and calm of earlier dissipating, replaced by a near fatalistic resolve. He glanced at the pensive Pei Su beside him, then at the still shocked Li Yunchang, whose pallor betrayed his distress. In an undeniable tone, he commanded, "Return." Huh. Li Yunchang was startled by this sudden sharp call, looking up in confusion. "Old Qin, where are we to return? We just came out. Back to the conference room." Old Qin nearly shouted, leaning heavily on his cane as he turned, striding purposefully towards the dark wooden door that had just closed, seemingly segregating 2 worlds. His steps bore a determination incongruous with his age and physical condition, the sound of his cane striking the carpet reverberating with newfound strength. "I must clarify things. Now. Immediately. Not a moment can be wasted." Pei Su observed Old Qin's suddenly erect posture, imbued with a tragic significance, and his gaze flickered. He asked no further questions, silently following, as though he had anticipated this decisive action from the elder. Though Li Yunchang's mind was still a chaotic tangle, he could not decipher the situation. Yet seeing both his mentor and Pei Su return, he suppressed his myriad doubts and hurriedly followed suit. The secretary stationed outside, witnessing the trio's return, especially the unusual severity and hint of anger on Old Qin's face, was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he approached promptly, respectfully inquiring in a hushed tone, "Old Qin, have you forgotten something? Open the door." Old Qin's voice was urgent and authoritative, his piercing gaze fixed on the door. "I have an urgent matter. I must see Xingyuan and Minji immediately." The secretary's expression shifted to one of dismay. According to protocol, meetings of this caliber were concluded, but upon encountering Old Qin's resolute gaze and Pei Su's calm demeanor, his hesitation dissipated in an instant. Those who worked in the government were not fools. He understood the weight and temperament of this venerable figure and recognized that something monumental was at stake. Without further ado, he gently knocked on the door, then opened it. Stepping aside, inside the conference room, Li Minji and Li Zhenyuan appeared to be engaged in a hushed conversation by the window, their faces equally grave, shrouded in an impenetrable cloud of concern. Upon seeing Old Qin and Pei Su return, both men revealed unmistakable expressions of surprise. "Old Qin and Comrade Pei Su, what has happened? Is there any detail that needs to be added?" Li Zhenyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, leading the conversation with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in his tone. Elder Qin remained standing at the door, his posture straight as a rod, his gaze striking like 2 bolts of lightning, first directed at Li Zhenyuan, then slowly shifting to Li Minji. His voice, strained with suppressed agitation, was gravelly, yet each word resonated clearly in the hushed conference room. "Zhenyuan, Minji." He took a deep breath, as if summoning all his strength to voice the question that had been gnawing at him, a question that felt like a thorn in his throat. "Speak plainly to me. Has your sudden agreement to initiate my secondary nuclear deterrent plan come about? Because, outside, there are already those who have begun to secretly engage in such actions." The directness of his inquiry was striking, bordering on rudeness, shattering the usual tacit understanding and subtlety. Yet, in this moment, Elder Qin was beyond concern for decorum. He needed the truth, an immediate understanding of the grave situation facing the nation. Li Jingyuan's initial surprise gradually gave way to solemnity as he exchanged a glance with Li Minji. Li Minji pressed his lips tightly together. A flicker of determination in his eyes, and nodded resolutely, the implication unmistakable. The time for concealment had passed. Li Jingyuan sighed deeply, the sound heavy and drawn out. He gestured towards the chairs they had occupied moments earlier, his voice low. Let us sit down and discuss this, Elder Qin. Comrades Pei Su and Yun Chang. Please take a seat as well. Since you have broached this topic, your keen insight must have led you to suspect some truths. It is time for you, particularly you, Comrade Pei Su, to be more fully informed. Elder Qin felt his heart sink with Li Jingyuan's words, plummeting to the icy depths of despair. Li Jingyuan's reaction and tone confirmed his worst suspicions with alarming clarity. The group sat in silence, the atmosphere in the conference room now even more stifling, the air thickening to the point of suffocation. Li Yunchang felt his shirt clinging to his back, drenched in cold sweat, instinctively softening his breath to avoid disturbing the oppressive tension. Pei Su sat quietly, his gaze fixed calmly on Li Zhengyuan, like the most patient of students awaiting the unveiling of a final riddle. Only the slight tightening of his lips betrayed the turbulence within. After a few moments of silence, Li Jingyuan's fingers began to tap lightly on the smooth table, as if weighing his words carefully, organizing the most precise language. Then he spoke slowly, his voice low but resonant, like the tolling of a death knell striking at the hearts of all present. Elder Qin, your suspicions are correct, without a doubt. He raised his eyes, scanning the pallid face of Elder Qin, the astonished gaze of Li Yunchang, and finally resting on Pei Su's tranquil eyes. Our determination to initiate and expedite the secondary nuclear deterrent plan does not stem from any newfound allure of the plan itself, nor from a reckless gamble with the fate of humanity. Rather, it arises from corroborated intelligence that leaves no room for doubt. Our long-standing adversary across the ocean, the Eagle Nation, has, at least 5 years ago, perhaps even longer, circumvented public parliamentary debate and international scrutiny to initiate a highly classified strategic project known as the Guardian Goddess. Elder Qin repeated the name softly, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, a name laden with irony. According to the painstakingly gathered and cross-verified information, the ultimate strategic goals and implementation pathways of the Guardian Goddess project align disturbingly closely with the secondary nuclear deterrent plan you have so diligently proposed. They both aim at that ultimate balance point we all fear to disturb, yet which, if disrupted, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Despite having mentally prepared for the worst upon turning back, hearing such unequivocal confirmation from Li Zhenyuan left Elder Qin reeling. Chapter 236. The plan to reach the moon instinctively. He clutched the dragon head of his cane tightly. Next to him, Li Yunchang's eyes were filled with incredulity. 5 years. They have been secretly working on this for 5 years? Elder Qin's voice trembled with an uncontrollable quiver. The 5-year gap loomed like a chasm before them. Li Minji interjected, his fists clenching unconsciously. Moreover, based on the analysis of various intelligence sources, their project's progress may be even swifter and more advanced than we initially estimated. The new probes and space platforms they have deployed near the moon's orbit are unusually active, with substantial data transmission. In several critical domains that determine the success of their plan, such as the rapid launch and reliability of heavy-lift rockets, the penetration and survivability of special payloads, and long-range precision control systems, they have achieved several groundbreaking advancements. Although there remains a long and arduous path to transform theory into reality, it is undeniable that they have surged ahead, claiming a significant first-mover advantage. Li Jingyuan added, his tone more measured than Li Minji's. Yet the weight of his words remained undiminished. We have mobilized our top strategic analysis teams and technology assessment experts, conducting countless simulations and risk evaluations. The final consensus is both unanimous and ruthless. Should the Eagle Nation achieve complete mastery and actual deployment of this ultimate deterrent capability first, Elder Qin, you should understand better than any of us what that would entail. We would find ourselves in an extremely perilous and disadvantageous strategic position. The development window and strategic initiative, fought for over decades, could vanish in an instant. They would not even need to press that button. Merely suggesting, through certain covert channels, that they possess such capabilities would suffice to paralyze us in every arena of international negotiation, forcing us into compromises and concessions far beyond our limits regarding issues that touch upon our core national interests. He glanced at Elder Qin, his gaze complex, tinged with an unspoken apology. Thus, it is not our desire to embark on this seemingly mad path. It is our competitors, our potential adversaries, who compel us to follow suit. We are being dragged into this arena against our will. We have no more options left. This is a technological race we cannot afford to lose. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, as if even the air had ceased to flow. Outside, the distant hum of traffic occasionally broke through the stillness. Elder Qin felt as if all his strength had been suddenly siphoned away. He leaned deeply against the back of his chair, closing his eyes, weariness etched on his face. He had devoted his life to averting the worst-case scenario. The initiation of the secondary nuclear deterrent plan was meant to serve as a counterbalance, a deterrent to war, a means for the nation to possess the fortitude to confront any adversary head-on in the most extreme circumstances, thus quelling conflict before it could even arise. This was intended to be an ultimate safeguard, a trump card never meant to be played. Yet now, what he had dreaded most, what he had wished to avoid, was transforming into a bloody reality. Much like the technological race during the Cold War with the Soviet Union, a race toward ultimate annihilation had quietly commenced in the shadowy corners, unbeknownst to all. He murmured to himself, I knew it would ultimately come to this. Li Yunchang had been rendered utterly speechless. The immense volume of information and the terrifying implications it contained crashed into his cognitive framework like an iceberg, leaving his mind in a state of blankness. He could only stare vacantly at the individuals before him. Pei Su listened intently, her mind racing like a high-performance computer, calmly processing, analyzing, and storing every crucial piece of information. The United States, the guardian goddess, at least a 5-year lead, lunar orbital activities, key technological innovations, strategic disadvantages, and forced compromises. These words and fragments of information rapidly stitched together in her mind, gradually forming an increasingly lucid strategic landscape. This was no longer a theoretical extrapolation on paper, nor merely a warning of future possibilities. It was a military competition. It was a one-way street, with no turning back. Li Jingyuan's gaze eventually transcended the elderly Qin and the stupefied Li Yunchang, resting calmly upon Pei Su. His tone regained its usual steadiness. But anyone could discern the unprecedented seriousness and entrustment beneath that calm. Pei Su, you should fully understand now, shouldn't you? Comprehend why we are so desperate, so willing to pay any price for you, and for top talents like you. His gaze was piercing, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Pei Su's soul. Time is the most scarce and merciless enemy we face now. It does not side with us. We need to traverse the path that our opponents may have spent far longer exploring in a shorter span of time. We must resolve technological challenges 1,000 times more complex than Z501, surmount one seemingly insurmountable technological chasm after another. Z501 had demonstrated the miraculous ability possessed by her and her Spark team to transform decay into wonder. Now, the country required them to unreservedly apply that capability to a far grander, more arduous, and infinitely more significant battlefield. Pei Su met his heavy yet hopeful gaze, her expression remaining devoid of excitement, fear, or fervent passion. Her eyes were exceptionally focused. Understood. The conference room was enveloped in a death-like silence. Li Jingyuan's final words struck like a cold chisel, mercilessly carving the harsh reality into the consciousness of every individual present. It was not a matter of choice, but rather being compelled to move forward. This was a life-and-death competition that could not afford to be lost. Pei Su silently mulled over the weight of those words. Her knowledge of the secondary nuclear deterrence plan was swiftly activated and interconnected in her mind. She was acutely aware that this plan, referred to by Elder Qin as a secondary nuclear deterrence, had its theoretical genesis nearly 2 decades ago in a groundbreaking paper published by Qin in the prestigious international strategic journal Global Security Review. She had read that paper, titled On Asymmetric Ultimate Strategic Balance, a deterrence model based on astrophysical effects. At that time, the paper had created ripples in the international strategic and intelligence communities, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, even sparking panic and strong diplomatic protests from certain nations. The core idea of the paper was both sharp and alarming. Traditional nuclear deterrence is based on the principle of mutually assured destruction, essentially a hostage exchange. In contrast, Elder Qin proposed a higher-dimensional deterrence that nearly held the very foundation of civilization's survival hostage, using specific technological means to place triggers capable of initiating global or even galaxy-wide catastrophic chain reactions on extraterrestrial bodies such as the Moon. Once that trigger was pulled, the result would not be the annihilation of a single nation, but the collapse of the entire blue planet's ecosystem, even disrupting the stability of celestial bodies within the solar system, with consequences that would be devastating on a millennial scale. This was a threat that would lead to collective demise, leaving no path for future generations. At that time, the Dragon Nation was in a critical phase of development, facing unprecedented external pressure and strategic encirclement. Elder Qin had published that paper with a clear intent, as a strategic deterrent in extreme circumstances. It was meant to warn potential adversaries, do not attempt to drive us into a corner. We possess the last resort to take everyone down with us. This was akin to a weaker party on the edge of a cliff, binding themselves to a powerful opponent, declaring that if pushed further, they would leap together. Indeed, this strategy had yielded a certain degree of deterrence, causing some overly aggressive individuals to temper their actions, granting the Dragon Nation precious breathing room and developmental space. However, the sharpness of this double-edged sword exceeded anyone's imagination. It was like a potent drug that temporarily suppressed the ailment, but its terrifying side effects were also sown. It opened a Pandora's box that should never have been unsealed. Elder Qin knew this better than anyone. Thus, in the nearly 2 decades that followed, he had never ceased his fervent advocacy, nor had he stopped engaging in intense and painful debates with cautious and conservative colleagues like Li Zhenyuan. His push for the secondary nuclear deterrence plan was not merely to possess it, but to master it, to familiarize himself with the sword before others could wield it, thus avoiding absolute passivity and vulnerability when the worst-case scenario unfolded. He feared that the theory he had proposed to save the nation would ultimately become a sword of Damocles hanging over his homeland. This fear and sense of responsibility had driven him for 20 years. Now, his worst premonitions had come to fruition. The United States not only comprehended that paper, but had silently, with the strength of the entire nation, transformed the theory into a tangible reality. The Guardian Goddess Project was a grotesque fruit born from that very paper. Pei Su could empathize with the tumultuous emotions roiling within Elder Qin, the sorrow of theory being validated, the impotence of prophecy coming to pass, and the pain and guilt of having sown seeds that sprouted into toxic weeds. The black Hongqi sedan glided silently along the route back to the base. The lightness that had lingered in the car on the way there had dissipated entirely, replaced by an almost suffocating silence. The scenery outside the window rushed backward. Neon lights flickered, and the bustling traffic contrasted sharply with the heavy secrets born within the vehicle. Ordinary people would never know that just moments ago, within that unassuming gray-blue building, several elders and a young man had embarked on a terrifying plan. Elder Qin leaned against the spacious back seat, eyes closed. His brow furrowed into a deep furrow. The wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen at that moment. It was a weariness born of mental and physical exhaustion. He felt no excitement at the initiation of the plan. Instead, he radiated an aura of oppression and frustration. Yes, frustration. Pei Su sat quietly beside him, astutely observing this elder who was both mentor and friend. She sensed the intense contradiction within Elder Qin. The goal he had pursued his entire life had been realized. Yet he felt no joy, only a heavy burden and a sense of being toyed with by fate. Suddenly, Elder Qin opened his eyes wide, turned his head, and fixed a sharp gaze upon Pei Su. Pei Su. His voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed anger. You shouldn't have agreed so readily just now. He gestured with an arm, his movements somewhat agitated. Do you realize what you have committed to? It is not Z-501. It is not as simple as building a fast ship. It is secondary nuclear deterrence. A bottomless pit, once stepped into, may forever trap you, bearing the infamy of generations. The depth of the waters and the magnitude of the entanglements, along with the unseen conflicts lurking beneath, are beyond the imagination of a young technician like you. He sighed, his tone filled with heartfelt concern. Listen to me, there is still time. I will go back and speak to Zhenyuan, telling him that your youth and inexperience render you unfit for such a heavy responsibility, and that this task should be relinquished. You should focus on your research, on your Z-501, on your Spark team. That is your domain. You should not be drawn into this vortex tainted by politics. Elder Qin's reaction caught Pei Su somewhat by surprise. Yet it seemed reasonable. This elder resembled a craftsman who had meticulously forged a formidable weapon, now fearful as someone intended to wield it for battle. Regretting his creation and wishing to conceal it. Seated in the passenger seat, Li Yunchang turned at the sound of this, a bitter smile gracing his face. He opened his mouth to offer counsel, yet was at a loss for words. Pei Su met Elder Qin's anxious and worried gaze, maintaining his composure. He did not immediately retort, but took a moment to collect his thoughts before speaking, his voice low, yet remarkably clear. Elder Qin, I understand your concerns. He paused, his gaze earnest. However, I believe it is imperative that I participate. Why? Elder Qin nearly shouted, his eyes brimming with agitation. Is it for the so-called national righteousness? For those stirring slogans? Let me tell you, they are all empty. When it truly falls upon oneself, it is an immense burden, a bottomless abyss. Not entirely. Pei Su shook his head, articulating his analysis with clarity. My participation is precisely because I am a technical person, a researcher who possesses certain critical technologies. He looked out at the rapidly passing lights, his tone calm. Consider this. The guardian goddess of the eagle has been on the path for 5 years. What does that signify? It implies that in relevant areas such as transportation, control, evasion, and even deeper energy applications, they may have amassed a significant reservoir of technological expertise and practical experience. Our secondary nuclear deterrence plan must not only catch up, but even surpass them. What is it relying upon? Ultimately, it hinges on technological breakthroughs and revolutionary innovations. And I, along with Xiaohua, Chun Ke, and others, Pei Su turned to Elder Qin once more, have demonstrated in the Z-501 project our capacity for disruptive innovation under extreme conditions. Our understanding and solutions regarding new power sources, extreme control, intelligent evasion, material resilience, and efficient energy utilization diverge from traditional approaches. These capabilities may very well be what the secondary nuclear deterrence plan requires. His tone grew increasingly calm, imbued with the rationality characteristic of a researcher. if we do not engage, allowing the project to proceed along its existing pace and technological trajectory? What if a certain technical barrier proves insurmountable, resulting in delays that allow our adversaries to seize the initiative? When the sword of Damocles truly hangs over us, Elder Chin, do you think the tranquility of countless homes can still be preserved? He exhaled gently. My involvement is not born from a fondness for this plan, but rather from a profound awareness of its terrifying implications. I have been your student for 25 years, and it is only now, after 4 years of understanding it, that I comprehend its gravity, precisely because it is fearsome. We must possess it, and we must understand it better than any potential adversary, enabling us to master it. This is not for the purpose of its active use, but to ensure that when others attempt to wield it as a threat against us, we have the capability to counteract. We must possess the power to render any reckless notion utterly meaningless. This, perhaps, is the true cessation of hostilities. Peisu's words lacked fervent zeal, relying solely on rational analysis. He was not one to be swayed by slogans, yet his logic proved more compelling than any rhetoric. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. Li Yunchang gazed at Peisu, his expression complex, eventually transforming into a long sigh as he turned to the still grim-faced Elder Chin and gently advised, Elder Chin, let it go. Peisu makes valid points. At this juncture, this matter is beyond our personal wills. He possesses the capability. The nation has the need. This is his responsibility. There is no escaping it. Elder Chin fixed his gaze on Peisu, his lips moving as if to speak, yet ultimately no words escaped. The fierce flame in his eyes gradually dimmed, replaced by a deeper, more complex expression, a mixture of resignation, solace, worry, and acceptance. Did he not comprehend that every word Peisu uttered was reasonable? He simply could not bear to witness this pure and brilliant young man, whom he held in such high regard, being drawn into this dark realm fraught with controversy, pressure, and immense risk. Did Peisu not realize that this plan could not be concealed? Once exposed to the public, it would undoubtedly incite controversy. At that point, whoever was responsible for this project would bear eternal infamy. War. More than half of the 7 billion people despise it. Biochemical weapons. At least 6 billion among the 7 billion harbor disdain for them. And secondary nuclear deterrence. It resembles a celestial weapon. Without a doubt, all 7 billion would abhor it. He leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes once more, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. He no longer opposed the matter, yet the tightness of his lips and the slight tremor of his eyelids betrayed his inner turmoil. Frustration, melancholy, and a profound sense of powerlessness enveloped him. He had fought for a lifetime, achieved his long-cherished wish, yet felt no joy, for he had not attained victory. His most promising young protege would also be swept into this uncertain storm propelled by the very plan he had set in motion. Peisu observed Elder Chin's reaction. Understanding it fully, he refrained from further words, silently turning his gaze back to the window. Upon returning to Lonka University, night had completely fallen. The apartment retained a slightly chaotic atmosphere reminiscent of their departure. Scattered drafts filled with calculations lay on the table, and a few unwashed coffee cups were piled in a corner. Sometimes, genius comes with its quirks. Their collective flaw was an insatiable drive for research, paired with a profound laziness in daily life. Xiaohu was busy washing the coffee cups. After all, they needed to be cleaned. Although given their current financial situation, it would be more practical to discard the old cups and buy new ones. Xiaohu remained frugal. Chen Kai and Li Bei had gone to soak in the bath. Wang Qingyu was resting in her apartment. Zhang Ming was idly watching television. Although he loved research, the Z501 project had left him feeling weary, prompting him to take a break. Peisu, you're back. Xiaohu noticed him. Peisu nodded, glancing around and asking, where is everyone? Where is Qingyu? What about Li Bei and Chen Kai? Qingyu is resting in her apartment, probably taking a bath. Do you want to check on her? Xiaohu winked at him. Peisu waved his hand. Usually, he might have bantered back with his friends, but after this incident, he lacked the spirit for such levity. He sighed and said, gather everyone. I have something to announce. Zhang Ming turned off the television and looked over. Xiaohua, perceptive to Peisu's unusual demeanor, nodded gently, understood. Before long, Wang Qingyu arrived, followed by Chen Kai and Li Bei returning from the massage parlor. At this moment, Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Li Bei, Zhang Ming, and Wang Qingyu gathered around him. Peisu, with a tone that was likely calm, elucidated the situation to everyone. There was a plan that required their participation, known as the Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Program. The overarching plan encompassed research topics including, but not limited to, surveying the lunar environment, seeking a balance point, constructing supermassive hydrogen bombs, and transporting these bombs to the moon, likely to a desolate stretch of Gobi in the Xinjiang region. The conditions would be quite arduous, and upon involvement, they might face misunderstanding or even criticism from the outside world. To be precise, for a weapon potent enough to annihilate humanity, not a single soul among the 7 billion people globally would harbor any fondness for it. All would detest it. This disdain would inevitably extend to the researchers themselves, tarnishing the reputation of anyone involved in such work for eternity. Thus, Peisu surveyed each of his companions. This is a decision that requires our careful consideration. Silence spread among them. The stark white light from the apartment's ceiling lamp cast a cold glow on each person's face, revealing various expressions. Xiaohua was the first to break the silence, running his fingers through his perpetually tousled curls, a rare look of conflict on his face. Pei Gu. It's not that I fear hardship. It's just that my father has only recently returned. You all know he has been away for so many years. And now he has finally settled down. I had planned to spend some quality time with him once the project reached a certain milestone. His father had faced numerous tribulations before reuniting with the family, and Xiaohua, being a devoted son, had this matter constantly on his mind. Chun Kei adjusted the black-framed glasses perched on his nose, attempting to lighten the mood with his usual humor, albeit with a somewhat forced smile. So, does this mean I should hurry and find a girlfriend? Otherwise, if I dive headfirst into the vast northwest, I might emerge as a solitary figure. Though he jested, uncertainty flickered in his eyes. To be honest, Pei Gu, I don't have as many ties as Xiaohua, but this project sounds overwhelmingly monumental, and I feel somewhat uneasy. His gaze inadvertently drifted to a slightly dusty guitar in the corner of the apartment, one of the few diversions in his monotonous research life. Zhang Ming remained the most composed, habitually tapping his knuckles lightly on the table, a gesture he often resorted to during complex calculations. Pei Su, he began, lifting his gaze. His tone rational and cautious. From a professional perspective, the complexity of this project, in terms of the disciplines involved and the systemic intricacies, likely exceeds our imagination. Our team's strength lies in focus and breakthroughs, yet I harbor doubts about how much impact we can truly have within such a grand framework. He paused before continuing. Moreover, as you mentioned, there exists the risk of being misunderstood. We must carefully evaluate this cost. At that moment, two voices spoke almost in unison. I'm in. It was Li Bei, sitting upright like a tall poplar, few words uttered but with unwavering resolve. He was the only veteran among the team, and the notion of service resonated deeply within him. The other voice belonged to Wang Qingyu. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice as soft as ever but imbued with undeniable determination. If you go, count me in. Her gaze swiftly flitted over Pei Su's face before her eyelids fell. Focusing on her fingertips, offering no further explanation, Pei Su observed everyone's reactions intently. He felt neither disappointment at the hesitations of Xiaohua, Chun Kei, and Zhang Ming, nor particular elation at the decisiveness of Li Bei and Wang Qingyu. I understand everyone's sentiments. He spoke with calm sincerity. Xiaohua's desire to spend more time with family is entirely natural. I comprehend Chun Kei's concerns, and Zhang Ming's analysis is indeed sound. He scanned the faces of his comrades. I have laid bare the potential challenges we may face in hopes that each of us contemplates this matter thoroughly. This is not an ordinary research task. I do not require immediate answers from you. Pei Su regarded them. I will give everyone 3 days. Go back. Take a moment to reflect deeply. Regardless of whether you agree or decline, it will not affect our bond. I assure you that no pressure will be exerted upon you, and we will remain unchanged, regardless of your decision. I will respect whatever conclusion you reach. He concluded, we are a team, and whether we advance or retreat, this camaraderie will not waver. With that, Pei Su said no more, patting Xiaohua on the shoulder and turning to leave the laboratory alone. The campus of Lonka University appeared tranquil and serene under the night sky. Pei Su did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he exited the campus and hailed a taxi. To the Lonka Institute, he instructed the driver. He needed to consult a person, his uncle, Li Yong. His uncle was not only a relative but also a scholar he had admired since childhood. At such a moment, he sought his uncle's counsel. The taxi weaved through the evening traffic, the neon lights outside sketching the contours of the city. Pei Su leaned against the window, watching the swiftly retreating lights, his heart in turmoil. Upon arriving at the Lonka Institute, he navigated the familiar corridors to his uncle's office floor. At this hour, the hallway was quiet. With most offices already dark, he approached his uncle's office door, only to find it firmly shut, the interior cloaked in darkness. He knocked, but received no response. Odd. At this hour, his uncle would typically still be in the office. Pei Su furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of confusion. He took out his phone, poised to call his uncle. Pei Su. A voice, tinged with surprise, came from behind. He turned to see 2 elderly gentlemen in white lab coats, their hair flecked with gray, approaching. It was Wang Jiang and Tang Puhua. Uncle Wang, Uncle Tang, Pei Su greeted quickly. Have you seen my uncle? I need to speak with him. Wang Jiang and Tang Puhua exchanged glances, a knowing expression on their faces. Wang Jiang adjusted his glasses and replied, looking for your uncle? He departed yesterday afternoon for an urgent special mission. Special mission? Pei Su's heart raced. Where did he go? For how long? We're not privy to the specifics. It's confidential. Tang Puhua interjected, gesturing towards the west. I heard he's headed that way, possibly for a project in Xinjiang. He left in quite a hurry. Even his change of clothes was prepared last minute by his assistant. Xinjiang. The mention of this keyword struck Pei Su like lightning. He instantly understood. His uncle had received the same project invitation, and he had not even informed his nephew, departing without a moment's hesitation, swiftly preparing for the arduous journey to that remote location. An indescribable emotion surged within Pei Su. His uncle's actions provided him with the most direct and compelling answer. When the nation calls, there is no hesitation, no complaint, only a resolute departure. Pei Su stood still, silent for a few seconds. The confusion and uncertainty etched on his face dissipated like mist before the wind, gradually fading away. His gaze regained clarity and determination. He lifted his head and offered a tranquil smile to the two academicians. Thank you, Uncle Wang, and thank you, Uncle Tang. I understand now. I believe I know what I must do. He refrained from asking further questions and turned to leave, walking along the quiet tree-lined path of the Lonka Institute. The night breeze brushed against him, bringing a hint of coolness. Yet, Pei Su's heart remained remarkably calm, even imbued with an unprecedented sense of stability. By the time he returned to the apartment, it was already late at night. To his surprise, the lights were still on. Pushing the door open, he discovered that everyone was still present. Xiaohua was organizing his work notes, while Chun Kei strummed the guitar. Zhang Ming sat before his computer, engrossed in a program. Li Bei was on the phone, speaking to what seemed to be a family member, a gentle smile gracing his face. Wang Qingyu was organizing documents. Upon hearing the door creak open, everyone lifted their heads to look at him. Xiaohua was the first to break the silence. His voice somewhat hoarse yet resolute. Brother Pei, 2 hours ago, I called my dad to explain the general situation. He said that if he were in this position, he would never give up. Therefore, I believe I should continue on this path. Chun Kei adjusted his glasses, uncharacteristically setting aside his usual jesting demeanor. I've come to realize that some matters are far more significant than pursuing a romantic relationship. Zhang Ming lifted his gaze from the screen and calmly stated, I will join as well. Li Bei and Wang Qingyu remained silent, but their eyes spoke volumes. Pei Su looked at his companions, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. He understood that this was not an easy decision, yet each had made their choice. Thus, Pei Su took a deep breath. Prepare yourselves. We depart in 3 days. Chapter 238. Each individual's answer 3 days slipped away quietly amidst the complex emotions of each member. Those 72 hours felt particularly long and agonizing for every individual in the laboratory. During this time, Xiaohua underwent an unprecedented internal struggle. On the first night, he made a special trip home. His mother had prepared a feast of his favorite dishes, sweet and sour ribs, braised eggplant, and steamed base. The aroma wafting throughout the living room. His father had just returned from overseas, weariness still etched on his face. Yet he inquired about his son's recent endeavors with genuine concern. Xiaohua, what have you been busy with lately? His father placed a piece of rib into his bowl. I heard that project went quite well. Xiaohua absent-mindedly pushed the rice around in his bowl, at a loss for taste. It's been fairly smooth, he mumbled, his gaze drifting toward the night sky outside. After dinner, while his mother tidied up in the kitchen, Xiaohua and his father sat on the balcony sipping tea. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill, and the distant city lights twinkled like stars. Dad, I might be going away for a long time. Xiaohua finally summoned the courage to speak to a research base in Jiangdu to participate in a significant project. His father set down his teacup, keenly detecting the unusual tone in his son's voice. Significant? What exactly will you be doing? Xiaohua inhaled deeply, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his teacup. It's a special strategic initiative. It might require several years, and this project could spark some controversy. If I pursue this, my future self might be forever tarnished. His father fell silent, the pause stretching long enough that Xiaohua wondered if he had dozed off. The only sounds were the faint hum of distant traffic and the steam rising from their teacups. Child, his father finally spoke, his voice low and solemn. Do you remember what our ancestors did? Xiaohua was taken aback. Weren't they all scholars? His father shook his head, his gaze far-reaching. In the time of great national peril, your great-grandfather, who hailed from a scholarly lineage, laid down his pen to take up arms. Later, your grandfather put aside those arms to wield an abacus, contributing to the nation's development. In my generation, we took up test tubes and papers, studying and working abroad for many years, ultimately choosing to return home. He clapped Xiaohua on the shoulder with considerable force. Now it is your turn. Each era bears its own responsibilities. If this project truly pertains to the nation's future, then regardless of the circumstances, you must pursue it. Xiaohua's eyes inexplicably moistened. His father's words reminded him of his childhood, when his grandfather would regale him with tales of perseverance in the face of adversity. How they clung to their dedication to science despite the scarcity of resources. Dad, I understand how to choose now. Meanwhile, Chun Kei ventured alone to his frequented cafe. He ordered a latte, settling into the corner seat, and opened his laptop. The screen displayed all the project data he had engaged with over the years. From the initial 8th-generation control system to his later involvement in Z501. Each document chronicled his professional growth. Am I truly prepared to relinquish everything? He mused, his fingers mindlessly gliding over the touchpad. A server approached to refill his cup, curiously asking, Mr. Chun, are you here alone today? Chun Kei forced a smile, just pondering some matters. He opened his social media, viewing the snapshots of life shared by his peers. A middle school classmate vacationing in the Maldives, a high school desk mate recently married, and an elementary school friend receiving a promotion at a well-known firm. These ordinary yet blissful moments seemed to drift further from his reach. Yet he recalled Pei Su's focused expression as they tackled technological challenges. The awe and pride he felt upon witnessing Z501 racing across the ocean. Some things simply must be done. He closed his laptop and settled the bill before leaving. As he exited the cafe, the setting sun cast a golden glow over the street. He inhaled deeply, his resolve solidified. Zhang Ming chose to apply his analytical skills in a manner befitting his character. Within his apartment, he dedicated 3 days to constructing a detailed decision analysis model. Encompassing 27 variables, each assigned varying weights. Project significance, 0, 15. Personal development prospects, 0, 1. Moral risks, 0, 15. Family considerations, 0, 1. Teamwork, 0, 0, 1. And national needs, 0, 89. He toiled until 3 in the morning, repeatedly adjusting parameters and running hundreds of simulations. The results were in. Non-participation prevailed. The weight assigned to moral risk was excessively high. However, this was the lowest value he could justify. Should this matter become public, it would undoubtedly leave a lasting stain on his reputation. Zhang Ming stared at the cold, unyielding numbers on the screen, for the first time doubting his model. Some things cannot be quantified, he murmured, rubbing his tired eyes. The following evening, he unusually invited a few high school friends out for drinks. In the bustling bar, he listened as they discussed mundane topics like buying houses, cars, and promotions, suddenly feeling an overwhelming distance from those conversations. Zhang Ming, what have you been up to lately? One friend inquired, pouring him a beer. Zhang Ming took a sip, mumbling, considering the next project. Are you planning something big again? Another friend laughed, clapping him on the shoulder. Remember to bring us along. Zhang Ming ultimately held his tongue. He remained silent for a long time. And upon returning to his apartment that evening, he resumed his calculations. He computed repeatedly. Non-participation, still non-participation, until the clock struck 3. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on the word participation on his laptop, lost in thought. He began to recheck the parameters, only to realize that his adjustments bore no relation to the outcome. The laptop had overloaded. It was already the most advanced machine in the country, representing Zhang Ming's entire fortune, crafted over countless hours, equipped with an NVIDIA H100 standard graphics card and an AMD EPYC CPU. In terms of computational power, it had reached its pinnacle. Yet during those 3 days of simulations running 4 million times per second, it ultimately succumbed to overload. This overload manifested for only a fleeting moment, and the laptop immediately blue-screened. Yet, Zhang Ming paid no heed to this chaos. He simply sat there, dazed. His mind consumed by the word participation. Perhaps this is fate. This is destiny. Li Bei's past 3 days were relatively simple, yet not without their own challenges. He made a phone call to his parents back home, merely stating that he would be embarking on a long-term mission, during which he might not be able to communicate frequently. After a moment of silence, his mother softly urged him to take care of himself and eat on time. His father took the phone and simply said, "Do your best, and don't bring shame to our family." This embodies the legacy of a military family, where words are often superfluous. After hanging up, Li Bei ran 20 laps around the playground, until his sweat soaked through his sportswear. In the night, his footsteps echoed across the empty grounds, resolute and powerful. From the moment Pei Su mentioned the project, he had never hesitated. The reason was simple. The nation needed him, and he would answer the call. A soldier is like a brick. He is moved where he is needed. Although he was merely a conscript, his original life plan had envisioned many years ahead, progressing from an ordinary soldier to a non-commissioned officer, then to military school to become an officer, ultimately remaining in the army until retirement. Wang Qingyu visited a shopping mall, purchasing several thick down jackets and thermal undergarments. She was aware of the frigid temperatures in Jiangdu, where the day-night temperature differential was vast. Consequently, the laboratory base in Jiangdu would undoubtedly be less than comfortable. In the fitting room, she gazed at her reflection, suddenly feeling a sense of disorientation. She wondered how long it would be before she could return. She softly murmured to herself, her fingers gliding over the soft fabric of the down jacket. The sales assistant outside inquired, "Miss, do you need any assistance? This style comes in other colors." Wang Qingyu shook her head and continued to try on clothes in silence. She also bought several items for Pei Su, but worried about being discovered. So she decided to purchase a few for everyone, knowing she could afford it. The money was earned through Pei Su's efforts, a fortune that could never be exhausted. After finishing her shopping, she went to the supermarket to procure some daily necessities: toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, skincare products, and even a few books for leisure. At the checkout, the cashier curiously asked, "Buying so many things, are you going on a long trip?" Wang Qingyu merely smiled faintly, offering no response. On the following night, everyone gradually returned. No one discussed where they had been or what decisions had been made, yet each face bore a similar gravity. The apartment was unusually quiet. In the morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the apartment, everyone gathered at Pei Su's residence. All were present. Xiaohuo was organizing his work notes. Chen Kai was backing up computer data, Zhang Ming was inspecting instruments, and Li Bei was cleaning tools. Wang Qingyu was tidying up the apartment. Each person was bidding farewell to this place in their own way. Pei Su stood before them, his gaze slowly sweeping over each familiar face. Sunlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the work table cluttered with blueprints and components. The air was infused with the aroma of coffee. Today marks our final meeting before departure, Pei Su began, his voice calm, yet tinged with unprecedented seriousness. There are matters I must reiterate. He allowed his gaze to linger on each face, ensuring that everyone grasped the weight of what was to come. The project we are about to engage in is a special strategic initiative. A soft intake of breath rippled through the laboratory, despite having heard the name 3 days prior. Its mention still sent a shiver down their spines. In simple terms, Pei Su continued, we are tasked with researching a special device capable of being deployed to the moon, potentially triggering profound changes there. This is not merely a technological breakthrough. It represents a pivotal moment in human history. He paused, allowing the significance of his words to settle in. None of us can predict the consequences of this endeavor. It calls to mind those predecessors who participated in significant scientific projects, who once believed they might alter the fate of the world. Now, we find ourselves in a similar predicament. Pei Su's tone grew heavier, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the table. If future generations evaluate our actions objectively, we may indeed become figures remembered by history, akin to Oppenheimer, who once feared that the atomic bomb would ignite the atmosphere and obliterate the Earth. We, too, stand at a crossroads where we might become the second or third Oppenheimer. However, should the future's judgment be biased and emotional? He surveyed the room, his voice low and clear. Then each of us risks becoming a second Hitler, a third Hitler, or perhaps even more fearsome than Hitler himself. For he claimed the lives of over 30 million, while we could potentially endanger 7 billion. Xiaohu could not suppress his voice. Pei Gu, we understand your point. Pei Su raised his hand to silence him, his expression grave. Let me finish. Therefore, I implore everyone to reflect deeply in this final moment. Consider the future, contemplate tomorrow. Think profoundly, for this is no ordinary scientific endeavor. Once we embark on this path, there will be no turning back. The laboratory fell into an extended silence. The chirping of cicadas outside suddenly became remarkably pronounced, and sunlight slowly traversed the floor. Xiaohu was the first to lift his head, bloodshot eyes revealing the toll of sleepless nights. Pei Gu, I've made my decision, he said hoarsely. I hardly slept these past 3 days, consumed by thoughts of this matter. My father called me yesterday for a lengthy discussion. He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He said he faced a similar decision in his youth. If this project is indeed as crucial as you claim, affecting the nation's future, then he supports my choice. He also mentioned that serving the country is our family duty. Chen Kai, usually carefree, adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. I too have contemplated much over these 3 days. To be honest, I fear being judged by future generations, but I fear even more that our hesitation might lead the nation into a passive state. I have made my decision. I will go. His gaze involuntarily flickered to the dusty guitar in the corner, but he quickly steeled himself. Zhang Ming, adopting his usual rational tone, stated, I have analyzed all possibilities. This project indeed carries ethical controversies, yet if we do not participate, circumstances may worsen. From a risk management perspective, our involvement could allow us to exert influence at critical junctures. I am willing to bear this responsibility. Li Bei remained seated, his voice unwavering. I trust the nation's judgment. If this project is initiated, it must be because the time has come to act. In a project so perilous, why would the state proceed? The only conclusion I can draw is a frightening one. Other nations may have already embarked on this project before us. I came across the term secondary nuclear deterrence in a paper published in 2009, authored by Qin Tianlin, also known as Old Qin. Thus, I choose to join this project. I stand ready at any moment. Chapter 239. Arrival at the Gobi Desert. Wang Qingyu nodded gently, her voice soft yet resolute. I will go with you. She said little more, but the determination in her eyes spoke volumes. Pei Su observed his companions, a whirlpool of complex emotions surging within him. He felt a mix of relief and guilt for leading them into such a difficult choice. His gaze lingered on each face, as if to etch this moment into his memory forever. Then it is settled, he said softly, a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. We depart this afternoon. Around noon. Pei Su found himself alone at a convenience store near the school. He lingered before the shelf for quite some time, ultimately purchasing a pack of the most ordinary cigarettes under the astonished gaze of the cashier. This marked the first occasion in his life that he had bought cigarettes. Leaning against the railing beneath his apartment building, he clumsily lit one, instantly choking from the acrid smoke. The bitter haze swirled in his lungs, inducing a wave of dizziness. He gazed at the students running on the playground in the distance, their carefree figures filling him with confusion. Was this decision right or wrong? He pondered, his fingers unconsciously rolling the cigarette. Would the future of human civilization be doomed because of this very thing we are studying today? Would we become the sinners of history? He inhaled deeply, feeling the slight numbness brought on by nicotine. Perhaps there exists a solution to this predicament, a compromise. Where could it be? He could not conceive of it. The usually resourceful Pei Su suddenly felt as though his golden touch had deserted him at this moment. He could think of no way to prevent all of this from happening. Ash quietly fell, dispersing in the wind. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone began the final tidying of the laboratory. Xiaohua carefully classified and packed all the materials. Chen Kai completed backing up the computer data and sat on the sofa to enjoy his last cup of coffee. Zhang Ming checked whether the instruments had been properly stored. Li Bei organized the tools. This oscilloscope was still the one we purchased in our sophomore year. Xiaohua caressed the slightly outdated equipment, his tone tinged with reluctance. Chen Kai, without looking up, remarked, I remember feeling quite pained when we bought it. Li Bei silently wiped the dust from the tools. His movements gentle, as if handling a treasure. Wang Qingyu looked at the apartment, feeling that something was missing. After a long silence, she took a camera from her backpack and softly said, we haven't taken a group photo yet. Let's capture one, so we might see it again in the future. No one refused Wang Qingyu, although each of them knew that their departure could mean several years away, and that the school would surely empty these apartments for new students or teachers. The group gathered for a photograph. Wang Qingyu held not an ordinary camera, but an instant camera. Soon, a film emerged. In the photo, everyone smiled joyfully, yet beneath those smiles, a hint of sorrow was discernible. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Elder Qin and Li Yunchang arrived promptly at the apartment building to bid them farewell. Elder Qin looked at this group of young people ready to embark, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He patted each on the shoulder, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed instead. Children, Elder Qin's voice was a bit choked. This path is not easy, but the nation needs you. Li Yunchang was more pragmatic. The living conditions over there may be quite harsh. I have already arranged for supplies to be sent in advance. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. In the car heading to the airport, the atmosphere was so tense it was almost suffocating. Pei Su gazed out at the rapidly retreating cityscape and suddenly asked, Elder Qin, do you believe there exists a method in this world that could entirely resolve the dilemmas posed by special strategic plans? A means to break this dilemma? Elder Qin remained silent for a long time, long enough that everyone thought he would not respond. Finally, he slowly shook his head, his voice hoarse and weary. As it stands, no. Theoretically speaking, given humanity's current technological level, it is nearly impossible to prevent the implementation of this plan. That is absolute. His words deepened the somber atmosphere within the vehicle. Pei Su felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he suppressed the emotion, silently gazing out the window. The city beneath the overpass shimmered in the sunlight, and the ordinary joys seemed so close, yet so distant. At the airport, the chartered plane was ready. At the boarding gate, team members took turns bidding farewell to Elder Qin and Li Yunchang. Xiaohua embraced Elder Qin. Teacher, take care of your health. Chen Kai, unusually serious, stated, we will keep in touch often. Zhang Ming shook hands with Li Yunchang. Thank you for your constant care. Li Bei solemnly saluted the two elders. Wang Qingyu softly said, we will do our best. As Pei Su turned to board last, Elder Qin suddenly called out to him. Pei Su. When Pei Su turned around, the nearly 100-year-old elder raised his voice, drawing the attention of surrounding travelers. I am too old, 96. I cannot conceive a solution to this dilemma, but you can. Elder Qin's voice echoed in the airport hall, imbued with a near-tragic expectation. Young man, today is your birthday. You are 25. You can do it. Think deeply. Pei Su, you must think. Pei Su stood frozen, gazing into the glimmering tears in Elder Qin's eyes. Observing the deep wrinkles on the face of this man who had devoted his life to scientific research, he felt the weight of responsibility heavier than ever. He nodded gravely and turned towards the boarding gate, his steps resolute. Today was Pei Su's birthday. He was 25. Have we gathered all the data disks? Yes. I've made 3 copies. My tools are here. I've checked them. The bustling civilian terminal was alive with activity, announcements blaring flight information, and travelers hurriedly dragging their suitcases. Pei Su and his companions, dressed simply and carrying minimal luggage, blended into the crowd inconspicuously. Li Yunchang led them through the hall towards a relatively secluded boarding gate. However, the display above the gate did not show a civil aviation flight number, but a simple code, Special 01. The waiting area had few travelers, and the atmosphere was starkly different from the noise of the main hall. Pei Su glanced at the boarding pass and then at the medium-sized passenger plane parked outside the glass window. It was indeed a civil model. Just as he was about to guide everyone towards the passage, a middle-aged man in airport ground crew uniform, but with a demeanor markedly different from ordinary staff, approached briskly. His keen gaze swept across Pei Su and the others before finally resting on Li Yunchang, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Directly, he spoke in a low voice. This way. Please, your flight has been adjusted. Li Yunchang seemed to have anticipated this, simply nodding in response. The ground staff led them not to the gate marked Special 01, but into a nearby passage designated for staff use. At the end of the passage was a heavy metal door that required a card and password to open. Beyond it lay a corridor leading directly to the tarmac. Unlike ordinary corridors, this one did not connect to the medium-sized passenger aircraft, but to a military transport plane with a low-visibility dark gray paint scheme parked slightly further away in a segregated area. Upon seeing the aircraft, Xiaohua couldn't help but exclaim, wow. This was no ordinary commercial passenger plane, but a military transport aircraft. Its rugged lines, towering vertical tail, and the prominent military insignia on its side gleamed with a cold sheen in the sunlight. Compared to the sleek civilian airliners nearby, it resembled a silent, fierce beast. Brimming with power, the ground staff leading them stopped and rendered a standard military salute to Pei Su and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, please board. His gaze lingered on Pei Su for a moment longer, filled with curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. As if he had not expected such a young group to be transported by this important military aircraft. Chun Kei adjusted his glasses and murmured, goodness. We're boarding a transport plane directly? What an impressive display. Zhang Ming had already begun unconsciously analyzing the aircraft's aerodynamic layout and potential payload capacity. Li Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he instinctively straightened his posture. Wang Qingyu took a gentle breath, tightening her grip on the strap of her small bag. Pei Su inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, and was the first to step forward, ascending the ladder leading to the transport aircraft. The interior of the cabin was a stark contrast to that of a commercial airliner. It lacked comfortable seats and overhead compartments, instead revealing a spacious yet somewhat barren cargo hold, flanked by sturdy netted sidewalls and featuring several secured equipment boxes in the center. Rows of simple, retractable seats lined the walls, appearing rather rigid. Just as they settled into their seats and fastened their safety belts, they heard footsteps approaching from the cockpit. A young captain, clad in a blue military flight suit adorned with the insignia of a captain, approached. He appeared to be in his early 30s. His face bright with a cheerful smile and his gaze radiating confidence. Hello, esteemed scientists. He boomed, his voice carrying the crispness characteristic of military personnel. I am the captain for this flight, Zhang Wei. Welcome aboard. Zhang Wei. Pei Su repeated, momentarily taken aback, and instinctively blurted out, I know someone with that name. But he's in the Navy. Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang's smile broadened, tinged with an inexplicable pride. Oh, you must be referring to my father. His name is also Zhang Wei, and he is indeed in the Navy, currently serving as a captain in a certain fleet. He paused, his smile deepening further. Not only my father, but my grandfather also bears the name Zhang Wei. He was in the army and participated in numerous intense battles. This revelation left not only Pei Su, but also the eavesdropping Xiaohua and Chun Kei looking astonished. Chun Kei couldn't help but interject, wow. Your family seems to encompass the entire military, land, sea, and air. Is this what you call the Zhang Wei dynasty? Captain Zhang laughed heartily, seemingly accustomed to such remarks. Huh. That's quite the apt description. My grandfather always said that having a common name is grounded and ensures safety. However, our situation is indeed a bit of a coincidence. My grandfather fought his way from the north to the south. My father guards our azure homeland aboard a warship, and now I am taking to the skies. We have truly encompassed all realms of the People's Army. His humorous remarks dissipated much of the heavy tension that had initially permeated the cabin. Even Pei Su, who had been grappling with complex emotions, couldn't help but let her lips curve upward slightly. This is our co-pilot, Wang Wei, Captain Zhang said, gesturing to the silent, yet equally steady-eyed young officer following him. Wang Wei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone, please secure yourselves. We are preparing for departure. The flight path has been approved, and we will fly directly to our destination. There may be some turbulence along the way, being a military aircraft. The comfort level cannot be compared to commercial flights, so I appreciate your understanding. Captain Zhang added, patting the securing strap beside him. If you need anything or feel uncomfortable at any point, please feel free to press the call button. Our journey is not short, so relax and consider this an opportunity for a unique flying experience. With that, he and co-pilot Wang Wei returned to the cockpit. As the cabin door closed, the roar of the engines intensified, deep and powerful, resonating through the aircraft and causing a slight vibration in their chests. The plane began to taxi down the runway, accelerating before lifting off at a steeper angle than that of a commercial airliner, soaring into the clouds. The cityscape outside the window quickly diminished into a checkered pattern before being obscured by clouds. Once the flight stabilized, Captain Zhang seemed to open the communication channel. His voice occasionally emanated from the cabin speakers, announcing landmarks they were flying over or warning of impending turbulence, all delivered in a relaxed and casual tone, interspersed with a few light-hearted quips, clearly a seasoned hand at easing the atmosphere. With him on board, this journey fraught with uncertainty and weighty responsibilities seemed to lighten the psychological burden somewhat. Xiaohua gazed curiously out of the window at the sprawling mountains and desert below, whispering to Chun Kei, the view is far superior to that from a commercial flight. Chun Kei, meanwhile, was fiddling with his noise-canceling headphones, attempting to carve out a quiet space amidst the engine noise. It's certainly better, but it's a bit noisy and bumpy. Zhang Ming had already taken out his notebook, beginning to jot down flight data and sudden bursts of inspiration that might relate to their project. Li Bei closed his eyes, Yet the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated he was not asleep, more so adjusting his state of mind. Wang Qingyu retrieved a book from her bag but had yet to turn a page, her gaze frequently drifting to Pei Su's profile in front of her. Pei Su leaned against the hard seat back, watching the roiling sea of clouds outside. The last fervent instructions from Elder Qin still echoed in her ears. Despair and hope, responsibility and fear intertwined within her heart. She sought to devise a solution to all of it. Yet the method to break the deadlock eluded her. Much like the clouds outside, ever shifting and intangible. After several hours of flight, the scenery outside transitioned from verdant greens to earthy yellows. Eventually yielding to an expanse of undulating gray-brown earth, the Gobi Desert was upon them. Chapter 240. Research-based. The aircraft began its descent, the altitude decreasing, allowing for clearer views of the ground, where wind and sand had carved out deep ravines, and the distant mountains were dusted with a hint of snow. The desolation was vast, imbued with a sense of primal strength. The plane landed smoothly on a military runway. After coming to a halt, the cabin door slowly opened, and a rush of dry, cool air surged into the cabin, carrying the unique dust and desolation of the Gobi. The sunlight poured in unabated, bright to the point of being blinding. At the foot of the ladder, a group awaited, led by a man also in military uniform, his epaulette stars glinting in the sunlight. He appeared to be in his early 40s, tall and sturdy, with a resolute face that bore a hint of an easy smile. As Pei Su descended the ladder and recognized the general's face, she was taken aback. "Old Chu," Pei Su almost exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. "What are you doing here?" This young General Chu Jinhua was indeed known to Pei Su and could be considered an acquaintance. General Chu stepped forward, extending his fist to lightly thump Pei Su's shoulder in a familiar manner. "What am I doing here?" "Well, the old fellows up top thought I was familiar with you, making communication easier, so they tossed me down here to this vast expanse." His tone was casual, laced with self-deprecation, yet a flicker of complex resignation crossed his eyes. Pei Su keenly detected that hint of resignation and pressed further. "Familiar or not, I remember you were a commander in the Beijing military region. It's quite a leap to be assigned to this Gobi base. Come on, admit it, did you make some mistake?" The smile on General Chu's face faded slightly as he waved his hand, signaling the accompanying officers to assist Pei Su's team with their luggage. He then placed an arm around Pei Su's shoulders, guiding her towards a few camouflaged off-road vehicles parked nearby, while lowering his voice. "Let's not mention it. It's quite the injustice, really. A couple of months ago, there was a joint military exercise involving multiple services, right? Our military region was the red team, while the blue team played dirty, utilizing some dubious tactics to take out one of my crucial forward command posts. I was caught off guard and deviated from the exercise plan, directly deploying an electronic warfare unit that technically wasn't within my command chain, but happened to be operating in my defense zone at the time. We retaliated in kind, crippling the Blue Army's command network for the most part." He sighed. "The result? We won the exercise, quite impressively, in fact." In retrospect, the esteemed figure above remarked that while my tactical flexibility is commendable, my overarching perspective and awareness of regulations require enhancement. It seems I have been assigned to this location as the security chief and external liaison officer of the base, under the guise of strengthening my experience. Pei Su listened, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. This reasoning did appear somewhat coincidental. Z501 was under similar circumstances. Chu Jinhua opened the door of an off-road vehicle, ushering Pei Su inside before entering from the other side. He closed the door, effectively muffling the external sounds, and his playful demeanor subdued considerably. He regarded Pei Su with a serious expression, stating, "However, it is for the best, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. To be here, engaged in this significant project, standing at the forefront of history, observing your work and ensuring your safety, is far preferable to being in Kyoto. At least here, I am not confined to an office, and it holds far greater meaning." His gaze drifted towards the window, where the outlines of several low structures shimmered in the heat waves, beyond which lay an endless expanse of desert. Following his line of sight, Pei Su found that the heaviness in her heart, induced by Qin Lao's words and the desolate landscape before her, had somewhat lifted. The military off-road vehicle jostled along the barren terrain, kicking up clouds of yellow dust, trailing a long plume of dust behind. With one hand resting on the steering wheel, Chu Jinhua pointed towards the emerging outlines of buildings outside the window. "Look over there," he called out, his voice clear above the roar of the engine. "That is our future living quarters, the residential area. Everyone refers to it as Gobi Town." As they drew closer, the full scope of the town gradually unfolded. It was far more than a mere town. It resembled a well-equipped miniature city. Uniform 6-story buildings lined the straight roads, all painted in a hue suited to the Gobi environment. Even more astonishing was the presence of a central park, where resilient poplar trees swayed in the wind. And one could even spot a regulation-sized basketball court and soccer field. "What do you think? The scale is beyond imagination, is it not?" Chu Jinhua's tone brimmed with pride. "The planned area spans 20 square kilometers. To construct this town, we mobilized 3 engineering battalions, utilizing 85,000 tons of high-strength cement and 18,000 tons of specialized steel. This does not even account for the underground infrastructure and interior finishing materials. Pei Su gazed at the newly constructed buildings outside, unable to conceal her astonishment. How long has it been since this project commenced? I feel it must not have been long. Chu Jinhua chuckled with satisfaction, skillfully turning the steering wheel onto a dual carriageway. This is our construction speed. From the first shovel of earth to the completion of the main structure. It took merely 72 hours. The workers operated in 3 shifts, with machinery running around the clock. The subsequent interior finishing and equipment installation took another 10 days. Now, look, water supply facilities, substations, sewage treatment plants, and a network center, all are present. As the vehicle traversed the main street of the residential area, a diverse array of people could be seen engaged in various activities. Soldiers in uniforms marched in perfect formation, while civilian staff hurried past in casual attire, and occasionally, one could spot researchers with thick glasses, files tucked under their arms. Most surprisingly, a group of children frolicked on an open space by the street, their laughter infusing a sense of vitality into the otherwise serious military base. Most residents here are associated with the project and their families, Chu Jinhua explained. As you know, in our line of work, many couples operate within this system. Thus, the family quarters are quite full. Security is overseen by a dedicated garrison, patrolling 24 hours a day. So there is little to worry about. The vehicle slowed in front of a building adorned with a sign for the Comprehensive Service Center. At that moment, Pei Su noticed a familiar figure emerging from the building, a vigorous elderly man, the stars on his epaulettes glimmering in the sunlight. This gentleman was none other than Zhang Yutong, the former commander of the Northern Theater Army. Zhang Yutong spotted Pei Su in the vehicle, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise that quickly transformed into a look of warm recognition. He halted, standing still to await Pei Su's descent from the car. Pei Su promptly opened the door and approached him. Commander Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Yutong raised a hand to silence her, giving a hearty pat on her shoulder. His palm sturdy and warm. His gaze lingered on Pei Su's face for a long moment, filled with myriad unspoken emotions, surprise, approval, perhaps even a hint of poignant understanding. Yet, he did not inquire further, instead delivering 2 more firm pats on her shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his lips before he turned to leave. Pei Su stood in place, watching the old man retreat, realizing that Zhang Yutong might have misconstrued her motives for being here, perhaps believing it was solely for Zhang Wan. Yet, that was only part of the truth. There was more to it than just Zhang Wan. Lacking the opportunity to clarify, she resigned herself to silence. Chu Jinhua, observing the interaction, leaned closer and whispered, "The old commander thinks you came here for his granddaughter, doesn't he?" He winked mischievously. "Rest assured, I understand. I see through it, but one tea let on." Pei Su shook her head helplessly, choosing not to respond. Once back in the vehicle, Chu Jinhua drove Pei Su away from the residential area, along a dedicated road leading deeper into the Gobi. The road was flanked by endless wasteland, with only sporadic, drought-resistant plants swaying in the wind. After about 20 minutes, a cluster of uniquely styled buildings appeared on the horizon. Behold, the second section. The core laboratory area, Chu Jinhua introduced. It covers approximately 10 square kilometers. Do not be fooled by its smaller size compared to the residential area. Constructing this was far more challenging. The laboratory area exuded an entirely different atmosphere. Low yet expansive factory-style buildings stretched endlessly, with thick ventilation ducts and specially protected cables visible everywhere, alongside some uniquely designed experimental apparatus scattered across the open spaces. The entire area was enclosed by double-layered barbed wire, and the checkpoint at the entrance was heavily guarded, with sentinels watching with hawk-like vigilance. Building this took a month and a half. Chu Jinhua remarked while presenting his credentials for inspection. It wasn't due to the large volume of work. Rather, the transportation and installation of many high-tech devices were particularly troublesome. Each laboratory is custom-tailored to specific equipment and experimental requirements. The vehicle halted in front of a gray building marked as the Comprehensive Experimental Building. As they entered the lobby, they spotted a familiar figure leaning against the corridor wall, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his brow furrowed. It was Li Mutong, the chair of the academic committee for the Qian Shuesan laboratory. Unlike the spirited image Pei Su remembered, Li Mutong now appeared somewhat weary, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes, even his smoking gesture radiating anxiety. However, upon seeing Pei Su, his eyes brightened immediately, and the frown on his face dissipated significantly, replaced by a look of relief. "Finally, you've arrived." Li Mutong strode over, playfully thumping Pei Su on the chest, his tone considerably lighter. "I was just fretting over discrepancies in the data for those thrusters. Seeing you here has eased my mind by half." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a teasing smile. "So, you couldn't resist chasing after Zhang Wan all the way to this vast Gobi desert?" Pei Su felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words, clearing her throat without confirming or denying. Observing her reaction, Li Mutong chuckled knowingly, patting her shoulder. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Since you're here, settle in. Let Commander Chu help you acclimate to the surroundings. Later, I will introduce you to the key personnel in the laboratory. He gestured in various directions and explained, the personnel composition here is quite complex. We have individuals from the Aerospace Bureau, our Chien Shuesan Laboratory, the Lonka Institute, and top experts from Harbin Institute of Technology, specializing in rocketry. There are more than 20 academicians alone, with over 500 technical backbones across various disciplines. Once you're settled in, we should convene a meeting to familiarize ourselves with one another. After bidding farewell to Li Mutong, Pei Su intended to ask Chu Jinhua to introduce him to his uncle, Li Yong, but upon reflection, he decided that since he had already arrived at the base, there was no rush. Therefore, he continued to follow Chu Jinhua on the tour. Once back in the vehicle, they traveled for a longer duration this time. The scenery of the Gobi Desert grew increasingly desolate, with scarcely any signs of human presence. Eventually, they came upon an expansive isolation zone, where towering watchtowers and barbed wire signified its uniqueness. This is the third section, the testing area. Chu Jinhua's expression turned grave. Covering a total area of 5,000 square kilometers, it is divided into 10 independent testing zones, each spanning 500 square kilometers. Pei Su gazed in astonishment at the boundless Gobi outside the window. 5,000 square kilometers. 10 zones. This implies, Chu Jinhua nodded, his tone serious, yes. It signifies that under extreme conditions, we theoretically possess the capability to conduct 10 large-scale tests simultaneously. Of course, this is merely a theoretical division. The vehicle halted in front of a command post at the entrance of the testing area. A tall, resolute officer adorned with the rank of Major General awaited them. Chu Jinhua approached and saluted, then introduced Pei Su. This is Lei Song, the commander of the Jiangdu military region and the overall head of the entire testing area. Pei Su felt a jolt within. The Jiangdu military region encompasses a vast territory with immense strategic significance. Thus, anyone capable of holding the position of commander, there is certainly no ordinary individual. He noted that Lei Song also held the rank of Major General, equal to Chu Jinhua's, but with evidently greater experience. Lei Song shook Pei Su's hand firmly, his grip strong and his gaze sharp as an eagle. Comrade Pei Su, I have long admired your reputation. I have reviewed the Z501 report. It is indeed impressive. His voice resonated with a robust timbre, imbued with the rugged quality cultivated through years of experience in border regions. Welcome to the testing area. The conditions here are harsh. Yet it is the place where your brilliant ideas can come to fruition. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Jinhua led Pei Su to a lookout tower adjacent to the command post. From the elevated vantage point, the vastness of the testing area was awe-inspiring. Gazing into the distance, one could only discern the horizon distorted by heat waves and the faint outlines of snow-capped mountains far away. Chu Jinhua, looking into the distance, finally broached the main topic, his tone unusually solemn. Pei Su, what I am about to discuss requires you to be mentally prepared. The project we are about to undertake is of unprecedented complexity and scale. He continued, from materials science to propulsion technology, from control theory to energy systems. The breadth of disciplines involved, the variety of coordinating units, and the density of technical challenges are unparalleled. This is not merely a research project. It is a colossal system engineering endeavor, truly one of the largest and most intricate projects in history. He paused, seemingly searching for the right words before slowly articulating. This is genuinely one of the largest and most complex projects ever recorded. We need to overcome thousands of technical challenges within a limited time frame, coordinate hundreds of research units, and mobilize hundreds of thousands of professionals. Moreover, all of this must be conducted under conditions of absolute confidentiality. Pei Su listened quietly, his gaze still fixed on the expansive testing area. Chapter 241. The luxurious team Chu Jinhua escorted Pei Su and his companions back to an apartment building located at the western edge of the living area. The location was relatively secluded, with the building not towering high, only 6 stories. The exterior was similarly drab, blending seamlessly with the Gobi environment. Here it is. Chu Jinhua halted the vehicle and pointed at the building. Considering you are a team accustomed to working and living together, the base has specifically vacated the top 6 apartments for you, one for each of you. The conditions may not compare to those at Lonka University in terms of spaciousness, but it has all the essentials. Though small, it is well equipped. The group ascended the stairs with their modest luggage. Indeed, the interior of the apartment was as Chu Jinhua described, not large, each room approximately 30 square meters, consisting of a spacious studio. It combined a bedroom, living area, small kitchen, and private bathroom, with a remarkably simple decor. The walls were painted a pristine white, the floor covered with durable composite flooring, and the furniture was of the most basic design, yet everything appeared clean and tidy, with all necessary utilities and internet access available. This is quite acceptable, rather clean, Xiaohua remarked as he tossed his backpack onto the single bed by the window and stepped onto the small balcony to gaze outside. The view is good. We can see the Gobi directly. It feels like our building is a border outpost of a small town. Chen Kai had already begun inspecting the network interface and power supply. I wonder what the internet speed is like. It better not hinder my data transfer. Chu Jinhua reassured him. Rest assured, The internet speed here exceeds your expectations. We use not the cables of the three major telecom companies, but those of the defense sector. Upon hearing this, Chen Kai felt reassured. Zhang Ming quietly placed his suitcase in the corner and began meticulously inspecting every corner of the room, seemingly assessing the soundproofing and electromagnetic environment. Li Bei had already hung his few clothing items in the simple wardrobe, his movements brisk as if he were organizing his belongings in the military. Wang Qingyu glanced at the boys' rooms, slightly furrowing her brow, but saying nothing, merely placing her and Pei Su's luggage in order. Pei Su's room was at the end of the corridor, laid out similarly to the others. He opened the balcony door, and a dry breeze instantly rushed in. Looking out, he noticed that there was almost no obstruction behind the apartment building. A simple gravel road stretched into the distance, and at its end, the outlines of the low buildings in the laboratory area were faintly visible. Chu Zhenhua was correct. It was indeed convenient to reach the laboratory from here. Let's tidy up briefly, Pei Su suggested to his companions. Check if we need any living essentials. We can head to the service center in the town later. I've heard there's quite a sizable supermarket there. At this moment, Wang Qingyu approached, holding a town layout map and a shopping list she had just received from the service center downstairs. She softly informed Pei Su, I took a look earlier, and it seems the base only provided bedding and a toiletry kit. I bought some items in advance, but it seems insufficient, like slippers, hangers, and cups for drinking water. Shall we go to the supermarket now? It would also be a good opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Pei Su checked the time. It was still early, so he nodded in agreement. All right, let's go. The supermarket in the Gobi town was far larger than they had anticipated, with a wide variety of goods available, ranging from fresh produce to daily necessities, and even a small appliance section and bookstore, evidently catering to the long-term living needs of the base personnel. Although prices were slightly higher than outside, they remained within an acceptable range. Wang Qingyu pushed the shopping cart, meticulously selecting items against the list. Pei Su followed beside her, occasionally assisting her in retrieving items from higher shelves. The supermarket was not crowded, but the atmosphere was peculiar. Young soldiers in military uniforms were shopping for daily necessities. Researchers in lab coats wandered while discussing formulas, and family members accompanied children to buy snacks. Everyone seemed hurried, as if time were exceptionally precious here. Just as Wang Qingyu bent down to select towels, a conversation emerged from the nearby shelf between two women dressed in casual but competent attire. Manager Zhang is pushing hard, insisting that the simulated data does not match and that our team must complete the review of all parameters in Zone 3 by tonight. Sigh. Manager Zhang has always been strict, but it's understandable. The propulsion module she oversees is crucial, and there can be no room for error. Indeed, I've heard she hasn't slept much in days. Manager Zhang. Wang Qingyu paused momentarily, towel in hand, instinctively raising her gaze. Pei Su also heard the conversation, his eyes subtly shifting. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Qingyu approached the two women selecting coffee and politely inquired, Excuse me, may I interrupt? Are you referring to Engineer Zhang Wan from the Qianshuesan laboratory? One of the short-haired women glanced at Wang Qingyu, then at Pei Su behind her, and nodded. Yes. That's Engineer Zhang Wan. Who are you? We are newly arrived researchers for the project, Wang Qingyu explained. I know Engineer Zhang from before. Oh, newcomers. That makes sense. The woman acknowledged with a nod. Engineer Zhang is over in the lab building. If you wish to see her, you'll need to schedule an appointment. She has been exceedingly busy lately. There was a hint of envy in her tone. Thank you, Wang Qingyu replied, returning to her shopping cart, silently placing the towel inside. Throughout the subsequent shopping, she appeared somewhat distracted. She had believed herself prepared, yet upon confirming that Zhang Wan was indeed present and seemingly busy in the nearby laboratory, an inexplicable sense of crisis and anxiety quietly spread within her. Stealing a glance at Pei Su, who was intently examining a box of tea, she noticed his profile illuminated by the bright supermarket lights, calm and focused. Did he know Zhang Wan was here? To what extent had he come for the project? And how much was for her? Wang Qingyu's thoughts tumbled chaotically, her fingers unconsciously squeezing a packet of laundry detergent, oblivious to the fact that the packaging was crumpling. Qingyu? Pei Su's voice snapped her back to reality. You only need one bag of laundry detergent. You've picked up two. Huh. Oh right. Wang Qingyu hurriedly returned the extra bag to the shelf, her cheeks slightly flushed. After checking out, the two of them carried several large bags back. The setting sun over the Gobi Desert cast elongated shadows, and the breeze felt cooler than before. You heard them mention Zhang Wan, didn't you? Wang Qingyu finally succumbed to her curiosity and asked softly, her eyes fixed on the ground, now tinged with gold and crimson. Pei Su continued walking, his tone nonchalant. Yes. I heard. His overly calm response left Wang Qingyu at a loss for words. She mumbled a reply and fell silent. Upon returning to the apartment, Wang Qingyu busied herself in the communal kitchen, unpacking the ingredients she had brought and those she had just purchased, preparing a simple dinner. Chopping vegetables, washing rice, and simmering soup, her movements were deft and quiet. The aroma of food gradually filled the kitchen, lending a touch of warmth and homeliness to this temporary refuge. Xiaohua peeked into the kitchen, dramatically inhaling. Wow. Qingyu, Your cooking skills are impressive. It smells amazing. We're in for a treat. Chen Kai also set down his guitar to take a look. Finally, we want tea have to eat from the cafeteria or instant noodles every day. Even Zhang Ming emerged from his room, adjusting his glasses as he observed the bubbling pot and remarked, the nutritional balance seems quite commendable. Pei Su intended to help, but was gently pushed back by Wang Qingyu. No need. It'll be ready soon. Just wait to eat. Her tone had returned to its usual softness, yet Pei Su sensed a hint of something different in her demeanor, as if she were harboring unspoken concerns. Dinner was simple, 3 dishes and a soup, but the flavors were delightful. Everyone sat around 2 tables pushed together, eating in silence. Having left the familiar Dragon Science and Technology University laboratory for this entirely unfamiliar land, burdened with immense secrets and pressures, each person felt the weight of their thoughts. And the atmosphere was less lively than usual. As soon as they finished eating, a knock echoed from the door. Chu Jinhua's voice called from outside. Pei Su, are you ready? I'm taking you to the lab for a meeting to meet everyone. Pei Su opened the door to find Chu Jinhua standing there in his crisp military uniform, looking energetic. So soon? Pei Su was taken aback. We just finished eating. Time waits for no one. Pei the great scientist, Chu Jinhua chuckled. Several team leaders are waiting over there. This project is of utmost importance. So there's little flexibility in the schedule. Pei Su glanced back at his companions, who all nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness. All right, let us go, Pei Su said. Then recalled a question. But Brother Chu, we just arrived and don't have a vehicle. It's quite a distance to the laboratory area. Is there any transportation available in town? Or a shuttle? A mysterious smile appeared on Chu Jinhua's face as he waved them to follow him. He led Pei Su and the others downstairs to an open space behind the apartment building. There, 2 ruggedly designed military off-road vehicles were parked side by side. Their bodies were adorned in Gobi camouflage, with high chassis and wide tires, exuding a sense of power. Here, this will be your transportation from now on, Chu Jinhua said, patting the hood of one vehicle, which emitted a deep sound. Fuel is available in the vehicles. You can fill up at the base S gas station. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he approached, touching the cold, sturdy exterior of the vehicle. Wow, is this a 3rd-generation Marauder? This car is stunning. Chen Kai also curiously examined it. This vehicle looks expensive. Is the base really this generous with vehicles? Chu Jinhua chuckled, lowering his voice to Pei Su. Pei Su, take a closer look at this vehicle. Does it seem familiar? Pei Su's heart stirred as he stepped forward for a closer inspection. He noticed the vehicle's body panels appeared different from ordinary steel. The sound produced when tapped was slightly dull, suggesting a composite material quality. The thickness of the windows was also unusual. This material quality resonated with Pei Su's thoughts. Chu Jinhua leaned closer and spoke in a tone audible only to the 2 of them. Indeed, these 2 vehicles incorporate some of the technology from that 5th-generation defense military vehicle you developed earlier. Although they are the most basic versions and have been simplified for cost control and civilian adaptation. The core carbon fiber composite armor and non-Newtonian fluid energy absorption layers have been utilized. They weigh about 30% less than standard military vehicles of the same class. But their defensive capabilities, well, you know, they could save your life in critical moments. Pei Su understood immediately. So that was it. The technology he had developed was reflected back to him in this manner. It felt rather peculiar to realize that the defensive military vehicle he had designed would ultimately be applied to himself. This sensation was extraordinarily fascinating. The safety was assured. And due to the new materials, the vehicles were lighter, with better fuel efficiency and maneuverability compared to ordinary off-road vehicles. Chu Jinhua resumed his normal volume. Perfect for you to traverse this area. It'll be much easier to move between the laboratory, living area, and possibly even to the edge of the experimental zone in the future. Fantastic, Xiaohua exclaimed, eagerly opening the driver's door and settling into the seat. This beats cramming into a shuttle any day. Chen Kai quickly opened the passenger door. Careful driving. Hua, this is the Gobi Desert. Don't tip over. Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and Wang Qingyu then climbed into the second vehicle, with Li Bei at the wheel. The engines roared to life, deep and powerful. The 2 off-road vehicles left the living area, merging once more into the dusk of the Gobi, speeding along the dedicated road leading to the brightly lit core of the research area. The night in the laboratory zone contrasted sharply with the tranquility of the living area. Many buildings remained brightly illuminated, and the low hum of large equipment could be faintly heard. Armed sentinels alternated between fixed posts and patrols, vigilantly watching their surroundings. At the entrance to a medium-sized conference room within the integrated laboratory building, Chu Jinhua halted. He adjusted his military uniform collar and addressed Pei Su and the others. This is the place. The room was filled with technical leaders and key figures from various fields, some of whom had distinctly strong personalities, so be prepared. He pushed open the door to the conference room. In an instant, the previously buzzing discussions ceased, and dozens of eyes collectively turned towards the entrance, focusing on Pei Su and his team behind him. The conference room was brightly lit, and the elongated oval table was nearly filled with attendees. Among them were an elderly academic with graying hair and thick glasses, as well as a serious middle-aged expert dressed in aerospace uniform. There were sharp-eyed technical leaders from major research institutes, and a few relatively younger, yet equally formidable research backbone figures. The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, imbued with curiosity, scrutiny, and anticipation. Various complex emotions intertwined within those gazes, weighing heavily on Pei Su and his team. Taking a deep breath, Pei Su straightened his back and stepped forward to meet the gaze of everyone in the room. Please take a seat here. Chu Jinhua pointed to the first position on the left in the front row of the conference room. Chapter 242. The most luxurious configuration in the world. The room was so quiet one could hear the deep hum of the air conditioning system. Dozens of eyes, like searchlights, focused on the doorway, landing on Pei Su and his exceedingly youthful team behind him. Curiosity, examination, expectation, and a hint of barely perceptible skepticism collided silently in the air. Pei Su sensed the subtle intake of breath from Xiaohua behind him, Chun Kei's instinctive adjustment of his glasses, Zhang Ming's calm scan of the room, Li Bei's suddenly straighter posture, and the faint sound of Wang Qingyu inhaling. He himself took a deep breath, absorbing the weight of those gazes as strength, straightening his spine. His expression neutral, and walked inside. Chu Jinhua gestured again. You will sit here. He indicated the first position on the left in the front row. This position typically signified importance, attention, or the need to speak first. Pei Su's steps were resolute as he sat in that spot. Xiaohua, Chun Kei, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and Wang Qingyu took their seats in the second row behind him. This action intensified the already focused gazes in the conference room, adding a layer of inquiry. The front row was predominantly occupied by elderly gentlemen and composed middle-aged experts, making Pei Su's youthful visage stand out starkly among them. A few middle-aged experts seated further back, unfamiliar with Pei Su's background, instinctively furrowed their brows, their expressions revealing a mix of confusion and mild disbelief. Their meaning was clear. The world values hierarchy and seniority. Who is this young man? What qualifications does he have to occupy that seat? However, before their doubts could fully manifest on their faces, nearby colleagues whispered reminders. It's Pei Su, the one from Lonka University? Yes, Z501. Oh, it's him. That made sense. After a few hushed exchanges, the skeptical looks swiftly transformed into curiosity. A person's name carries their shadow. Pei Su's nearly legendary past achievements became the most formidable passport for his presence here. The conference room soon returned to silence. Though the undercurrents in the air became more palpable, Chu Jinhua took a seat beside the main position and quietly spoke to the stern-faced officer. Adorned with a major general's insignia, seated at the head of the table. This officer was Lei Song, the commander of the Jiangdu military district and one of the highest authorities at this base. Lei Song nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as he scanned the room. He did not speak immediately, instead allowing his eyes to linger on each face, as if confirming something or gathering strength. When his gaze passed over Pei Su, it paused for half a second. Finally, Lei Song addressed the assembly. His voice resonated, powerful and steady, with a metallic quality that echoed clearly throughout the quiet room. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered here today, some as old friends, some as new faces. However, the sole reason for our presence is clear. The nation requires it, and history has chosen us. Without a lengthy preamble, he cut to the heart of the matter. We are about to initiate a project referred to as the Lunar Palace, which is known to you all as the Secondary Nuclear Deterrence Program. Lei Song's tone was measured, yet each word struck like a hammer in the hearts of the attendees. The objectives, significance, and potential controversies and consequences of this project, I trust you are all well aware of before signing the confidentiality agreements and volunteer forms. I will not reiterate them here. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle in each person's mind. Today's meeting has only one core agenda: division of labor and resource allocation. The silence in the room was palpable, with everyone instinctively straightening their backs. According to the overall plan, the Lunar Palace project must be subdivided into 10 relatively independent, yet closely interconnected technological systems, advancing research concurrently. Lei Song's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable decisiveness. However, we must confront reality. Resources, be they human, material, financial, or the most precious of all, time, are limited. They cannot be evenly distributed. His gaze sharpened. Thus, I must state a potentially harsh but necessary truth. The 10 technological systems correspond to the 10 experimental zones at our base. The level of core resources allocated to each zone will vary. The criteria for allocation will be based on a comprehensive evaluation of each unit's and core leader's technological achievements, past results, and breakthrough potential in key challenges within their respective systems. He surveyed the crowd, his tone heavy. This means that the first zone will receive the highest priority in resource allocation, while the 10th zone will receive only the most basic support. However, Lei Song's tone shifted, rising in intensity. I must also assure you all that even the 10th ranked zone will command a total resource volume and level of support that far exceeds any known single research project in the world. The nation has poured all its efforts into the Lunar Palace. This statement underscored the harshness of competition while providing everyone with a fundamental confidence. The entire technical framework of the Lunar Palace project requires collaboration across 3 levels of units. Lei Song continued to outline the structure. First, the technical responsible units, represented by those of you present, will tackle core technological challenges. Second, the units providing human, material, and financial support will be unified under military oversight. I, Lei Song, represent the military here and pledge to you all that logistical issues will not delay your work by even a fraction of a second. Third, the Aerospace Bureau will serve as a strategic partner, offering necessary aerospace technical support and data sharing. He paused briefly to pick up a document before him. Now, I announce the list of technical responsible units for the 10 experimental zones. The air in the conference room tensed to its utmost limit. Everyone held their breath. For the first zone, the technical responsible unit is Lei Song's voice was steady and powerful, Lonka Institute. This outcome was anticipated by many. As the nation's premier academic institution, Lonka Institute, with its profound heritage and vast pool of talent, was undeniably suited to undertake the most critical and resource-demanding first zone. The 3 individuals seated in the middle of the front row stood up in unison. The central figure, impeccably groomed, with wise and gentle eyes, was Pei Su's uncle, Leon. To his left was a middle-aged female academic with gold-rimmed glasses and a competent demeanor, Zhang Xiaojing. To his right was an elderly gentleman with completely white hair. A gaunt appearance, yet vibrant spirit, academician Zhao Suitang. Leon, representing his colleagues, slightly bowed to the audience. His gaze swept across the attendees, and upon locking eyes with Pei Su, he subtly nodded before speaking with unwavering composure. The Lonka Institute will undoubtedly exert every effort to fulfill the nation's trust and honor the resources provided by the First District. We shall let our achievements speak for themselves. His tone was calm, yet it resonated with an undeniable determination and strength. The crowd nodded solemnly, with no dissenting voices. This was a recognition of the Lonka Institute's capabilities and a mark of respect for their commitment. At that moment, an expert from a National Materials Research Institute, wearing thick glasses, raised his hand. After receiving a nod from Lei Song, he stood and voiced his concern. Commander Lei, I have a question. I noticed that there are clearly more than 10 representatives from various technical units present. However, the experimental zone consists of only 10 areas, and as you mentioned, the core resources will be allocated according to these 10 regions. This implies that some technical units will inevitably be unable to take the lead. How should these units be positioned? Their strength and wisdom are equally indispensable. His question echoed the sentiments of many, and several representatives from unmentioned units displayed expressions of concern. Lei Song appeared prepared for this inquiry. He nodded, signaling the expert to sit down, then elaborated. That is an excellent question. Those technical units, not formally listed among the top 10, will automatically become flexible technical support units. They are free to join any research team in the designated areas, contributing their expertise, or they may choose to assist with specific challenges in a particular zone based on their specializations. Their contributions will also be documented and are equally vital. The Guanghan Palace project requires the collective intelligence and strength of the nation. There is no room for idle resources. This arrangement was both reasonable and ensured a focused core while avoiding the waste of talent and resources. The questioning expert nodded, a look of reassurance crossing his face as he returned to his seat. At this level, in a project of national significance, individual and organizational accolades had indeed been set aside. The success of the project was the singular goal. As Lei Song continued to announce the technical units responsible for each district, he declared for the second district, the Qianshuesan Laboratory. Li Mutong, seated third on the right, took a deep breath, adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar from the busyness, and stood with solemnity. The usual hint of irreverence and jest on his face vanished, replaced by absolute seriousness and focus. The Qianshuesan Laboratory will undertake the technical tasks for the second district. His voice was clear and resolute. On behalf of all my colleagues at the laboratory, I vow to mobilize every ounce of wisdom to overcome all obstacles. And we shall not betray the resources of the second district, nor the trust of our nation. His gaze swept the room, lingering for a moment on Pei Su, conveying encouragement and a determination to fight alongside. The audience nodded solemnly once more. The prowess of the Qianshuesan Laboratory in aerospace propulsion and cutting-edge theories was universally acknowledged. For the third district, the technical responsible unit was Harbin Institute of Technology. A tall, dignified old scholar with a resolute gaze, Wang Hongzhe, stood. He was a national treasure and an authority across all fields. Harbin Institute of Technology will not shirk its responsibilities. Wang Hongzhe proclaimed with the characteristic boldness and sincerity of Northeasterners. Rest assured, comrades and our nation, we will stretch every penny of the third district's resources, exerting 200% effort to deliver results. The audience nodded solemnly, a silent trust transferring among them. For the fourth district, the technical responsible unit was the Aerospace Bureau's Physics Research Institute. The Bureau's director, alongside an elderly yet vigorous colleague, stood. The director spoke gravely. On behalf of the Aerospace Bureau, along with Old Yao, we assure you all that we will shoulder the responsibilities of the fourth district. We will provide personnel and data as needed, ensuring no mishaps occur. The solemn nodding continued. Each declaration, each rising figure, each promise infused the conference room with a weighty and resolute force. There was no clamor, no applause, only a nearly tragic collective will that set aside all personal gains and losses. As Lei Song continued to announce the technical units for the 5th through 9th districts, the atmosphere remained heavy with solemnity. Every name represented a formidable research team, each embodying a significant research direction while bearing a weighty national responsibility. Finally, it came to the last unit. Lei Song's voice paused momentarily, a rare stillness enveloping the room. He lifted his glass and took a sip of water, this subtle action intensifying the already taut atmosphere. All eyes turned to the young figure at the front, laden with curiosity regarding who would be assigned to the 10th district. Despite its foundational support level, after a brief moment of contemplation that felt prolonged, Lei Song slowly set down his glass, raised his gaze, and clearly articulated a name that was unfamiliar to the vast majority present. The 10th district's technical unit is Lonka University, Suhua Technology. Suhua Technology? Who is that? I've never heard of this unit. Is it a newly established key laboratory? Is it affiliated with Lonka University? No recollection of it. A murmur of suppressed discussion rippled through the conference room. Confusion, bewilderment, and even a touch of disorientation exchanged among the crowd. This name was indeed too foreign to those esteemed individuals from national research institutes and top-tier university laboratories present. In the midst of this hushed speculation, Pei Su, seated in the front row at the far left, rose slowly yet resolutely. Following his lead, his colleagues, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and Wang Qingyu, stood as if responding to a call to arms. The 6 young individuals formed a line, their youthful faces radiating unwavering determination and courage. Pei Su surveyed the room, greeting the looks of disbelief that gradually transformed into astonishment and realization. He spoke clearly and steadily, exuding a composure and strength beyond his years. Lonka University, Suhua Technology, is undertaking the technical tasks for the 10th district. He paused, and the 5 behind him seemed to share a silent understanding, simultaneously declaring, "We shall exert our utmost effort to honor every ounce of resource support from the 10th district, employing every bit of strength to achieve the results we are destined to deliver." In that moment, the conference room fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, everyone comprehended. Suhua Technology, Pei Su Su, and Xiao Hua. This was their team's own moniker. Indeed, this young team, centered around Pei Su, despite being affiliated with Lonka University, had already established itself as a formidable technical unit. They possessed independent, astonishing research and development capabilities and accomplishments. So it was him. That made sense. While the overall scale, personnel count, and legacy of Suhua Technology could not compare with the giants of the preceding 9 districts, who could overlook the fact that this team included Pei Su. With Pei Su at the helm, Suhua Technology was undoubtedly qualified to claim its rightful place. Even some felt that assigning Pei Su's team to the 10th district was somewhat of an underestimation. Given his capabilities, he should be entrusted with a more central role. Before long, someone initiated a soft yet rhythmic applause, which quickly spread throughout the room, resonating with appreciation. The applause was not intended to congratulate them on acquiring dominance over a certain region. On the contrary, at such a moment, becoming the technical authority of a region implies a deeper entanglement of one's name with a project that could potentially carry a lasting stigma. This signifies a more direct confrontation with the tempest of public scrutiny, shouldering unimaginable controversy and pressure. The applause was a token of respect, acknowledgement, solace, and a sentiment of succession. For the seasoned experts and academicians, whose average age far exceeds that of Pei Su's team, the courage and responsibility displayed by these young individuals, who knowingly ventured into the jaws of danger, warranted this ovation. Pei Su and his team members bowed slightly in gratitude before calmly taking their seats. Their faces bore no signs of triumph, only the weight of newfound responsibility. As the applause subsided, Lei Song's gaze fell upon Pei Su once more, this time revealing an unmistakable expectation. Pei Su, Lei Song pronounced his name directly, his voice steady yet imbued with unprecedented gravity, from Region 1 to Region 9. Your research endeavors must closely collaborate with military support departments and the Aerospace Agency, adhering to necessary procedural norms. However, your Region 10 is different. You, Pei Su, have repeatedly performed miracles. Initially, you sketched the blueprints for the 8th-generation fighter during your college entrance examination. Subsequently, you transformed a Ferrari into a 5th-generation military defense vehicle. Later, you produced a small 8th-generation aircraft, and then a tank. Time and again, you have demonstrated that a genius's mindset can transcend conventions, forging paths that none could anticipate. The Guanghan Palace project requires such unconventional force, a seed capable of engendering transformation. Leaning slightly forward, Lei Song's gaze locked onto Pei Su with palpable intensity. Each word pronounced with clarity. Now, in my capacity as the highest authority of the base, I formally declare the technical unit of Region 10, Suhua Technology, will possess the highest execution and independent operational authority during the execution of the Guanghan Palace project. You need not seek prior approval from military support departments or engage in cumbersome procedural appointments with agencies like the Aerospace Bureau. When faced with challenges, you hold the authority to make immediate decisions. Any necessary resources, provided the base can supply them, will receive priority and unconditional support. The declaration sent shockwaves throughout the room. Even the seasoned academicians in the front row, accustomed to tumultuous situations, displayed expressions of disbelief. The highest execution and independent operational authority. Such privileges within a vast, meticulous, and nationally classified project were nearly unimaginable. This effectively carved out a high-freedom experimental ground for Pei Su's team within a tightly regulated framework. Ignoring the subtle stirrings in the room, Lei Song's gaze remained fixed on Pei Su, his voice resonant like a bell. Pei Su, I, along with all who care for this project and the future of our nation, eagerly anticipate your ability to create new miracles on this unprecedented stage. All eyes once again gravitated towards the young figure who had just taken his seat, now burdened with unimaginable pressure and expectations. The phrase highest execution and independent operational authority resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring enormous ripples in each person's heart. Is there envy? Perhaps a smidgen. To be granted nearly unrestricted freedom of action within such an extensive, meticulous, and highly classified national project is a dream coveted by countless researchers. It signifies liberation from numerous cumbersome procedural approvals and interdepartmental wrangling, allowing one to devote their entire energy to the core challenges. Yet more than that, there is a sense of awe, a release, and even a recognition that this is as it should be. No one raised objections, nor did anyone perceive it as unfair. The reason is simple. Seated there was Pei Su. The outside world may know little of his achievements, or perhaps only by name. But all present were figures standing at the pinnacle of their respective fields, well-informed and fully aware of the terrifying significance behind those accomplishments. The fifth-generation military defense vehicle technology that transformed Army equipment concepts, its core materials science and structural design principles remain incompletely grasped by several leading materials research institutes, which are still organizing experts for reverse engineering and in-depth analysis. The small 8th-generation aircraft prototype, whose performance parameters have unsettled even established aerospace powers, reportedly originated from sketches he casually drew in high school. This transcends the realm of genius, bordering on the extraordinary. Then there is the Z501, a behemoth that has propelled surface speed to astonishing heights. Each of these achievements is not mere rhetoric, but rather tangible breakthroughs that have reshaped certain fields. His cognitive patterns and capacity for innovation have been repeatedly validated through extraordinary feats. Imposing conventional constraints upon him would be a disservice to such innate talent. In the context of the Guanghan Palace project, which pertains to national destiny and even the trajectory of human civilization, what is needed is precisely this capacity to defy norms and conjure miracles. What Lei Song offered him was not privilege, but rather a sword capable of cutting through thorns to reach the core, along with absolute trust in wielding that sword. Pei Su sat quietly in his chair, absorbing the myriad complex gazes directed at him from behind and around, yet his mind seemed to drift elsewhere. His eyes traversed past the elderly academicians engaged in hushed conversations to the right side of the conference room, where the Qian Shuesan laboratory team was located. There, beside Li Mu Tang, sat a girl, clad in a fitted black leather jacket that accentuated her fair complexion. Her long hair was simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a graceful neck. Her posture was upright, embodying a distinct diligence typical of researchers. Yet her brows bore a newfound sharpness and competence compared to years past. Unlike others who whispered amongst themselves, she sat quietly, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly against the cover of her notebook. As if sensing a connection, she glanced over just as Pei Su looked her way. Their eyes met. The din of voices, the sound of chairs shifting, and the muted discussions in the conference room seemed to be muted in that instant. Time appeared to reverse, or perhaps overlap at that moment. The initial encounter in the library years ago, their shared discussions. The unsaid yet clear sentiments hidden within formulas and data flowed silently between them in that gaze. A barely perceptible smile curved Pei Su's lips. Zhang Wan's bright eyes momentarily flashed with surprise, quickly softening into a gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze stirring ripples across a lake. She gave a slight nod. A silent greeting. In this bustling conference room, heavy with mission, their exchanged smiles felt ephemeral, yet profoundly real. Eventually, the meeting concluded, and the crowd began to surge toward the exit. Pei Su rose, and his team members promptly gathered around him. Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and Wang Qingyu. At the same time, several other groups converged. His uncle, Li Yong, along with academician Zhang Xiaojing from the Lonka Institute and academician Zhao Suitang approached. Li Mu Tang from the Qian Shuesan laboratory also came over with his companions, and Zhang Wan was naturally among them. Mr. Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology ambled over with a smile, while Chu Jinhua also made his way around from the main seat. his face adorned with a grin that suggested he was relishing the spectacle. In an instant, the area near the conference room door was abuzz with familiar faces. Li Yong gazed at Pei Su, his eyes revealing a blend of concern, pride, and a subtle hint of anxiety. Yet, he refrained from saying much, simply giving his nephew's shoulder a firm pat. Do well, he encouraged. Li Mutong leaned closer to Pei Su, winking and lowering his voice. Well done, Pei Su. With the highest authority now, you can truly unleash your potential. He paused, gesturing subtly with his chin towards Zhang Wan, who stood slightly behind him. There. I've brought you the person, the rest is up to you. Pei Su nodded at his uncle and Li Mutong, but his gaze ultimately settled on Zhang Wan. She stood half a step behind Li Mutong, the light reflecting gently off her black leather jacket. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, hinting at shyness. Yet her bright eyes met his with courage. After a time apart, she had shed her youthful innocence, gaining a touch of maturity and confidence, while her unique blend of calmness and determination stood out even more distinctly. The surrounding noise of chatter and the gazes of elders and peers seemed to fade away for Pei Su. He navigated through the crowd, approaching Zhang Wan, close enough to catch the subtle fragrance that enveloped her. His voice was soft, imbued with the warmth of long-lost familiarity. It's been a while. Will you walk with me? Let us talk. Zhang Wan lifted her gaze to meet his, observing the sharper contours of his face, the stillness of his eyes that now seemed to bear the weight of more experiences. The blush on her face deepened slightly, but without hesitation, she nodded gently, a smile curving her lips. All right. Without further words, the two seemed to share an innate understanding as they walked side by side through the throng, leaving behind the clamor and the multitude of eyes for the corridor outside the conference room. As they turned to leave, Wang Qingyu, a member of Pei Su's team, felt a sudden shadow fall over her expression. She had stood quietly, watching Pei Su approach Zhang Wan, noting their unspoken familiarity and the ease with which they departed together. Her slender fingers instinctively gripped the hem of her clothing, the pressure turning her knuckles pale. She lowered her head slightly, long lashes casting shadows over her cheeks as she sought to conceal the surge of bitterness and disappointment within her. This subtle shift in her demeanor might have gone unnoticed by Pei Su, or perhaps he was too preoccupied to care. Yet it did not escape the keen eyes of Xiaohua, who observed the scene unfold. Xiaohua watched Pei Su and Zhang Wan's retreating figures, then glanced at Wang Qingyu, who remained with her head bowed. His heart felt heavy with understanding. He raked a hand through his perpetually tousled curls, muttering to himself. Pei Gu, truly, what a delightful dilemma. He recognized Wang Qingyu's feelings for Pei Su, which had been evident over the years they spent together in the team, although no one had dared to voice it. Now, with Zhang Wan's appearance and their evident bond, it was clear that Qingyu's heart must be heavy. Xiaohua, being a loyal friend, felt it was unkind to allow Wang Qingyu to linger in a place where she would witness Pei Su's departure with another, causing her distress. He needed to usher away the others who thrived on gossip, to avoid an awkward atmosphere. With that thought, he cleared his throat and deliberately adopted a casual tone as he addressed Chen Kai, Zhang Ming, Li Bei, and Wang Qingyu. Well, the meeting seems to have wrapped up, and Pei Gu likely won't be back anytime soon. Let us not linger here, it's rather dull. How about we head back to the apartment, and see if there's anything left to tidy up? Qingyu, didn't you mention you still needed to buy some household supplies? Perhaps we could swing by the supermarket on the way? As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Chun Quebec. Chun Kai was quick to respond. Yes, let us head back. I still have a few data packets to download. Zhang Ming adjusted his glasses, nodding impassively. I require a quiet environment to recalibrate the research path for Area 10. Li Bei succinctly added, let us go. Wang Qingyu raised her head, attempting to muster a smile, though it appeared somewhat forced. She softly replied, all right, let us go back. Xiaohua noticed her struggle and sighed inwardly, promptly rallying the group to surround Wang Qingyu as they departed in the opposite direction from Pei Su and Zhang Wan. Outside the conference room, a few familiar faces observed the scene with varying expressions. Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe leaned casually against the wall, both researchers by nature and somewhat reserved. They exchanged a knowing smile and a shake of their heads, communicating silently. Chu Jinhua approached, intrigued. Hands crossed over his chest as he watched Pei Su and Zhang Wan disappear down the corridor, then glanced at Wang Qingyu, who was being escorted away by Xiaohua. A playful smile danced on his lips. Lowering his voice, he remarked to Li Yong, who would have thought, our young genius, Pei Su, entrusted with such responsibilities, also possesses a colorful personal life? This triangular relationship appears rather intricate. Li Mutong, as Zhang Wan's direct superior and an old friend of Pei Su, felt a mix of emotions. He rubbed his nose, offering a wry smile. Oh, Chu, please refrain from fanning the flames. Pei Su and Xiao Wan have known each other since their days at Lonka University and have always maintained a good rapport. As for that Wang Qingyu, she is a core member of Pei Su's team, exceptionally capable. Matters of youth are beyond our comprehension, and we ought not to meddle. Wang Hongzhe shot Li Mutong a sideways glance. Who are you calling old, young man? Perhaps you should consider your own age before speaking. Li Mutong chuckled sheepishly, acknowledging that he indeed fell short of Wang Hongzhe's years. Wang Hongzhe, not holding a grudge, grinned. In my view, this is entirely natural. Pei Su is a remarkable individual, not only in research but also possessing a unique allure in life. It's no surprise. It simply indicates he is a young man with depth, not just a machine focused solely on research. Having a few worries makes him more relatable. Chu Jinhua laughed heartily in agreement. Wang is right. No matter how brilliant a genius, they are still human, experiencing the full range of emotions. I find it quite amusing. In the conference room, he faced a multitude of seasoned experts and the immense responsibilities bestowed upon him without flinching, as steady as a mountain. Yet, in turning for a woman, he becomes decisively straightforward. As the group shared their musings, down the corridor, a sprightly figure clad in an old-fashioned military uniform approached, none other than Zhang Yutong, the former commander of the Northern Theater. He had come to escort his granddaughter, Zhang Wan, home. Upon nearing, he scanned the area, failing to spot Zhang Wan, and turned directly to Li Yong. Li Yong, have you seen our little Wan? The meeting has concluded. Yet she hasn't emerged. Li Yong, amused by Zhang Yutong's inquiring gaze, maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, Elder Zhang, she just left with Pei Su, saying they would go for a walk and talk. Zhang Yutong paused, momentarily taken aback. Then his usually stern face broke into an unmistakable smile. Wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softening with joy. Went out with Pei Su? For a walk and a chat? He repeated, his tone laced with delight. Splendid. Splendid. I see. He exclaimed several splendid remarks, his smile broadening as if he had won a grand prize. With a hearty pat on Li Yong's arm, he nodded to Chu Jinhua, Li Mutong, and Wang Hongzhe as a form of greeting, then turned away, his spirits lifted, almost forgetting to wait for his granddaughter to return home. Watching Zhang Yutong leave with a cheerful demeanor, Chu Jinhua couldn't help but smile again. He turned to Li Yong and Li Mutong, saying, well, it seems that old Zhang is eager for his granddaughter to converse more with Pei Su. The three exchanged knowing glances, each revealing a shared understanding through their smiles. The clamor of the conference room was firmly sealed behind the heavy fire door, leaving the corridor in sudden tranquility. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the expansive passageway, adorned with military green carpeting, creating an oddly jarring contrast. The corridor's windows remained uncovered, allowing the crisp moonlight of the Gobi Desert to mingle with the distant, sporadic lights of nearby buildings, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The air still retained the earthy scent of dust scorched by the sun during the day, mixed with the faint aroma of freshly painted walls and cement. The two walked side by side, and for a moment, neither dared to break the silence. Pei Su could hear the slight quickening of his own heartbeat as he turned to observe the profile of the girl beside him. The black leather jacket accentuated her slender yet strong shoulders, while her ponytail swayed gently with each step, a few rebellious strands brushing against her ear. Her expression, obscured in the interplay of light and shadow, remained familiar, marked by a calm determination that was unmistakably clear. His mind raced with countless thoughts and questions. How have you fared these years? Has work been smooth? What brought you to this project? Have you thought of him? Yet. These sentiments tumbled in his throat, ultimately emerging as the simplest and most mundane inquiry. How have you been lately? His voice resonated distinctly in the quiet corridor. Zhang Wan did not pause her stride nor respond immediately. Instead, she retrieved a slender box of cigarettes and a silver lighter from her leather jacket pocket. With practiced ease, she pulled out a cigarette, placing it between her lips. The soft flick of the lighter ignited a blue flame, illuminating her lowered brows and the slight pout of her lips as she lit the cigarette. She inhaled deeply before exhaling a plume of grayish smoke that curled and danced in the moonlight, mingling with the subtle scent of her perfume. As for me, she finally spoke, her voice cutting through the haze with a hint of self-deprecation, or perhaps a candid admission. It may not be as splendid as you imagine, nor as glamorous as it appears to others. I smoke, I stay up late, I curse when stressed, I can be obstinate, and at times, I lack compassion. Pei Su, I am not a perfect person. In fact, I have my fair share of flaws. She took another drag, turning her gaze towards him, her eyes slightly hazy through the smoke. To be honest, I did not expect you to come, even less so in this manner. She referred to his role as the head of Area 10 and the extraordinary privileges that accompanied it. Observing her smoking, Pei Su felt a flicker of surprise. Yet, it was quintessentially Zhang Wan. He shrugged, attempting to lighten the mood. You might not believe this, but it truly is a coincidence. I am here for the project, summoned by the nation, yet here you are as well. I believe this must be fate, an inescapable one. Or perhaps, destiny? Using the term destiny felt somewhat cloying even to him. Prompting a chuckle, Zhang Wan responded with a soft laugh, flicking away the ash. Indeed, an inescapable destiny. She paused, leaning against the cold wall of the corridor, gazing up at the indistinct shadows of the ceiling. Since you are here, what do you plan to do next? Pei Su was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping her implication, instinctively replying, now? I just want to chat with you, take a stroll. I have no other plans. He assumed she was inquiring about the evening's itinerary. Zhang Wan chuckled softly, shaking her head as she switched the cigarette to her other hand. Paid a genius. Are there times when your mind doesn't quite connect? That's not what I meant. What I am asking is, in this Guanghan Palace project, what do you, along with Suhua technology, intend to accomplish? Have you decided on a direction? Area 10. How do you plan to wield the authority bestowed upon you by Commander Lei? Realization dawned on him. This was the question she sought to address. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he touched his nose. Well, I haven't fully figured that out yet. I need to familiarize myself with the basis conditions, examine the divisions among the areas, and align them with our team's strengths. Stop right there. Zhang Wan made a gesture for him to pause, a smile gracing her face. All right, my inquiry was misplaced. This should be your team's secret. And it's something you will have to wrestle with moving forward. I shouldn't have been so eager to pry. She extinguished the remaining cigarette, but in the portable ashtray embedded in the corridor wall, her movements decisive and brisk. Her smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. However, Pei Su, to be candid, I am uncertain if we share a common understanding. This project feels overwhelmingly heavy. She raised her hand, gesturing toward the silver-gray expanse of the Gobi illuminated by moonlight, perhaps also pointing to the distant sky that held the moon. It bears too much weight, to the extent that I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling, feeling suffocated. Her voice lowered, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and gravity. It concerns far too much. I feel we shouldn't, at least not now, devote excessive time and energy to matters that can be postponed. She paused, her gaze returning to Pei Su's face, her eyes clear and sincere, such as trivialities in life, managing interpersonal relationships, or even this reunion of ours, which perhaps should have been a heartfelt conversation under the moonlight. I believe we can defer that for a while longer. Let's first move this daunting mountain, even if just a little, before addressing it. Do you understand my meaning? Pei Su listened quietly. He comprehended Zhang Wan's sentiment, the pressure of immense responsibility that left no room for complacency. He felt it too. He nodded, his tone turning earnest. Of course, I understand. Prioritizing the project is essential. We are not ones to confuse priorities. He gazed at her face, now appearing somewhat softened in the moonlight. And the words he had held back for years slipped out, his voice softening. However, understanding is one thing, and the project is another. It does not preclude one truth. During this time, I have genuinely missed you. The admission surprised even him, and he felt a warm flush creep up his ears. Yet, he held her gaze, uttering the words. Zhang Wan was evidently taken aback by his directness, momentarily stunned. She observed the sincerity etched on Pei Su's face, the unabashed honesty and longing reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, it seemed she had made a decision or was driven by some impulse. She straightened her posture and stepped closer to him, closing the distance between them. In an instant, Pei Su could distinctly detect the unique scent of tobacco, leather, and a hint of her subtle perfume, and he could see the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the determination in her striking eyes. Before he could react, Zhang Wan stood on her toes, tilting her head, and swiftly pressed her lips against his. It was not a mere fleeting kiss, nor a romantic French kiss, and certainly not the shy, reserved gestures typical of Eastern culture. It was a kiss imbued with the raw and direct force akin to the windswept sands of the Gobi, intense, brief, yet undeniably possessive. In the fleeting moment when their lips met, Pei Su could even discern a faint trace of tobacco's bitter taste lingering on her lips, akin to a surge of electricity coursing through his entire being. They parted almost instantaneously. Zhang Wan retreated, leaning back against the wall, her chest gently rising and falling. A visible flush blooming on her cheeks under the moonlight, yet her eyes shone with an alarming brightness. Pei Su remained completely frozen in place, one hand instinctively covering his recently kissed lips, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mind a blank slate. He felt as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, a tingling sensation enveloping him from head to toe. Staring at Zhang Wan's radiant figure, he was eventually unable to suppress his bewilderment. Ha! She burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the empty corridor with an unrestrained exuberance. Hey, Pei the genius. Tears of laughter nearly brimmed in her eyes as she pointed at him. Have you never been kissed by a girl before? Why are you reacting like a wooden post? Pei Su found himself blushing even more at her teasing, his face aflame. He lowered his hand from his mouth, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, and admitted honestly, actually no. This candid confession momentarily halted her laughter, only to cause her eyes to sparkle even brighter. Oh really? She tilted her head, as if she had discovered a new continent. Then, she performed an action that left Pei Su utterly dumbfounded once again. She bent down and deftly retrieved a piece of gum from her seemingly small bag, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth, chewing vigorously. After a few moments, she approached the nearby trash bin and discreetly disposed of the chewed gum. Upon completing this, she turned back to face Pei Su, her expression now serious. The moonlight cascaded upon her, the black leather jacket glistening with a cold sheen. Yet her gaze burned with an intense fervor. How about this? She stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Her voice imbued with the refreshing essence of mint gum, yet laced with a fervent intention. The last kiss was too hasty, and it had a tobacco taste. Now, I shall kiss you again. Without granting Pei Su any time to respond or refuse, she rose on her tiptoes, her arms naturally encircling his neck. gently pulling him down before she accurately, and without hesitation, kissed him once more. This time, it was not the tempestuous ambush of before, but rather a genuine, complete kiss. Initially imbued with the coolness of mint and a hint of tentative tenderness, it rapidly transformed into a torrent of Zhang Wan's long-suppressed passion, akin to that of a dedicated researcher in the wildness of the Gobi Desert. Her kissing technique was by no means expert, yet it radiated sincerity and an all-consuming commitment, as if she wished to convey the complexities of their separation, longing, and this fateful reunion through the kiss. Initially, Peisu's body remained rigid, his mind still in a state of disarray. However, the authentic, soft sensation of their lips, the sweet yet fervent breath infused with mint, and the slight tremor of the girl's arms wrapped tightly around him acted as a key, unlocking the sealed chambers of his heart. Gradually, his stiff body began to relax. The corridor was enveloped in profound silence, save for their slightly hurried breaths. Outside, the night wind of the Gobi continued its relentless wail. Moonlight, like water, flowed gently over the two reunited friends, their shadows elongated on the cold cement floor. That enduring and genuine kiss felt like a whirlwind sweeping across the Gobi, causing Peisu's rationality, his cognitive abilities, and even his sense of time and space to momentarily vanish. All he could sense was a buzzing in his head, a softening of his limbs, and a heartbeat so rapid it felt as though it might burst free from his chest. As he began to regain his senses, he found himself being led by Zhang Wan, having wandered out of the corridor where the unexpected event had transpired, arriving near the exit of the comprehensive experimental building. The brisk night wind jolted him back to reality, prompting a realization of the practical matters at hand. Wait, he halted, glancing around in confusion. The meeting room was already deserted. There were no familiar faces, nor even a passing staff member in sight. In the distance, the parking lot held but a few vehicles, evidently belonging to the night shift personnel. How do I get back? It seems Commander Chu and the others have all left. It dawned on him that he had been left behind. The living quarters were dozens of kilometers away from the laboratory area, and at this late hour, the temperature difference on the Gobi was extreme, the night wind biting. Was he expected to walk back on foot? Clearly, that was impractical. Zhang Wan, observing his delayed realization and somewhat foolish expression, couldn't he help but laugh again, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. With her hands tucked into her leather jacket pockets, her shoulders quivered slightly from her laughter. Only just now remembering, Pei the genius? Is your reflex arc a bit lengthy? She teased lightly, her tone casual. Well, since there's no car, you might as well not think about going back. She raised her chin, gesturing toward the interior of the experimental building. My office is just upstairs. There's a spare folding army bed in there. While it's a bit hard, it will suffice for a night's sleep. Just perfect. She paused, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. I was planning to stay up tonight to double-check the parameters of this propulsion module. Why don't you stay and keep me company? Furthermore, she tilted her head, the moonlight casting soft shadows across her face. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the Guanghan Palace project? Which direction do you intend to approach it from in the 10th region? I'm genuinely curious. This proposition, rather than an invitation, felt more like an offer of refuge. Peisu gazed into her sparkling eyes, which held concern and curiosity. The previously chaotic turmoil in his heart inexplicably settled. Should he return to face the emptiness of his apartment and the possibly disparate thoughts of his teammates? Or remain here, alongside her, delving into discussions about a project that could shape the fate of humanity in the stillness of the night? The answer seemed self-evident. All right, Peisu nodded, not hesitating any further. Zhang Wan's office was on the 5th floor, small yet impeccably tidy, even a bit stark. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves crammed with dense professional tomes and folders categorized by various colored labels. By the window stood a spacious desk, where 3 monitors displayed intricate graphs and a flurry of data streams. In the corner, a gray folding army bed was neatly made, topped with a military green blanket. The entire room exuded an atmosphere of rigor and efficiency befitting a top-tier researcher, the only personal touch being a small, resilient cactus perched on the windowsill. Make yourself comfortable. The space is limited, so don't mind it. Zhang Wan casually hung her leather jacket on a hook behind the door, revealing a fitted black knit shirt that accentuated her athletic form. She moved to the water cooler, poured a glass of hot water, and placed it on the small coffee table in front of Peisu. She then returned to her chair behind the desk, adeptly maneuvering the mouse to pull up several new interfaces, her brow slightly furrowed as she quickly immersed herself in the dizzying array of data. The cold white light of the desk lamp highlighted her focused profile, bestowing upon her a sculptural beauty. Peisu cradled the warm cup of water, choosing not to disturb her. Leaning against the simple fabric sofa, his gaze drifted across this space imbued with Zhang Wan's essence, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. A few hours ago, he felt suffocated by the weight of the project and the uncertainty of its future. Yet now, in this tranquil little office, he experienced a rare and comforting calm. However, this serenity was but a fleeting moment. As his thoughts drifted back to the Chang'e Palace project itself, the familiar pressure surged anew like a tide. He fell into deep contemplation. The second-level nuclear deterrence program, Changi Palace, bore a name that echoed with a touch of classical mythological romance. Yet, lurking behind it was an immense undertaking, colossal enough that it might not be replicated in the next century. During the Cold War, the Americans and the Soviets likely proclaimed it would be the most significant technological competition for 100 years. Numerous projects from that era have been etched into history. However, those involved could hardly have anticipated that within a century, a venture of scale far surpassing all technological endeavors of the Cold War would emerge. How could it be realized? Or, could there be a pathway to mitigate mutual deterrence while achieving it? He discovered that this plan was riddled with despairing challenges from top to bottom, inside and out. Resembling a towering peak composed of countless perilous links, the summit was obscured, and the path upward remained unclear. The first and most fundamental issue was manufacturing. What kind of superhydrogen bomb did they need to create? Its power must be sufficiently immense, enough to trigger a sustained, large-scale nuclear fusion chain reaction that could be observed from Earth when deployed on the Moon, a realm devoid of an atmosphere. With 1/6 of Earth's gravity and drastically different geological structures, the required yield was astronomical, surpassing any nuclear weapon ever tested in human history. Yet, simultaneously, it had to be light enough to be carried by existing or soon-to-be-developed launch vehicles, overcoming Earth's gravity and traversing the vast distance of 380,000 kilometers to be precisely delivered to a specific area on the Moon known as the gravitational balance point. The contradiction of high power and low mass was nearly irreconcilable. Current nuclear weapon designs, in pursuit of power, often come with substantial size and weight. How could they significantly reduce the weight without sacrificing potency? This demanded entirely new configurations, innovative materials, and perhaps even a revolution in existing physical understanding. Pei Su had some vague directions, such as utilizing materials in extreme conditions or discovering more efficient energy release methods. But these remained theoretical, a chasm away from engineering realization. The second problem was transportation. Even if they miraculously manufactured such a bomb, how could they send it? Current rocket technology, in terms of payload capacity and reliability, fell woefully short. A new generation of heavy, or even super-heavy launch vehicles was essential, involving groundbreaking advancements across countless subsystems, including propellants, engines, materials, and control systems. The pressure on the space agency and the Qianshuosen laboratory responsible for this segment was palpable. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of sending something to the Moon. Extreme precision was required to ensure that this dangerous device landed in a predetermined location, avoiding premature, uncontrollable consequences. Interstellar navigation, precise landing, and remote control each posed immense challenges. The third issue was detonation. Once the bomb reached the Moon, how could it be triggered? The Moon's lack of an atmosphere rendered traditional methods of energy transfer via atmospheric shock waves ineffectual. In the vacuum, low gravity, and extreme temperature variations of the lunar environment, how could they ensure the detonation mechanism was absolutely reliable? How could they guarantee that the fusion reaction would successfully occur rather than fizzle out or dissipate instantly? This required an unprecedented and profound understanding of nuclear explosion physics under lunar conditions. Manufacturing, transportation, detonation, 3 stages, 3 formidable challenges as insurmountable as a chasm. Should any one of these stages falter, the entire Changi Palace project would dissolve into mere illusion. Yet, even if they toiled ceaselessly and miraculously resolved all technical issues, successfully suspending that sword of Damocles over the Moon, would the future truly improve? Pei Su's thoughts wandered further, his mood growing heavier. He recalled the words of Elder Qin and the deeper reasons behind the initiation of this plan. Potential adversaries were likely conducting similar research. Given that nation's technological prowess and fervor, achieving second-level nuclear deterrence was probably only a matter of time. What would happen then, when 2, or even multiple nations, possessed such an ultimate means capable of obliterating humanity? What would the world become? Could so-called balance truly engender peace? Or would it lead to a more fragile, desperate peace? Precariously walking a tightrope? A minor miscalculation, a technical failure, or even the impulse of a madman could instantaneously ignite the fuse to an apocalyptic end. At that moment, would the so-called structure of the 5 permanent members still exist? Would it devolve into a simpler, more brutal confrontation between 2 or a few powers? What fate awaited smaller nations? It was an inescapable cycle. Mastery of it was intended to prevent others from wielding it as a threat. Yet, once everyone held it, the threat itself would be eternally solidified in a different form. To break this cycle? Unless, an idea flickered in Pei Su's mind. Unless they had the capability to intercept and destroy the adversary's superhydrogen bomb before it reached the Moon. But as soon as this thought emerged, he bitterly dismissed it. Intercepting an intercontinental ballistic missile within or at the edge of Earth's atmosphere was already an extremely formidable task, with success rates and technical barriers that were daunting. To intercept a nuclear weapon flying along a trajectory to the Moon, with a clear target and incredible speed? The challenges involved were likely several orders of magnitude greater than creating the bomb itself. Detection, tracking, interceptor speed, precision. and autonomous decision-making capabilities. The technological requirements far exceeded human imagination and might even touch the boundaries of physical laws. Sighing, Pei-Su could not help but rub his throbbing temples, exhaling deeply. He felt as if his brain were an overloaded computer on the verge of burning out. Yet still unable to conceive a feasible solution to break this deadlock, he subconsciously called upon the system that had once bestowed upon him countless insights. Yet this time, only profound silence responded. Regarding second-level nuclear deterrence and its derived ultimate dilemma, even the system could not provide ready-made, perfect answers. This path was destined to rely on him and his team, groping their way through the darkness. He lifted his gaze to Zhang Wan. Still immersed in her world of data, the glow of the desk lamp enveloped her as she alternately typed rapidly and pondered deeply, occasionally jotting down formulas on a nearby notepad. Her silhouette, in the stillness of the night, appeared resolute yet profoundly solitary. Pei-Su tightened his grip on the now-cool water cup, a complex swirl of emotions surging within him. The journey ahead was long, fraught with thorns. But at least in this moment, he was not alone. Chapter 246. Early graying, an unsolvable dilemma outside. The sky transitioned from inky black to a hazy gray. The dawn over the Gobi Desert arrived quietly and swiftly, devoid of birdsong, with only the monotonous sound of the wind sweeping across the wilderness. This land seemed to breathe, each breath marking the transition from darkness to dawn. Zhang Wan was stirred from her slumber by a sharp ache radiating from her neck. Groggily, she lifted her head, her cervical spine emitting a disconcerting crack under the strain, which jolted her into a greater awareness. As her consciousness returned, she recalled her surroundings, not the comfort of her dormitory bed, but the rigid wooden chair of the office. Her memories were fragmented, ultimately crystallizing on the blurred, pulsating data streams and the draft paper filled with complex formulas before her. It seemed she had merely intended to rest her eyes on the desk for a moment, having relinquished the only folding army bed to that man. Upon this realization, she instinctively turned her head towards the corner of the room. The gray folding army bed had been neatly packed away, its angles sharp, and the military green blanket folded into a standard tofu block, as if it had never been used. Pei-Su sat on the makeshift fabric sofa beside the bed, his back to her, gazing out at the Gobi, which was gradually illuminated by the morning light. His posture was notably upright, almost excessively so, with his shoulders taut, as if he had maintained this distant gaze throughout the night. Zhang Wan rubbed her bleary, slightly dry eyes, her vision gradually sharpening. A dull headache, a remnant of the late night, began to throb. She intended to speak, her voice likely hoarse from sleep, perhaps intending to jest about rising early or question whether he found the hard bed uncomfortable. Yet, all words were abruptly stifled at the moment her gaze fixed upon the striking, disconcerting gray at his temples. It was not an illusion, nor merely a play of morning light. The cold, bright dawn streamed through the window, mercilessly illuminating the gray that starkly contrasted with his otherwise dark, healthy hair, rendering it painfully clear. It was shocking. This was not the lustrous silver of age-worn wisdom, but a desolate, lifeless gray, devoid of all vitality. It seemed as if the essence of life had been violently extracted, scorched by some invisible force, leaving behind this despairing hue. Had he turned white overnight? This phrase pierced Zhang Wan's mind like a high-voltage icicle, sending a tremor through her entire being. She had only heard this term in exaggerated folklore or extreme dramas, never contemplating, nor wishing to believe, that she would witness its reality, especially on Pei-Su, this young man who, in her memories, always radiated a youthful clarity. His eyes alight with brilliance. Her heart seized, as if gripped by a cold, powerful hand. Pei-Su, she almost cried out uncontrollably, her voice rising with a panic she did not even recognize. She hardly noticed as she abruptly stood, knocking over the chair behind her, which screeched against the floor. Pei-Su seemed startled by the sudden noise, his body flinching slightly before he slowly turned his head. When his face finally met the light streaming in from the window, Zhang Wan's heart felt as though it had been struck once more. His complexion was a pallid shade, lacking any hint of blood. Shadows of deep blue-black encircling his eyes. His lips, parched and cracked from dehydration and prolonged tension, were a stark contrast to the turmoil in his eyes that usually possessed a serene depth, now marred by a web of blood vessels and filled with an overwhelming exhaustion and profound confusion. Seeing Zhang Wan awake, her expression one of sheer horror, Pei-Su attempted to conjure a reassuring smile. However, the curve of his lips appeared as rigid as that of a marionette, more sorrowful than comforting, adding to the desolation of the moment. Unable to remain still, Zhang Wan rushed to stand before Pei-Su, disregarding everything else. She reached out, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably, cautiously and almost reverently touching the glaring white strands of hair at his forehead. The texture felt no different from the black hair beside it, both soft to the touch. Yet the stark contrast in color, a symbol of extreme exhaustion and torment, made her retract her fingers as if burned. Your hair. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs and intense reproach, tinged with a hint of anger. What happened? You stayed up all night? What could possibly drive you to this? She continued, her emotions surging, reaching out again, clumsily attempting to pluck a few white strands, as if that could erase the cruel evidence of his suffering and restore everything to the way it was before last night. Pei Su, caught off guard by her fervent actions, tilted his head slightly, a faint sting registering on his scalp, prompting him to finally raise his hand to his forehead and temples. Upon feeling the coarse, dry strands contrasting sharply with the surrounding silky black hair, he stood frozen, his movements suspended in disbelief. He silently walked to the small mirror on the wall, used for grooming, where a weary young face stared back at him. Most striking, and indeed horrifying, was the abrupt, brazen patch of gray hair at his forehead and temples, a stark declaration amidst the encircling black hair, revealing the storm that had raged in his mind the previous night. He gazed at his reflection as if meeting himself for the first time, lifting his hand to gently touch the white strands, disbelief filling his eyes. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, silent, as if his very soul had vacated his body. Zhang Wan approached, standing a step behind him, watching as he touched the white hair, observing the weight of desolation in his eyes. Her heart ached, filled with a suffocating coldness, as if it were stuffed with cotton soaked in icy water. She bit her lip hard, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood. Why are you so careless with yourself? The project is important. It's a matter of national significance. But how can you treat yourself so ruthlessly? Your health is your greatest asset. It's a cliché, but it's true. How old are you? If your hair is falling out and your body is failing, what will you use to fight for that damn project? What will you use to envision the future? The last few words erupted from her lips almost as a shout, laced with a fierce urgency and fear. Pei Su slowly lowered his hand, turning to face her. The weary smile returned to his face, but it appeared even more pallid than before. It's nothing, he rasped. I was just lost in thought, too deeply absorbed. He paused, his gaze seemingly unfocused as it drifted beyond Zhang Wan's shoulder, lost in the void, as if he were revisiting the countless possibilities he had contemplated the night before. His tone was imbued with a profound sense of helplessness, nearly etched into his very marrow. It matters not that my hair has turned white overnight. It is merely a pity that I could not devise a solution to this problem after a night of contemplation. Some issues may indeed be insurmountable at this stage. Or perhaps we, as humans, are yet to grasp the answers within our current understanding and capabilities. Even if the Chang'e project is successfully implemented, it cannot resolve the deadlock of mutual assured destruction. The system can no longer assist him. Zhang Wan observed the unfathomable fatigue and near-consuming bewilderment in his eyes, her gaze drawn to the stark white hair at his forehead, a manifestation of all the pressures he bore. All the prepared, harsher reprimands dissipated into thin air, transmuted into a heavy sigh of profound empathy. She understood that his contemplations transcended mere academic inquiries or technical challenges. They were akin to a torment of the soul. Stepping closer, she softened her voice with a near-gentle insistence, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar with a tenderness reserved for a cherished treasure. One must traverse the path step by step, savoring each morsel of food. Her voice was but a whisper. First, we must address the most pressing matters at hand. The Chang'e project itself is already a chasm we can scarcely surmount with all our strength. As for what lies beyond, let us first reach the summit of this mountain, find our footing, and then contemplate how to scale the next, shall we? The girl seemed on the verge of tears. Pei Su regarded her with a sense of concern, feeling the cool touch of her fingers as she tidied his collar. He inhaled deeply, the arid chill of the Gobi's morning air filling his lungs, before he slowly exhaled. Yes, he nodded, his voice still raspy. You are right. We must first establish a secondary nuclear deterrent. He seemed to be making a promise to Zhang Wan. As for how to break that cycle of interception, he shook his head. That is a matter for the future. At noon, in the bustling cafeteria, the air was thick with the mingling aromas of various dishes and the crisp sounds of clattering utensils. After a morning of enforced rest, he felt a slight alleviation of his mental fatigue, yet the heaviness in his body and the faint throbbing at his temples remained palpable. He and Zhang Wan parted ways at the cafeteria entrance, each joining the throng to collect their meals. With little appetite, he selected a few light dishes, holding his tray as his gaze wandered in search of an empty seat. Ultimately, he settled in a relatively quiet corner by a pillar, just as he lifted his chopsticks. Prepared to take his first bite, a familiar voice, laced with concern, reached his ears. Xiaosu. Pei Su looked up to see his uncle, Li Yong, standing beside him with a tray in hand, a gentle smile gracing his face. Next to Li Yong were academicians Zhang Xiaojing and Zhao Sudong from the Institute of Dragon Science. Uncle, Academician Zhang, Academician Zhao. Pei Su quickly set down his chopsticks and rose to greet them, his movements betraying a subtle hesitance. However, the gentle smile on Li Yong's face froze as his gaze fell upon the strikingly white hair at Pei Su's forehead. Suddenly, the chopsticks he had been holding fell from his fingers, clattering onto the stainless steel tray with a loud, jarring sound that drew the attention of nearby diners. Yet, Li Yong seemed oblivious to the noise and the curious glances directed his way. His eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting as he stared incredulously at Pei Su's white locks. as if seeking confirmation that this was not an illusion conjured by poor sleep. His lips moved, but no coherent syllable emerged. His complexion drained to an ashen pallor. Li Yong understood his nephew's extraordinary talent and profound intellect, as well as the innate sense of responsibility that coursed through his veins. However, he could never have anticipated that the weight of national duty and the immense pressure of the monumental project could imprint themselves so brutally and visibly upon the young man he had watched grow since childhood. In a mere single night, academicians Zhang Xiaojing and Zhao Sudong, standing beside Li Yong, also noted his unusual, intense reaction and Pei Su's glaring anomaly. Zhang Xiaojing instinctively adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, her wise eyes flitting between Pei Su's white hair and the unmistakable exhaustion etched on his face. Ultimately, she shook her head slowly, releasing a nearly inaudible sigh, her deep-set eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions as she chose silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Sutong, an elder well-acquainted with the ravages of time, gazed upon Pei Su's strikingly white hair, a stark contrast to his true age. In his weathered eyes, compassion flickered momentarily, soon transforming into a profound pity. Perhaps, buried deep within that gaze, lay a trace of the helplessness only those who had spent a lifetime scaling the peaks of science could truly comprehend. In an instant, the world around Pei Su and Li Yong seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. The clamor of the cafeteria, the clattering of dishes, and the hum of conversation faded into obscurity, enveloping this small corner in a weighty silence. Pei Su felt the discomfort of his uncle's gaze, along with the silent scrutiny of the two academicians. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield his white hair. Li Yong, gradually reeling from the overwhelming shock, managed to regain a semblance of composure. He felt as though he had just emerged from a daze, yet now, he was utterly disoriented. With stiff movements, he bent down to retrieve the fallen chopsticks, the entire process unfolding as if in slow motion. Instead of moving to an empty table nearby, he approached Pei Su. His steps heavy, and without uttering a word, he placed a trembling hand gently upon Pei Su's shoulder. The touch was light, yet it bore an indescribable weight, causing Pei Su's youthful frame to sway slightly. "My child," Li Yong finally spoke, his voice heavy with unspoken words, endless worry, and deep-seated concern, culminating in a long sigh. He did not inquire, "What is wrong?" Nor did he utter the usual platitudes about taking care of oneself. For he understood better than anyone that certain pressures could not be shared and must be borne alone. Some paths, fraught with thorns and darkness, must be traversed one step at a time. Silently, Li Yong carried his tray to a nearby empty table, his gait slightly faltering, his back now seemingly bearing the weight of unspoken years. Zhang Xiaojing and Zhao Sutong followed suit, pausing beside Pei Su to solemnly nod their heads. No words were exchanged, but their gazes conveyed heartache, a mentor's hope for a protege, a comrade's understanding of a climber's journey, and a profound trust that weighed heavily in the air. No one could remain composed in that moment. No one. They sat in silence beside Li Yong. Pei Su stood alone, gazing at his uncle's slightly hunched back, feeling the cluster of white hair at his forehead. A bitter smile escaped his lips as he gradually returned to his seat. The dishes on his plate still emanated a faint warmth, the aroma lingering in the air. Yet, his hand holding the chopsticks felt heavy, as if it could scarcely rise. His stomach felt as though it were filled with cold, hard stones, devoid of any sense of hunger. He forced himself to eat a few bites, yet the food held no flavor. Pei Su felt as if something was lodged in his throat, making swallowing a struggle. The remaining food on his plate gradually cooled, forming a thin layer of grease. He set down the chopsticks, the metal clashing against the plate with a crisp, yet muffled sound. The gray-white hair at his forehead seemed to possess a life and temperature of its own, starkly contrasting with the surrounding dark locks, evoking a chilling sense of alienation. It served as a constant reminder of the frenzied thoughts from the previous night and their ultimate futility. The gazes directed at him, even devoid of malice, weighed heavily upon him. He felt the need to do something to temporarily conceal the white hair. "Uncle," he lifted his head, looking at Li Yong, who was silently dining at the adjacent table. "I wish to return to the living quarters." Upon hearing this, Li Yong immediately set down his spoon and looked over with concern. "Return to the living quarters? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or do you need something?" His gaze instinctively swept over the white hair at Pei Su's forehead, but he quickly averted his eyes, fearing that his glance might add to the burden of his nephew, who was already under immense pressure. Pei Su offered a wry smile, pointing to his head. "I want to buy a hat, but I haven't learned to drive yet, uncle." This rationale sounded reasonable. Li Yong instantly grasped his nephew's intention. Observing Pei Su's deliberate avoidance of eye contact, the lingering fatigue on his face, and the glaring gray-white hair, he spoke without hesitation. "All right, I'll drive you back. I happen to have no urgent matters at the lab this afternoon." He paused, letting out a sigh. "You're 25 now, and still haven't gotten your driver's license? It seems that once the project eases up a bit, I'll have to urge you to prioritize this matter. You can't always rely on others to drive you." Pei Su chuckled softly, nodding. "Yes, thank you, uncle." Li Yong drove a jeep, commonly used within the base, which boasted good performance, though its interior was simple and exuded a utilitarian style. The vehicle left the laboratory area, merging back onto the exclusive road leading to the living quarters. The midday sun poured down unimpeded upon the vast Gobi Desert. The ground shimmered under the heat, creating a wavering mirage in the distance. Unlike the cold silence of the morning, the daytime Gobi revealed its harsh and majestic other side. Perhaps due to the lunchtime rush winding down, there were noticeably more vehicles returning to the living quarters or heading to the laboratory area. At an intersection, cars formed a small line, moving slowly. Pei Su leaned against the passenger seat, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the unchanging gray-yellow landscape. His mind still felt heavy from the previous night's overexertion, a dull ache lingering at his temples. He instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against the cluster of white hair. The icy sensation stirred a wave of unease within him. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the adjacent lane, where a military SUV waiting to pass caught his attention. To his surprise, seated in the driver's seat was Chu Jianhua. What drew Pei Su's focus even more was the young officer in the passenger seat beside him. The officer, appearing younger than Chu Jianhua, bore the insignia of a lieutenant colonel. His distinct features exuded a resolute demeanor. For some reason, Pei Su felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered him before, though he couldn't quite place it. At that moment, the young lieutenant colonel was curiously observing Pei Su from his vehicle. His gaze flitted between Pei Su's youthful face and the incongruous cluster of gray-white hair, revealing an unmistakable blend of surprise and intrigue. After all, it was indeed a rare sight in this base to see someone so young sporting such conspicuous gray-white hair. 45 seconds prior, in the military SUV, Chu Jianhua was smoking, expressing his boredom. There really isn't much to do in the Gobi, wouldn't you agree, Xiaolei? Lei Wanli replied helplessly. Commander Chu, we didn't come here for leisure. He gestured to the minuscule area around them that was now congested with traffic. Chu Jianhua scoffed. What will this place become once the Guanghan Palace project concludes? A tourist attraction? Lei Wanli shook his head. Probably not. Even after we leave, it will likely remain an abandoned small town. Some may continue to live here, but the research and experimental areas will surely be sealed off. The remnants that cannot be taken away and the traces of the experimental zone are confidential information that requires protection. There are always signs that most people overlook, yet discerning individuals can see through them. The researchers in the research area invariably leave traces which cannot be removed. If noticed by those with ulterior motives, they could glean considerable information from it. To mitigate this risk, the research area will undoubtedly be sealed off. Concurrently, the experimental area may produce radioactive elements due to various experiments, necessitating its closure for safety reasons. Since the project has just begun, how to create a super-large hydrogen bomb remains uncertain. Perhaps someone will continue working on nuclear bombs, after all. The research on hydrogen bombs is not as advanced as that of nuclear bombs. Chu Jianhua chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, as he stubbed out his cigarette in a soda can, leaving a bit inside, which sizzled as the embers were extinguished. He turned to Lei Wanli. What are your plans after this project concludes? Why not come to Kyoto and join me? You've been avoiding your father for too long. High-ranking military officers who are direct relatives indeed require caution. Ironically, Lei Wanli was the son of General Lei Song, a graduate of an esteemed military officer university. General Lei was an admirable commander and a distinguished leader. To avoid gossip and to lead by example, he never intervened in Lei Wanli's promotions. Despite Lei Wanli being a native officer of Jiangdu with an impressive record in advanced education, having returned at just over 30 with a doctorate to serve as a non-commissioned officer and later graduating from the Army University with honors at 35, he should not have been merely a lieutenant colonel. This was undoubtedly a consequence of General Lei's influence. As a commander, he neither expressed his support for Lei Wanli nor belittled him. At various promotion ceremonies, he remained silent, which gradually led to Lei Wanli missing out on several opportunities. Chu Jianhua, however, was known for his appreciation of talent. Yet Lei Wanli smiled and replied, I think I'll pass. I love this land and will stay here. Chu Jianhua shrugged. Suit yourself, but if you ever change your mind, come to us. The Kyoto military district is in need of talent. Returning to the present, Lei Wanli stared at Pei Su in the passenger seat, taken aback. Clearly, he did not recognize Pei Su, and gently nudged Chu Jianhua, who was engrossed in his phone, whispering something while gesturing towards Pei Su. Chu Jianhua, slightly irritated, lifted his head and casually glanced in the direction indicated. As his gaze traversed the brief expanse between the two vehicles and distinctly captured Pei Su's visage, time seemingly pressed the pause button at that moment. The nonchalant expression adorned with a hint of cynicism on Chu Jianhua's face abruptly solidified, only to be supplanted by an indescribable shock. His eyes widened to an extreme, pupils contracting sharply from the overwhelming impact. Even his breath appeared to stall. He fixated on Pei Su, on that cluster of white hair, as though witnessing an occurrence utterly inconceivable in this world. In that instant, his mind was like a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a colossal stone, unleashing tumultuous waves. Was this the calm young genius who maintained composure in the face of the astonishing privileges conferred by General Lei Song in the conference room? Was this the core of a team that, within the Z501 project, crafted designs that astonished the entire naval equipment system? Was this the Pei Su he remembered? Composed yet inherently optimistic? How could this be possible? Overnight, what transpired? Chu Jinhua's heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, then abruptly plunged into icy depths. As a soldier, he had witnessed pressure, sacrifice, and countless individuals pushed to their limits in extreme circumstances. Yet he had never seen, nor could he have imagined, a young person turning gray overnight due to a project. Just yesterday, he had witnessed Pei Su and Zhang Wan going out together. That cluster of grayish-white hair, stark against the backdrop of black, appeared so glaring and despairing. A profound shock and deep heartache surged through Chu Jinhua like a tidal wave, leaving him in a daze. This disorientation morphed into dizziness. His fingers tightened unconsciously around the steering wheel, knuckles whitening from the strain. Beep, beep. A series of urgent and loud honks erupted from behind, laden with palpable impatience. The congested traffic ahead began to move slowly, yet Chu Jinhua's vehicle remained stationary, obstructing those behind. The jarring honks acted as a sharp prod, snapping Chu Jinhua back to reality. Almost instinctively, he shifted gears, released the brake, and gently pressed the accelerator, causing the car to jolt forward unexpectedly. He scarcely had time to glance at Pei Su again or to offer an explanation to the young lieutenant colonel beside him, who wore a puzzled expression. The jeep rejoined the flow of traffic, yet Chu Jinhua's mind was utterly disarrayed, gripping the steering wheel in a daze. His gaze drifted vacantly down the interminable road, his thoughts incessantly echoing Pei Su's youthful yet weary face. Along with that cluster of grayish-white hair that loomed like a nightmare, he could not shake off. That white hair was like a cold brand, indelibly etched upon his retina and embedded within his heart. He had once believed that, as one of the security heads at this base, he possessed a sufficient understanding of the significance of the Guanghan Palace project. Yet, until this moment, seeing the visible signs of exhaustion etched upon Pei Su, he truly grasped the terrifying manner in which this project was consuming the participants' dedication, energy, and even their vitality. Outside the car window blazed the scorching sun and the endless Gobi, while inside, Chu Jinhua was engulfed in a chilling and chaotic turmoil. He drove on in a trance, his mind consumed by that cluster of grayish-white hair. Chapter 248. A colossal hydrogen bomb. Li Yong parked beside the service center in the living area. As he turned off the ignition, his phone rang. Glancing at the number, he furrowed his brow slightly and said to Pei Su, "There's an urgent matter at the office. I must return immediately. Can you manage to buy a hat on your own?" Pei Su unbuckled his seatbelt, responding, "Sure, uncle, you take care of your business." Li Yong nodded, and just before exiting the vehicle, he paused to look back at him, his tone bearing an imperceptible weight. "Xiao Su, don't put too much pressure on yourself. The project, no matter how significant, should be approached step by step. If you feel fatigued, take a break. No one will say anything." A warmth filled Pei Su's heart as he nodded. Understood, uncle. You can rest assured." Watching Li Yong's car turn away, Pei Su turned and entered the shop at the service center. The store was modest yet stocked with essentials. He lacked the inclination to browse, heading directly to the rack of hats, selecting the most ordinary deep blue baseball cap, paying for it, and promptly donning it to conceal the glaring white hair. The shade cast by the brim offered him considerable comfort. Carrying a bag of clean clothes, he strolled back to the apartment building. As he pushed open the door to the top floor, he was greeted by a cacophony of laughter and chatter. In the living room, Xiaohua, Chen Ke, Zhang Ming, and Li Bei were either seated or standing, engaged in lively conversation. Wang Qingyu sat alone in a chair by the window, holding a book, though her gaze was clearly not on the pages. Upon hearing the door, her eyelids lifted slightly, casting a glance at Pei Su before lowering her head in a pretense of reading, though her tightly pressed lips and stiff posture betrayed her inner unrest. "Oh, Brother Pei is back." Xiaohua was the first to leap up, a mischievous grin on his face as he approached Pei Su, winking playfully. "You didn't return last night. Did you have a deep chat with Engineer Zhang?" Chen Ke adjusted his glasses and joined in the teasing. Yes, Brother Pei, do tell us. How far did it progress? Did anything happen?" He dragged out the last word meaningfully. Even Zhang Ming, usually silent, displayed curiosity as his gaze flitted over Pei Su's face. Li Bei remained silent, arms crossed, watching with an expression of amusement. Only Wang Qingyu buried her head lower, her fingers unconsciously crumpling the edges of the pages, nearly wrinkling them. Pei Su felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, offering a wry smile. "Come on, stop the nonsense. We just discussed the project and spent the night in their office." "The office?" Xiaohua's eyes widened further, his expression exaggerated. "The office is great. Quiet, no interruptions." "And then? Was it just project talk? Did you do anything else?" As he spoke, he reached out to wrap an arm around Pei Su's shoulders, his movements clumsy. His arm inadvertently caught the brim of Pei Su's newly donned baseball cap. "Hey!" Pei Su instinctively reached to steady the cap, but it was too late. The hat was knocked off by Xiaohua, floating gently to the ground and rolling halfway. In an instant, An eerie silence enveloped the living room. All laughter and teasing ceased. Every gaze was magnetically drawn to Pei Su's head, fixated on the shocking, unabashed gray hair at his temples. Xiaohua's grin froze, his mouth forming an O shape. His eyes widened, and his outstretched arm became rigid in midair. Chen Kei's glasses were frozen in mid-adjustment. The eyes behind the lenses brimmed with disbelief. Zhang Ming's mouth slightly parted, the usually composed expression cracking, revealing shock and confusion. Li Bei released his arms, instinctively standing straighter. Brows furrowed. Even Wang Qingyu, who had been pretending to read, abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Pei Su's glaring white hair, the fleeting emotions and feigned indifference on her face crumbled, replaced by astonishment and panic. She sprang to her feet, the book in her hands dropping to the floor with a thud. A deathly silence lingered for 3 or 4 seconds. What the heck? Xiaohua was the first to reclaim his voice, stuttering as he pointed at Pei Su's head. Brother Pei, your hair, how did it turn white? Chen Kei gasped, his voice altered. No, Brother Pei, you had a meeting with Engineer Zhang, and you ended up with white hair? Is this a new type of post-date side effect? It's terrifying. Zhang Ming scratched his head vigorously, bewilderment evident on his face. This defies physiological common sense. Normal social interactions, particularly engaging positively with the opposite sex, should indeed stimulate the secretion of dopamine, fostering a sense of pleasure and alleviating stress. How could it possibly result in the deterioration of pigment cells? This defies logic. It is utterly unreasonable. Wang Qingyu rushed to Pei Su's side, momentarily setting aside her frustration. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She gazed up at the white strands in Pei Su's hair, her lips trembling as she struggled to articulate her concern. Her voice breaking as she reached out with a trembling hand, hesitant to touch the cluster of white hair, pleading, Pei Su, what happened to your hair? Are you unwell? Pei Su observed the immediate uproar among his companions, their faces revealing unmasked shock, worry, and panic, stirring a mix of helplessness and warmth within him. He bent down to retrieve his cap, brushing off the dust. Turning his attention to the visibly distressed Wang Qingyu, he softened his tone to reassure her. Qingyu, don't worry. I'm fine, not sick. He gently deflected her reaching hand. It just looks alarming. My health is intact. He then shot a disapproving glance at the clumsy Xiaohua. Be more careful in the future. Xiaohua, finally snapping out of his shock, gazed at Pei Su's white hair, his face a canvas of guilt and trepidation as he quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Brother Pei. I truly didn't mean to. I was just so surprised. Pei Su waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. He surveyed the still stunned faces of his companions and sighed, offering an explanation. This has nothing to do with Zhangwan, so please refrain from wild speculations. I was merely mulling over the project last night and got a bit too caught up in it. I didn't rest well, and the stress might have gotten to me. He endeavored to speak lightly, yet his words weighed heavily on the ears of those gathered. The once jovial atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of concern and understanding. Xiaohua stepped forward, cautiously reaching out to touch Pei Su's white hair, his tone laced with complexity. A night of white hair, Brother Pei. In ancient times, this would surely have been chronicled in strange tales, perhaps even earning you a mention in a historical record. Pei Su, both amused and exasperated, swatted his restless hand away. Enough with the chatter. Chen Kei adjusted his glasses, his expression considerably more serious. Brother Pei, no matter how great the project pressure, you must take care of your health. This is truly alarming. Zhang Ming furrowed his brows, seemingly attempting to comprehend the phenomenon from a scientific perspective, ultimately conceding, is there anything I can do? Perhaps assist in outlining the project challenges? Or help devise a more reasonable schedule? Li Beiyan succinctly asserted, his gaze resolute. Brother Pei, speak if you need anything. Wang Qingyu remained silent, quietly pouring a cup of warm water for Pei Su, her worry palpable. Pei Su accepted the cup, taking a sip. The warmth coursing down his throat seemed to dispel some of his fatigue. Looking at his team, he felt a renewed sense of assurance. All right, everyone, stop staring at me. He set down the cup, his tone returning to its usual steadiness. I'm fine, it's just a change in hair color. It won't hinder my work. He paused, scanning the group before stating earnestly, we rested enough. This afternoon, we will head to the research area. They have allocated a dedicated lab for us. The Guanghan Palace project, our segment, is set to commence. Upon hearing this, the group's demeanor shifted. Xiaohua thumped his chest, declaring, no problem, Brother Pei. We're all set. Chen Kei adjusted his glasses, affirming, I have the data disks and foundational materials ready. Zhang Ming nodded. I have several directions for the preliminary planning of Zone 10. Wang Qingyu offered a soft affirmation, her gaze resolute once more. Pei Su observed his team swiftly regaining their focus, and the annoyance born of his white hair dissipated considerably. He donned his deep blue baseball cap once more, pressing down the brim. Good, he stated, let's prepare. We depart in 10 minutes. Shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 military off-road vehicles set off from the living quarters, heading towards the research area. The afternoon sun over the Gobi Desert remained relentless, scorching the earth and creating shimmering waves of heat. Pei Su occupied the front passenger seat of the first vehicle, driven by Xiaohua, while the second vehicle, driven by Li Beiyan, carried Chen Kai, Zhang Ming, and Wang Qingyu. Pei Su's deep blue baseball cap cast a shadow over his face, obscuring his expression. Upon reaching the entrance of the research area, they underwent stringent identity verification before being granted access. Pei Su retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Jinhua's number. "Hello, Lao Chu." Pei Su's voice resonated through the receiver. "We've arrived at the research area. Are you busy? If not, could you come over? I'd like to check out the assigned lab." "Sure, understood. Wait at the bottom of the comprehensive experimental building. I'll be there shortly." Chu Jinhua's voice sounded relatively normal. Yet upon closer listening, there was an undercurrent of tension. In just a few minutes, Chu Jinhua's familiar jeep arrived, stopping beside them. He exited the vehicle, still clad in a crisp military uniform, but when his gaze met Pei Su's, there was a brief flicker of something in his eyes before he quickly averted them to the cap atop Pei Su's head. Pei Su's white hair struck a chord within Chu Jinhua, akin to a gentle stab to his heart. He forced himself to maintain a facade of calm, even managing to muster a semblance of his usual smile, although beneath it lay a turbulent sea of emotions. "Have you arrived?" Chu Jinhua endeavored to keep his tone light and natural as he approached Pei Su, glancing at Xiaohua and the others who had alighted from the vehicle. "Is everyone here? Good. Follow me. I'll show you where you'll be working." He turned to lead the way, his pace seemingly quicker than usual, as if intentionally avoiding too much eye contact or conversation with Pei Su. As they walked, he pointed out the various buildings along their path. "That is the Materials Analysis Center. Next to it is the Ultra Clean Laboratory, and further west is the High Speed Computing Center. Your lab for Zone 10 is located in Area B, somewhat independent, tranquil, in accordance with the special policy provided by Lei Xiling." While he spoke, his mind was preoccupied with the striking image of Pei Su's white hair that he had seen at noon. He tried not to dwell on it. Yet the memory clung to him like an indelible mark. To fill the silence, he increased his pace and the volume of his explanations. Soon, they arrived at a relatively new three-story building. Chu Jinhua used his access card to unlock the door, revealing a spacious, well-lit area segmented into various functional zones. Already equipped with basic experimental apparatus. Although still somewhat bare, it was entirely adequate as a starting venue. "This is it." Chu Jinhua stood at the entrance, showing no inclination to enter. He glanced at Pei Su, then quickly shifted his gaze away, his throat seeming to constrict as he contemplated speaking. He wished to impart some advice, perhaps to urge him not to overexert himself or to take care of his health. However, the words felt insufficient and trivial. Moreover, he sensed that neither he nor Pei Su was particularly eager to broach such topics. Ultimately, he simply waved his hand. "I've shown you the place. You can familiarize yourselves now. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to leave, his steps appearing somewhat hurried. "Lao Chu, wait a moment." Pei Su called after him. Chu Jinhua halted, inhaling deeply before turning back, striving to maintain his composure. "Is there something else?" Pei Su took a few steps closer, inquiring, "I wanted to ask if there is a library or archive here, akin to the underground facility of the Qianshuessen laboratory, where confidential materials and books are stored." Chu Jinhua momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Pei Su's question. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then shook his head. "Not at the moment. Here in the Gobi, everything prioritizes practicality and efficiency. A comprehensive, large-scale repository for classified materials has yet to be established. Currently, the data from various units is primarily transferred via internal networks or personal devices." Upon hearing this, Pei Su pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his gaze earnest as he looked at Chu Jinhua. "Is it possible to apply for the construction of a dedicated facility? Or, to be more direct, can we find a way to replicate the classified materials from the library beneath the Qianshuessen laboratory in Kyoto and transport them here?" "What?" Chu Jinhua was genuinely taken aback, his face displaying a mixture of surprise and confusion. "You want to replicate and bring them over? Hey, do you understand what that entails? Not to mention the complexities of the approval process, just the replication, transportation, and the construction of a secure facility here that meets confidentiality standards would be an enormous expenditure and undertaking. Do you really need those materials? Can't you request access through the internal network?" Pei Su shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Access via the internal network is limited and lacks systematic organization. What I require is the ability to peruse and cross-reference tangible materials at any time. The scope of the Guanghan Palace project is vast, and many inspirations necessitate lateral thinking. Having a physical library, complete with comprehensive resources, is essential for me." Of course, this was merely a pretext. He undoubtedly needed more mediums to stimulate the system. Although his knowledge had indeed reached a remarkable level, allowing him to surpass the vast majority of individuals in this world without the system, the Guanghan Palace was no trivial endeavor. It is perhaps the largest and most technologically advanced project on this planet in centuries. Chu Jinhua regarded Pei Su's calm, yet unyielding eyes beneath the brim of his hat, and recalled his tuft of white hair, feeling a surge of frustration and impotence. He understood Pei Su's needs, but this request was somewhat. He opened his mouth, about to articulate something further when a voice interjected nearby. Everyone turned to see Lei Wanli had approached, seemingly having overheard their conversation. during their car ride at noon. He had gathered a rough understanding of Pei Su's identity and significance from Chu Jinhua, and now wore a composed expression. Lei Wanli stepped forward, first nodding at Chu Jinhua, then looking at Pei Su with a serious tone. Engineer Pei, I have heard your request. If these materials significantly aid in advancing the project, I believe we should strive to accommodate it. He paused, continuing, I will contact my father immediately to report this situation. His involvement in coordinating may greatly enhance efficiency and success rates. Pei Su stared at Lei Wanli, momentarily taken aback. He finally recognized the familiar face of this officer. Lei Song, a native of Jiangdu, with thick brows, large eyes, and a prominent nose. He should have realized it sooner. After a moment of realization, Pei Su smiled and nodded. All right, then I appreciate your assistance, Colonel. Without further ado, Lei Wanli stepped aside, retrieved a secure communication device, and dialed a number. Chapter 249. A colossal hydrogen bomb. Lei Wanli moved to a corner of the corridor outside the laboratory, ensuring no one was around before pressing the dial key on the encrypted communicator. Once the call connected, he lowered his voice, saying, Dad, I have something to report. Lei Song was in his office reviewing the latest inventory list of supplies that had arrived at the base when he heard his son's voice. He set down the document in hand. What is it? Engineer Pei has made a special request, Lei Wanli replied. He wishes to construct a library for classified materials at the base, specifically requesting a replication of all resources from the underground library of the Qianshuesan laboratory. Lei Song paused momentarily, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. What is the reasoning behind this? He stated he needs to access physical materials for cross-referencing at any time, believing that network access is insufficient and hampers research efficiency. Is he aware of the resources required to build a library that meets confidentiality standards? Lei Song questioned. Commander Chu has already briefed him on the difficulties and costs, yet Engineer Pei remains resolute. Lei Song's gaze drifted to the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert outside the window. He recalled the mention of the young man's burden during Commander Chu's report. And in this critical period, any investment that could enhance research efficiency warranted consideration. Approve it, Lei Song finally stated after a moment of silence. Notify Chu Jinhua to immediately assemble a construction team to build it under the highest confidentiality standards. You will be responsible for coordinating the replication of materials from Kyoto, ensuring absolute safety during transportation. Understood. Father, there's one more thing, Lei Wanli hesitated. About Engineer Pei's hair. I am aware, Lei Song interrupted. Focus on your responsibilities. Do not concern yourself with anything else. After hanging up, Lei Song gently shook his head. He did not comprehend why the young man was so fixated on physical books, but he recognized the necessity of providing exceptional support for extraordinary talents. In a project that impacts the fate of the nation, any seemingly unreasonable request deserves careful consideration. Returning to the laboratory, Lei Wanli nodded to the waiting crowd. My father has approved it. The library project will commence immediately. Almost simultaneously, Chu Jinhua's communicator rang. Upon answering, disbelief washed over his face. Yes, Commander. I will organize the construction team at once to ensure completion in the shortest time possible. After ending the call, he turned to Lei Wanli with a wry smile. Your father is set on creating a national-level classified library in the Gobi Desert. Just transporting those materials will require mobilizing an enhanced company of troops. Lei Wanli maintained a calm demeanor. Engineer Pei merits such investment. If he can genuinely resolve the issue of hydrogen bomb miniaturization, then all these efforts will be worthwhile. Chu Jinhua sighed, patting Pei Su on the shoulder. You certainly know how to present challenges. Now, I must build you a library in the desert. With that, he and Lei Wanli hurried away. Pei Su watched them depart and turned to his team members. In the upcoming days, you all discuss research directions among yourselves. I need to retreat for a period. Xiaohua immediately understood. Got it. Brother Pei is going to recharge. How long will it be this time? Uncertain. But likely around 10 to 15 days, Pei Su replied. During this time, you can begin laying the groundwork for the laboratory. Shin Kei adjusted his glasses. Perfect. We can start calibrating the laboratory equipment. I noticed some instruments still need adjustments. Wang Xingyu softly inquired. Is there anything you need us to prepare for you? Should we get you some change of clothes? Pei Su shook his head. No need. Just refrain from disturbing me during this time. Any urgent matters can be relayed through Commander Chu. Zhang Ming suddenly spoke up. Brother Pei, I've compiled the performance parameters of the materials you requested last time. Would you like to take a look? Just leave them on my desk, Pei Su instructed. I will examine them in detail after I finish my work. The group nodded in agreement. They had long grown accustomed to Pei Su's habit of solitary preparation before major projects, although this time would be longer than usual. Given the uniqueness of the Guanghan Palace project, everyone expressed understanding. 10 days later, on a crisp morning, Chu Jinhua personally arrived at the laboratory. His eyes were heavy with fatigue, clearly a result of the efforts he had invested in the construction of the library. The library has been completed, Chu Jinhua informed Pei Su. All classified materials from the Qianshuesan laboratory have been replicated and finished overnight. We deployed 3 dedicated aircraft and a company of protective troops for the transportation of these materials. Pei Su lifted his head from the workbench. Thank you for your hard work. Show me. The newly constructed library was located at the innermost part of the research area. An unassuming single-story building with noticeably thickened walls and a triple-layered identity verification system at the entrance. Guards patrolled the vicinity, maintaining a vigilant watch. As Chu Jinhua swiped his card while introducing the facility, he said, built to the highest protective standards, the wall thickness reaches 1.2 meters. With constant temperature and humidity inside, and full-spectrum electromagnetic shielding. The collection encompasses all materials from foundational theories to cutting-edge research, including some previously classified documents. To expedite the project, we deployed 3 engineering teams to work in shifts. The heavy blast-proof door slowly opened, revealing a brightly lit interior. Custom-designed anti-magnetic bookshelves stood in neat rows, filled with folders and bound volumes of various hues. The air was permeated with the distinct scent of paper and ink, mingled with a faint aroma of fresh renovations. Pei Su stood at the entrance, taking a deep breath. I can go in alone. Chu Jinhua nodded in understanding. I will wait for you outside. Should you need anything, press the call bell on the wall. The library's grand doors closed gently behind him. Pei Su strolled between the shelves, his fingertips lightly grazing the spines of the books. Here resided the latest research reports on nuclear physics, experimental data on aerospace materials, original blueprints for propulsion system designs, and even some classified records of failed cases. Each shelf was meticulously arranged according to strict classification standards, delineating a clear hierarchy from foundational theories to applied research. He reached the innermost reading area of the library and seated himself at a large wooden desk. On the surface lay several foundational texts he had requested in advance, including principles of nuclear fusion and research on extreme material properties. Pei Su made contact with the medium. Detection of host interacting with advanced knowledge carrier. A cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Pei Su's consciousness seemed to be drawn into a luminous data space, where countless formulas, blueprints, and experimental data cascaded before his eyes. The system was processing the vast information within the library at an astonishing speed. Yet, ultimately, what Pei Su acquired was not the answers regarding the weight, volume, and yield of a hydrogen bomb, but rather the technology for a formidable nuclear weapon. This won't do. I must locate research pertinent to the hydrogen bomb to unlock the corresponding technology. Pei Su's brow furrowed slightly. The tuft of white hair on his forehead particularly pronounced under the light. He began to search the library for all materials related to the hydrogen bomb. Eventually, he halted before a book titled On the Surreal Significance of the Hydrogen Bomb, the triple relationship of yield, volume, and weight. Gently touching it, he triggered a response. Detection of ongoing research on ultra-lightweight large-volume hydrogen bombs. Activation of higher-level trigger. Medium, 1. Upon reaching 100, acquire the technology for the giant energy lightweight Vanguard hydrogen bomb. A complex, three-dimensional structure unfolded in Pei Su's mind. He sat down and began to read. The percentage of the medium gradually increased. The more he read, the clearer it became to him that to realize the Guanhan Palace project, the 3 foremost challenges were: how to manufacture a sufficiently lightweight large-volume hydrogen bomb, how to transport this lightweight large-volume hydrogen bomb to the moon, and how to precisely trigger nuclear fusion with such a bomb on the lunar surface. Now, regarding the first challenge, he had begun to glean some understanding. Achieving this would necessitate the use of new materials, novel chemical substances, and innovative explosive structures. Traditional hydrogen bombs are too dense, and they cannot afford to be so. They are excessively large, rendering them impractical. Traditional hydrogen bombs have even been supplanted by neutron bombs. Yet the hydrogen bomb I truly require must be more advanced than a neutron bomb. The deeper he delved, the more profound his understanding of the hydrogen bomb became. He did not linger on this book, having realized that engaging with similar materials could also expedite the medium-S enhancement. Thus, Pei Su promptly rose and found a folder containing a research report on new composite materials. Why was this report classified? He pondered as he swiftly flipped through the pages. Soon, he discovered the answer. This was a novel material composed of 7 layers of ceramic glass tiles, exhibiting exceptional energy conductivity, second only to graphene, and possessing remarkable adaptability. Under temperature variations, the material could manifest different forms, almost perfectly accommodating various scenarios. However, precisely due to temperature fluctuations, unexpected physical properties could emerge under extreme conditions, rendering it unstable. Hence, this report was classified and sealed. Unstable? Pei Su raised an eyebrow. What were the specific manifestations? He continued to read. Under specific neutron bombardment, the material's lattice would reorganize, producing superconducting properties, while simultaneously emitting anomalous radiation. Pei Su's breath quickened slightly. Radiation was indeed troublesome. Were it not for the radiation, this material could serve as an ideal outer shell for a lightweight hydrogen bomb. Unfortunately, under extreme conditions, radiation could be present. Radiation and hydrogen bombs could potentially trigger a chain reaction. After all, this was a hydrogen bomb, the most fearsome weapon of mass destruction in human history. As the creator, one must ensure that this lethal weapon is manufactured with utmost safety. For the next several hours, Pei Su was completely immersed in a sea of knowledge. He traversed the aisles, locating essential materials, activating the system time and again through various mediums. Sometimes it was a paper on an obscure theory. Other times it was a record of a failed experiment, or occasionally merely a handwritten calculation draft. Each piece of information resembled a fragment of a puzzle, which he gradually pieced together into a comprehensive technological blueprint. The detonation control system required optimization. Pei Su contemplated. The precision of the current electric detonators is insufficient. Perhaps quantum tunneling could be employed. What is quantum tunneling? This term is commonly utilized in photolithography, essentially indicating that even at its peak, a photolithography machine can only achieve a resolution of 0.3 nanometers, since even the smallest circuits measure at least 0.234 nanometers. If the distance between circuits is reduced to a certain extent, quantum tunneling occurs, causing current to directly traverse the circuit. In layman's terms, it leads to electrical leakage. However, if they could construct an extremely short circuit and exploit the current leaking through quantum tunneling to detonate the hydrogen bomb, they could achieve detonation in the shortest response time possible. Pei Su's eyes widened. Quantum tunneling is feasible. Yet, he wondered whether current technology could accomplish this. He resumed his search for various materials on quantum tunneling. However, due to its prevalence in photolithography, resources on quantum tunneling in this library were relatively scarce. The percentage of the medium steadily progressed. For days later, Pei Su rose, stretching his stiff shoulders. The white hair at his forehead seemed even more conspicuous under the light. These 4 days, comprising a total of 96 hours of intense cognitive activity, had exhausted him more than a week of continuous work. Yet, a look of satisfaction adorned his face. Currently, Pei Su had meticulously identified 3 significant mediums. The technology offered by Medium 1 was the giant energy lightweight Vanguard hydrogen bomb technology. The technology for Medium 2 was the 5th-generation aerospace transportation rocket technology. The technology for Medium 3 was the 2nd-generation isotope geological surveying technology. The giant energy lightweight Vanguard hydrogen bomb represents a hydrogen bomb manufacturing technology that maintains a remarkably low volume while possessing a terrifying yield, effectively addressing the inherent challenges of the hydrogen bomb itself. The 5th-generation aerospace transportation rocket technology resolves the transportation issue, as its system is of a higher level. Thus, the existing rockets can only achieve a 4th-generation standard, barely capable of space travel. In contrast, the 5th-generation aerospace transportation possesses the capability for prolonged transport in outer space. The technique of isotope surveying in geology was triggered by Pei Su's report related to the moon, primarily utilizing the helium-3 isotopes found in lunar soil to assess the lunar environmental conditions. This technology, developed in 2022, enabled the Chang'e mission to measure the helium-3 content in the lunar soil. However, it represents only the 1st generation of technology. The 2nd generation of isotope surveying techniques can directly ascertain the status of various planetary nodes through the analysis of isotopic content. On a smaller scale, this serves the purpose of location surveying. On a grander scale, it resembles geological radar. Identifying a critical site capable of initiating nuclear fusion is far from difficult. These 3 mediums introduce 3 technologies that aptly address the 3 major challenges of hydrogen bombs, transportation, and detonation. Yet, the progress percentage of the mediums is rather sluggish. It will take me at least 4 months to master all 3 technologies. Pei Su sighed, thinking that after 4 months, those outside would probably consider him a mere idler. For months in the library, it poses a challenge not only physiologically, but psychologically as well. While the onlookers might tolerate his absence for a month or 2, 4 months would inevitably test their patience. Nevertheless, it is all for the sake of the project. With a melancholic reflection, Pei Su resumed his arduous studies. The Gobi Desert welcomed its summer with fervor. Daytime temperatures could soar to a staggering 45 degrees Celsius, with sand temperatures reaching an exaggerated 85 degrees. Unbeknownst to him, Pei Su spent 4 months in the library. Chapter 250. All 3 challenges resolved this summer in the Gobi arrived swiftly and ferociously. Within the library, due to its emergency status, there was no central air conditioning, rendering it a quintessential steam box, maintaining an unbearable thermal sensation. The overhead lights emitted a steady, low hum. Pei Su sat at his desk, surrounded by a haphazard stack of materials and books, some open, others marked with notes, and a few with pages folded in a peculiar manner to highlight crucial passages. The tuft of white hair at his forehead became increasingly conspicuous under the light, contrasting sharply with his youthful visage. For months of intense cognitive exertion had rendered his complexion somewhat pale, yet his eyes shone brightly, as if data was silently coursing through the depths of his pupils. He had just closed a monograph on the application of quantum field theory in material science, his fingertips unconsciously tapping lightly on the cover. In his mind, 3 vast and intricate technological systems were slowly and steadily taking shape. High-efficiency lightweight hydrogen bomb technology, medium resolution 98, 5th-generation aerospace transport rocket technology, medium resolution 95, Second-generation isotope, surveying geological technology, medium resolution, 99. The progress bar was nearly full. Just a fraction remaining. Pei-Su took a deep breath. The heat was stifling. It was hard to fathom that he had endured 4 months in a sauna-like library in such a sweltering region as the Gobi Desert. He reached for another folder beside him, containing early theoretical concepts for a high-energy particle confinement device. Not directly related, but potentially offering insights into the final percentage of rocket technology analysis. He immersed himself once more, and the passage of time outside became once again indistinct. Meanwhile, in the research area, the conference room was filled with people seated around a long table. The primary leaders of the base and heads of various research teams were present, including Li Yong from the Lonka Institute and Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan Laboratory. Lei Song sat at the head of the table, his expression grave, idly twirling an unlit cigarette between his fingers. A thick stack of reports lay open before him. Yet his gaze did not rest upon them, but rather swept slowly across the faces of everyone present. To his left sat Chu Jinhua. Lei Song's fingers tapped a rhythm on the table. Lei Wanli sat at the lower end of the table, his eyelids lowered, revealing no discernible expression. Members of Pei-Su's team, including Xiao Hua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, and Zhang Ming, were also present, each silent and visibly perturbed. For months had passed. Finally, Lei Song spoke, his voice not loud but resonating like a stone thrown into still waters, disrupting the stifling silence of the conference room. From the project's inception until today, a full 123 days had elapsed. He paused, scanning the room once more. Ladies and gentlemen, we have invested countless human, material, and financial resources for you. We have mobilized special aircraft on your behalf. We have deployed enhanced security details for your protection. And I have exhausted all means to fulfill your demands for the success of this project. Li Yong, the ultra-quantum laboratory you requested from the Lonka Institute. I personally coordinated with 60 individuals across 13 top-tier laboratories nationwide, traversing 3 cities and sharing over 50 cups of coffee with more than 20 supervisors, finally establishing it for you. Wang Hongzhe, the low-temperature superconducting environment your Harbin Institute desired has also been arranged, with over 100 tons of liquid nitrogen transported in 3 shifts, achieving what can only be described as a miracle in transportation history. Furthermore, Li Mutong, the complete nuclear fusion apparatus weighing over 40 tons that your Qian Shuesan laboratory hoped to employ for hydrogen bomb conditions has been delivered. However, what have we to show for it? His pace was deliberate, each word weighted with significance. I recognize that each of you is a distinguished figure in your respective fields, selected as elite representatives of the nation. I understand that scientific research, particularly projects like the Guanghan Palace, cannot be rushed or hurried. They require time and accumulation. His tone gradually adopted a note of suppressed melancholy. Yet, 123 days. We have not even glimpsed a preliminary version of the theoretical framework for miniaturizing the hydrogen bomb. Furthermore, I am compelled to oversee the construction of that accursed library. To put it bluntly, I wish you could all be like Pei-Su, who merely requested a library and then remained inside for 4 months without emerging. Meanwhile, you have continued to pose various inquiries before me over these 4 months, compelling me to dispatch numerous personnel to resolve them. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure on me is immense. Lei Song gently set the cigarette down on the table, producing a soft thud. I do not mean to question your efforts, nor to dismiss your prior contributions. I can see the dedication you have poured into this project. However, we need progress, tangible progress that we can see and touch. Each day, there are inquiries from above, and immense resources flow in like water, yet we hear not a whisper of response. The designated experimental area remains desolate, waiting for our equipment, our models, our results. Yet it stands there like a mere decoration, nearly dried out by the winds of the Gobi Desert. His voice involuntarily rose, tinged with palpable dissatisfaction and anxiety. Director Lei, Chu Jinhua interjected at an opportune moment, attempting to ease the tension. The situation regarding this project is quite unique. We come from all corners of the world, and our working methods may not be uniform, thus often requiring a period of adjustment. Time is precisely what we lack. Lei Song interrupted, his tone somewhat agitated. Commander Chu, it is not that I cannot wait. It is that the nation cannot wait. That this project cannot wait. Over 100 days, and we have achieved nothing. What am I to present to address the inquiries from above? What am I to say to those awaiting results? And how am I to sustain the operations and morale of this vast base? He turned to Lei Wanli and said, Wanli, you are specifically responsible for coordination, and you interact most frequently with the teams. Please share your thoughts. Over these past 4 months, aside from waiting, what else can we do? Or rather, how much longer must we wait for this project to succeed? Suddenly called upon, Lei Wanli lifted his head, his expression impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of fatigue. After carefully considering his words, he replied slowly, Father, I have witnessed everyone's efforts. But we are still far from achieving the core breakthroughs necessary for miniaturizing the hydrogen bomb. An unexpected memory struck him. On the 90th day of Pei-Su's tenure in the library, he had visited her. The environment of the library had astounded him. Resembling a stifling furnace, Yet Pei Su had thrived in such conditions for 4 months. Starting from the 3rd month, he had taken to delivering meals to her daily, a task previously handled by 2 guards assigned by Chu Jinhua. Reflecting on this, he shook his head slightly. As for Pei Gong, he has not provided any definitive timeline. He merely mentioned that he does not wish to be disturbed. Do not disturb, Lei Song echoed, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Must we wait? Yet waiting must have a deadline, a glimmer of hope. His gaze turned to Xiaohua and the others. What about you? You are the ones closest to him. Have you received any whispers? Has he shared even a hint about the research direction? Xiaohua opened his mouth as if to speak, but eventually sighed and shook his head. When Pei Ge is in seclusion, he completely isolates himself from the outside world. It was the same last time, albeit for a shorter duration. This time, however, it has indeed been too long. Chen Kai adjusted his glasses and added calmly, from a scientific standpoint. Miniaturizing the hydrogen bomb is an unprecedented challenge, involving extreme breakthroughs across theoretical physics, materials science, and engineering. Pei Su's choice of this approach is due to its complexity, which far exceeds any of our previous projects. Impatience may prove unhelpful. Wang Qingyu nodded softly. Pei Su is also enduring great hardship. Zhang Ming muttered. We have completed all preliminary preparations. We are simply waiting for Pei Gu to emerge. The words of the team members, while laced with understanding and even protection for Pei Su, simultaneously conveyed a sense of helplessness and shared anxiety. They too were enveloped by an invisible pressure. For months without any substantial progress, feeling the weight of external skepticism and criticism, silence fell over the conference room once more, broken only by the faint hum of the air conditioning system. Lei Song leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, the weariness on his face unmistakable. He recognized that his earlier words had been somewhat harsh, yet the burden upon him was even heavier. This project affected far too many lives. Should it fail or remain stagnant for too long, the consequences would be dire. I understand the difficulties everyone is facing, he said, his voice softening yet still heavy. But I need you all to comprehend the pressure I am under. Thousands of people are watching us. We cannot continue to wait indefinitely. Straightening his posture, his gaze sharpened. The purpose of convening this meeting is not to assign blame, but to unify our thoughts and clarify the next steps. I have decided to give you all another period of time, and additionally, I will grant Pei Gong 1 more month. He raised a finger. 1 month. This is the final deadline. If, after 1 month, we still fail to produce any results, I hope you will not hold my decisions against me. This project is too critical. I trust you understand. Lei Song's words plunged the room into a moment of silence. Indeed, the importance of this project was undeniable. Should they remain unable to deliver results, the repercussions would be grave. Lei Song pondered for a moment. I too am giving Pei Gong 1 month. After that, he must emerge, regardless of circumstances. He paused, his tone turning exceptionally serious. This is the worst-case scenario, yet we must have this contingency plan, he declared. The meeting is adjourned. I hope everyone will perform their duties diligently in this final month, especially you. He directed his gaze toward Xiaohua and his colleagues. If you receive any news regarding Pei Gong, or discover any valuable clues during your preliminary work, you must report them immediately. With that, he was the first to rise, taking the cigarette from the table, and exited the conference room without looking back. His figure appeared weary yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Left behind, the members of the meeting exchanged glances, the atmosphere heavier than before. Chu Jinhua sighed and said to Lei Wanli, Wanli, your father's pressure is immense. Lei Wanli nodded silently. I understand. I simply believe in Pei Su. Chu Jinhua stood, patting his shoulder. But this month will test us all. Let's focus on what we need to accomplish. One by one, they departed the conference room, each feeling as though a stone had been placed upon their hearts. 1 month. The countdown had begun. Within the library, Pei Su remained oblivious to the turmoil sparked by his work. He was wholly engrossed in reading the final crucial document. A classified report concerning the failures of experiments on a certain type of non-stationary plasma confinement. The report meticulously detailed every parameter adjustment, every instance of energy loss, and the accompanying phenomena. The words conveyed a palpable sense of frustration. Yet, in Pei Su's eyes, these failures illuminated the path to success. The author depicted the most authentic physical scenarios. Upon reaching the last page, he encountered a hasty summary that stated, the energy dissipation rate far exceeds theoretical values, and there exist fundamental flaws in the confinement field structure, suspected to be related to vacuum fluctuation coupling. Project terminated. The progress bar that had stagnated in his mind suddenly surged forward. 5th generation astronautical transport rocket technology, medium resolution 100, 3 designated technical analyses completed. It's done. Pei Su slowly exhaled a breath he felt had been held for 4 months. An indescribable wave of exhaustion washed over him, threatening to engulf him. But it was swiftly followed by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and clarity. The complete configuration of the lightweight hydrogen bomb, every detail of the 5th generation rocket components, the principles and applications of the 2nd generation isotope surveying technology, an abundance of information was instinctively imprinted within the depths of his consciousness. ready to be extracted and utilized at any moment. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes, savoring the hard-won results. A subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. For months of torment had been worth it. This damned furnace is going to cook me alive. In that moment, Pei Su, who had remained silent for 4 months, let out a curse. After resting for about 10 minutes, he stood up, stretching his stiff and sore limbs. Prolonged sitting had caused his muscles to atrophy, and his joints emitted faint clicks. He performed a few simple stretching movements before beginning to tidy up the scattered materials on his desk. He carefully returned the books and documents he had reviewed to their rightful places, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Chapter 251. The astonished Chu Jinhua having completed these tasks. He once again surveyed the library that had accompanied him for 4 months, his gaze sweeping over the rows of silent bookshelves. Then he turned and, though slightly unsteady, walked with extraordinary determination toward the heavy blast-proof door. Pressing the internal unlock button, a low hum of the motor resonated as the heavy metal door slowly slid open. Blinding light flooded in from outside, causing Pei Su, accustomed to the soft indoor illumination, to instinctively squint. A wave of heat rushed toward him, revealing the stifling atmosphere of the library. Outside the library, the heat was palpable. The guard stationed at the entrance, startled by the commotion, turned around and was taken aback upon seeing Pei Su standing inside the door. After a brief moment of shock, excitement and disbelief washed over his face as he immediately stood tall and saluted with a crisp military gesture. "Engineer Pei, you have emerged." Pei Su adjusted to the brightness and nodded slightly at the guard, a gesture of acknowledgement. He said nothing further and walked out. Stepping into the scorching air of the desert, he raised his gaze to the sky, a pristine blue void devoid of clouds, with the sun gleaming brightly, casting its unrelenting light and heat. After orienting himself, he made his way toward the laboratory. The moment his figure appeared on the main thoroughfare of the research area, it was as if a colossal stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Researchers and staff encountered along the way instinctively glanced at him, only to freeze in place as if entranced, eyes wide, fixated on the young man with a striking tuft of white hair, whose frame appeared somewhat frail, and whose steps seemed hesitant. It was not until Pei Su had walked a considerable distance that a wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs erupted behind him. "It's Engineer Pei. He has emerged. My goodness. He is finally out. Quick, notify Commander Lei, notify Commander Chu." Informed the laboratory. The news spread like wildfire, racing through the entire base with astonishing speed. Pei Su paid no heed to the commotion behind him, though he could surmise its cause. After 4 months in seclusion, enjoying the privileges of a testing zone, yet unable to produce results, it was likely that he had aroused considerable controversy. Thus, his objective was clear, the laboratory. He needed to promptly assemble his team and transform the ideas swirling in his mind into concrete action plans. Upon reaching the laboratory entrance, he was met by Xiaohua, Chen Kai, Wang Qingyu, Zhang Ming, and Li Bei, who had already received the news and rushed out, panting, just as he arrived. The 5 stood frozen, staring at Pei Su, who, though bearing a hint of fatigue, had eyes that sparkled like stars. For a moment, they were rendered speechless. For months had passed. Each day they toiled in the laboratory, adjusting equipment and repeating fundamental calculations, all while enduring the faint but persistent doubts from the outside world and the mounting pressure within. The sensation was far from pleasant. Suddenly seeing their long-absent core member return stirred a tumult of complex emotions in them. Xiaohua was the first to regain his composure. Rushing forward, his voice tinged with excitement. "Brother Pei, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out soon, we would have crumbled under the pressure." Chen Kai adjusted his glasses, the relief evident in his eyes. "Pei Su, the timing is perfect." Wang Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly called out, "Pei Su." Zhang Ming remained silent, but nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly. Li Bei silently balled his fists. "You have finally emerged. Had you delayed a few more days, Commander Lei might have expelled you." Pei Su gazed at the assembled group, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I have emerged." His voice was slightly hoarse. "A result of prolonged isolation. I apologize for making you wait." He stepped into the laboratory, his gaze sweeping over the impeccably maintained equipment, and nodded appreciatively. "The preparations have been well executed. Brother Pei." During these 4 months, Xiaohua began, eager to inquire but uncertain of where to start. Pei Su approached the main control panel, his fingers gliding over the cold metallic surface, interrupting him. "Time is of the essence. Pleasantries will have to wait. During my seclusion, I formulated several concepts." He turned to face the 4, his gaze sharpening with focus. "Xiaohua, you will lead the team to construct the dynamical model of the primary structure of the hydrogen bomb based on the parameters I will outline. Pay particular attention to the interface effects between the neutron reflector and the fusion materials, as this is crucial for achieving weight reduction." Xiaohua's spirit surged, and he swiftly produced his notebook. "Yes, Brother Pei, please go on." Chen Kai, Pei Su continued, directing his attention to him. "You are in charge of the materials aspect. I need you to immediately screen and contact relevant entities to prepare the following specialized materials. High-purity lithium deuteride, 6, with critical density requirements reaching. He enumerated a series of exceedingly stringent material performance and purity criteria, especially for the casing materials, stating, "I need a novel ternary composite ceramic of carbon, silicon, and zirconium, with a crystal structure that meets." Chun Kei rapidly took notes, occasionally adjusting his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the challenge. "Wang Qingyu," Pei Su addressed the meticulous and composed girl, "you will oversee data integration and the construction of the simulated environment. Recalibrate all existing data on lunar geology, gravitational fields, and thermal environments, ensuring the precision exceeds our previous standards by an order of magnitude. Additionally, prepare to integrate the simulation port for the second-generation isotopic surveying technology." Wang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. "Recalibrate?" But she quickly composed herself, nodding earnestly. "Understood, Engineer Pei. I will oversee the data calibration personally." Zhang Ming. Pei Su finally turned to the team member whose intellect surpassed his own. "You will collaborate with Chun Kei to begin designing a small-scale extreme environment simulation chamber for testing the hydrogen bomb components. Full functionality is unnecessary, but the high-temperature and pressure components must be developed as quickly as possible." Zhang Ming succinctly replied, "No problem, Brother Pei." The series of directives flowed clearly, swiftly, and methodically, as if rehearsed countless times in his mind, without a hint of hesitation or pause. As the four listened, their initial excitement and anxiety gradually transformed into focus and astonishment. Pei Su was not merely emerging from seclusion. He had been engaged in a monumental intellectual endeavor within that library. What he brought forth was not vague notions, but a comprehensive, actionable technical blueprint. Just as the laboratory began to hum with renewed energy, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside. The laboratory door was thrust open forcefully. Leading the charge was Lei Wanli, his expression a mix of disbelief and relief, his breath slightly uneven. Following closely was Chu Jinhua, who, despite his usual composure, could not conceal his excitement. The last to appear at the doorway was Lei Song. He walked deliberately, each step laden with weight. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing directly on Pei Su, who stood at the main control panel, slightly thinner, but with a sharp gaze and that striking tuft of white hair. At the sight of Pei Su's unmistakably gaunt face, Lei Song's lips moved as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. The meeting had concluded less than an hour ago, and he was still grappling with the weight of the ultimatum issued a month prior, filled with self-doubt. Yet he never anticipated that at this very moment, Pei Su would emerge unbidden. Moreover, observing the atmosphere in the laboratory, seeing the rekindled determination on Xiaohua and the others' faces as they busied themselves, Lei Song's heart raced. Chu Jinhua spoke first, his voice betraying a subtle tremor. "Pei Su, you've returned? How did it go?" All eyes were fixed upon Pei Su. He met their gazes with calm assurance, nodding slowly. His eyes swept over Chu Jinhua and Lei Wanli before locking with Lei Song's. "Director Lei, Commander Chu, Wanli," he began, his voice still hoarse yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I apologize for the wait." He paused before continuing. "Regarding the miniaturization of the hydrogen bomb and the subsequent advancement of the Guanghan Palace project, I have developed a comprehensive solution." As Pei Su's words resonated in the laboratory, a momentary silence enveloped the room. "A complete solution?" Lei Song instinctively repeated the phrase, his voice dry, quivering with incredulity. He felt his heart, which had been seared by pressure and anxiety for 4 long months, suddenly contract, akin to being infused with a potent stimulant, yet also as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, fearing that this might merely be a mirage born of excessive stress. He yearned for hope so desperately that when it finally presented itself, his immediate reaction was one of fear. Fear that this hope was illusory, a fleeting dream that would shatter upon the slightest touch. He fixed his gaze intently on Pei Su, attempting to detect any hint of uncertainty or exaggeration in that youthful face, marked by evident fatigue and premature gray hair. But all he saw was tranquility, a profound calmness rooted in absolute knowledge. Chu Jinhua's response was far more visceral. He inhaled sharply, his eyes, accustomed to scrutinizing battlefields and armies, suddenly shining with an almost frightening intensity. His hand instinctively clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, the words escaping him with a mix of utter astonishment and elation. He believed in Pei Su. He had known this young man for far too long. It could be said that in the first 20 years of Chu Jinhua's life, he focused on academics, and the subsequent decade was dedicated to military affairs. He had known Pei Su for 6 or 7 years. From the moment he first saw this young man turn gray overnight, he understood that he was no ordinary person. The longer he knew him, the more he believed in this feeling. Yet, even as he held that belief, hearing the phrase complete solution struck him with immense shock as a soldier. This was the miniaturization of a hydrogen bomb. It was the palace of eternal cold. It was an unprecedentedly audacious plan in human history. In truth, if one were to set aside the pressures faced by Lei Song and adopt a more measured perspective on this project, even 4 years without results would be deemed normal. This was the most technologically advanced project in human history. During the Cold War, how many resources and brilliant minds had been devoted by the two superpowers? And how many years did it take them to reach a conclusion? For years? Not even close. It took over 40. Yet Pei Su, in this even more extravagant endeavor, produced a miracle in just 4 months, in a stifling library devoid of air conditioning. This transcended the realm of genius. He forcibly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, his gaze burning with intensity as he awaited Pei Su's subsequent words. Lei Wanli's psychological state was far more intricate and nuanced. His eyes swiftly scanned Pei Su's somewhat pale, yet bright-eyed face, then moved to the striking white hair illuminated by the laboratory lights, finally resting on his legs, which appeared unsteady from prolonged inactivity. He recalled the suffocating heat he felt each time he entered that steam room-like library with meals in hand from the 3rd month onward. Remembering Pei Su's unwavering focus, buried in books, almost oblivious to the outside world. In such an environment, enduring 4 months would likely drive an ordinary person to the brink of madness. Yet Pei Su not only persevered, but succeeded. Admiration and astonishment washed over him. He had long believed that Pei Su could create miracles. Someone capable of such self-discipline could undoubtedly achieve what others could not. However, he never anticipated that this miracle would manifest so swiftly and so completely. For months to present a comprehensive solution to a colossal project affecting the fate of the nation? This defied all reason. He regarded Pei Su as if he were a martyr burning himself to illuminate the path ahead, or perhaps as a figure of reverence. After a brief silence, Lei Song finally regained his voice, laced with urgency and a hint of caution. A complete solution? Pei Su, please elaborate. What are the specifics? He instinctively stepped forward. Pei Su nodded, seemingly having anticipated the group's reaction. He approached the main control panel, casually picking up an electronic pen, and began to elucidate, his pace steady yet imbued with undeniable certainty. Firstly, let us address the issue of the hydrogen bomb itself, he began. The traditional structure of thermonuclear weapons, in pursuit of yield and stability, inevitably results in enormous size and weight, which contradicts our seemingly opposing requirements for lightweight and large-scale design. Therefore, we must discard all existing configurations and adopt an entirely new layered implosion compression technique combined with asymmetric neutron focusing technology. He paused, noting the contemplative and slightly bewildered expressions on Xiao Hua and others, yet continued without hesitation. In simpler terms, we will no longer pursue a singular, massive fusion reaction core. Instead, we will decompose it into multiple miniaturized secondary units arranged in a specific geometric structure. By precisely controlling the timing of the implosion waves, we can ensure that these secondary units reach critical state almost simultaneously. Within a very brief time window, through our designed neutron focusing lens, we can accurately inject neutron flows to initiate a chain fusion reaction. Thus, we can achieve a lightweight design while ensuring a high yield. Moreover, due to the more concentrated and efficient energy release, the actual destructive effect may enhance by 30 to 50% compared to a traditional hydrogen bomb of equivalent yield. Shen Kai could not contain himself and adjusted his glasses, interjecting, "Hey, is this asymmetric neutron focusing lens made from the ternary composite ceramic of carbon, silicon, and zirconium that you mentioned earlier? Is that for this purpose?" "Indeed, that is one of its components," Pei Su affirmed. "The core part of the lens requires that material because it can maintain structural stability under extreme neutron bombardment, and its lattice arrangement can guide the neutron flow. However, the design of the primary detonation device and energy transfer path is even more crucial. We need a new type of electric detonator based on quantum tunneling effects, with precision reaching the picosecond level to ensure absolute synchronization of the implosion wave." "Quantum tunneling?" Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey, isn't that typically utilized in chips and is primarily regarded as a negative effect to be avoided? To use it for detonators? Can that be controlled?" "Conventional methods cannot manage it," Pei Su replied, his tone remaining calm. "However, if we exploit its statistical determinism amid the uncontrollable, we can reverse engineer a trigger-type short circuit with an extremely short path, allowing the quantum tunneling effect itself to become part of the detonation signal." He added, "I will provide the specific mathematical model and circuit design shortly." Xiaohua opened his mouth but fell silent, instead immersing himself in frantic notes on his notepad. His face alight with shock and curiosity, Pei Su proceeded to address the next challenge. Having resolved the hydrogen bomb issue, we must now consider transportation. The existing rocket technology, in terms of both carrying capacity and reliability, cannot meet the demands of safely delivering this hydrogen bomb, albeit lightweight, to the moon. Therefore, I propose that we commence the development of a 5th-generation space transport rocket. 5th-generation rocket? Chu Jinhua was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Pei Su confirmed with a nod. The core feature lies in employing a variable cycle fusion ramjet engine as the power source for stages beyond the second. It will no longer rely on traditional chemical fuel. Instead, it will harness energy produced by a miniaturized nuclear fusion device to ionize the working fluid, generating a high-speed particle flow. This means exceptional thrust and efficiency in both the atmosphere and outer space. Furthermore, The rocket structure will extensively utilize the new lightweight, high-strength composite materials we developed based on lunar soil composition simulations, further reducing dead weight. Preliminary estimates suggest its near-Earth orbit carrying capacity will exceed that of the strongest current rockets by more than tenfold. This is more than sufficient to deliver our necessary payload, including the hydrogen bomb and essential auxiliary equipment, into lunar transfer orbit in a single launch. A fusion engine? Lei Wanli gasped in astonishment. Is this technology truly feasible now? The theoretical model and key processes have been established. Pei Su's response was resolute. The challenge lies in the miniaturization of fusion devices and the efficient conversion of energy. This aspect shares commonalities with the miniaturization technology of hydrogen bombs, allowing for concurrent advancements. He then turned his gaze towards Wang Qingyu. As for the precise detonation on the moon, ensuring a continuous nuclear fusion rather than a one-time explosion, that will require your expertise, Qingyu. Wang Qingyu immediately straightened her posture. Pei Su, please provide your guidance. I will soon provide you with the second-generation isotopic geological surveying technology. Pei Su elaborated. It is not merely about analyzing the helium-3 content. We must accurately map the internal structural stress and material density distribution of the moon through the subtle variations of various isotopes found in its surface and shallow soil. Particularly, we need to identify regions with a thin crust that contain abundant light nuclei, such as deuterium, tritium, and lithium, which serve as natural nuclear reactors. By detonating hydrogen bombs at specific points within these areas, the energy released will not just constitute a single explosion, but will ignite the moon's latent nuclear fusion materials, triggering a chain reaction, thereby achieving the sustained energy release we require to ignite the moon. He scanned the room, summarizing, thus. My comprehensive solution is the amalgamation of these three technologies, the lightweight, high-energy hydrogen bomb as the ignition source, the fifth-generation space transport rocket as the bearer of the ignition source, and the second-generation isotopic geological surveying technology as the means to identify the optimal ignition locations. Each element is indispensable. The laboratory fell silent once more, with only the faint hum of the equipment and the slightly labored breaths of the individuals present. Xiaohua, Chun Kei, and others could grasp parts of the discussion, yet much of the content, which involved deeper principles and specific implementation pathways, exceeded their current understanding, leaving them both exhilarated and somewhat dizzy. Lei Song stood there, his brow furrowed, striving to digest Pei Su's words. Chapter 252. One man can defeat 5 armies. Lei Song felt he understood the general idea, realizing that Pei Su had proposed a complete closed loop from manufacturing to transport to detonation. However, the specific terminology and technical details seemed like an enigma to him. He needed to be assured that this was not merely a beautiful blueprint, but a feasible plan grounded in solid scientific principles. Thus, Lei Song remained silent for a long time, so long that the air felt as if it had solidified again, before finally speaking. His voice tinged with uncertainty and caution. Pei Su, much of what you said is somewhat beyond my comprehension. He candidly acknowledged his knowledge limitations, and then suggested, perhaps I should consult others? Should I call your uncle Li Yong, along with Li Mutong from the Qian Shuesan Laboratory, and Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology? Let them evaluate this together? He sought authoritative validation, needing confirmation from other brilliant minds. Pei Su appeared unfazed by this, calmly nodding. That is acceptable. Collective wisdom can expedite the identification of potential issues within the plan, facilitating subsequent refinements. Upon receiving Pei Su's affirmative response, a sharp light ignited in Lei Song's eyes, dispelling the prior fatigue and anxiety, replaced by a resolute decisiveness. He abruptly turned to Chu Jinhua and Lei Wanli, his tone unwavering. Excellent. Let it be decided. He inhaled deeply, his voice rising abruptly with an undeniable commanding tone. Wanli, notify everyone immediately. Cancel all non-urgent matters. Commander Chu, please coordinate security to ensure unobstructed access. His gaze swept across everyone in the laboratory, finally resting on an empty point in space, as though he could already envision the forthcoming scene. Within an hour, I want to see all responsible parties in Conference Room 1. We shall convene immediately. Lei Song's command was akin to pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the entire base into a frenzy. Just freed from a stifling meeting, returning to their respective duties, some had not even finished a cup of tea when they were summoned back to the core of the research area, Conference Room 1. In the mere hour that passed, many faces still bore the fatigue and anxiety of before, now tinged with confusion and impatience. Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology, known for his fiery temperament, was nearly the last to enter the meeting room, forcefully opening the door with an air of irritation. His graying hair was somewhat disheveled, and he plopped heavily into a chair, his voice resonant and clearly displeased. Commander Lei, what is happening this time? We researchers thrive on focus and single-mindedness. It takes time to get into the right state, yet these back-to-back meetings are spinning us like tops. We are not young lads with boundless energy. Beside him, Li Mutong, the head of the Qian Shuesan Laboratory, usually more composed, could not help but rub his temples, sighing softly enough for those nearby to hear. Indeed, old Lei. What is the urgency? I just started to decipher some erratic data streams from the fusion device. Li Yong from Lonka Institute, also Pei Su's uncle, sat across from Li Mutong. He remained silent, merely lifting the now cold teacup to his lips, his brow knitted in concern. He was not complaining about the meeting. Rather, he was worried about his nephew. Pei Su had been in seclusion for 4 months, and the previous meeting had yielded no updates. Now, suddenly calling for an emergency meeting made him fear something might have gone awry with Pei Su. Lei Song, seated at the head of the table, faced the grievances of the attendees, yet his expression bore none of the earlier gloom. Instead, it radiated an indescribable mixture of excitement and anticipation. He raised his hands, urging silence. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Lei Song's voice was significantly louder than an hour prior, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible amusement. I understand the hard work involved and acknowledge that frequently interrupting the research process is far from ideal. However, this urgent gathering is due to a potential significant turning point for our project. A turning point? Wang Hongzhe raised an eyebrow, still skeptical. What turning point? Which field has made a breakthrough? Is it the Qianshuosen Laboratory's progress in fusion confinement? Or has Lonka Institute discovered a new avenue in materials science? His gaze swept towards Li Mutong and Li Yong. Li Mutong, taken aback, instinctively shook his head. No, I was just grappling with the data. He turned to Li Yong. Director Li, is it from your end? Li Yong also shook his head in confusion. We are still conducting fundamental theoretical extrapolations. We are far from a breakthrough. The other experts in the conference room, including Zhang Xiaojing, Zhao Suitang, and Zhang Wan from the Qianshuosen Laboratory, exchanged puzzled glances, murmuring speculations among themselves. Not Li Mutong, not Li Yong. Then who could it be? Has Harbin Institute made a breakthrough in low-temperature research? Impossible. Wang had just been complaining. A subtle atmosphere of confusion permeated the conference room. They scrutinized one another, attempting to discern any hints of achievement from their peers' expressions, only to find the same fatigue and bewilderment reflected back at them. If none of these leading laboratory heads were responsible, then who could Lei Song be referring to? Who else among the base's hidden geniuses could it be? Just as whispers of speculation filled the air, the conference room door swung open once more. All eyes were immediately drawn to the entrance, where Pei Su entered, following Chu Jinhua and Lei Wanli. He still wore the slightly oversized lab coat, his physique considerably leaner than 4 months prior, as if his skin could barely conceal the protruding bones beneath. His complexion appeared somewhat pale under the conference room lights, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Sporting a blue baseball cap and bearing a slightly weary smile, he calmly surveyed the assembly, ultimately nodding slightly in acknowledgement towards Lei Song at the head of the table. Apologies for the wait, everyone. Pei Su's voice retained the characteristic hoarseness of someone emerging from seclusion, yet his demeanor was composed. In an instant, the heads of the conference room were all taken aback. Wang Hongzhe gaped, the complaints he had been harboring caught in his throat, his eyes wide as saucers in disbelief at the sight of Pei Su entering. Li Mutong straightened abruptly, his face etched with astonishment, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Li Yong, Pei Su's uncle, reacted most intensely. He shot up from his chair, leaning forward to fixate on Pei Su, his lips trembling as he attempted to call out his nephew's name, only to restrain himself due to the gravity of the situation. Beside him, academician Zhang Xiaojing and academician Zhao Suitang bore expressions of utter shock. They were aware that Pei Su had been in seclusion, yet they could hardly fathom that this pivotal breakthrough had indeed come from the young man who had been in isolation for 4 months, especially at the very moment of his emergence. Seated next to Li Mutong, Zhang Wan felt her heart seize in that instant, as if gripped by an invisible hand upon seeing Pei Su enter. Her gaze fixated on him, particularly on his striking white hair and noticeably gaunt cheeks. For months, how had he endured the sweltering heat of the library? Her nose tinged with emotion, her eyes quickly reddening as she lowered her head, fumbling with the documents before her to mask her discomposure. Yet, her slightly trembling fingers and the sudden quickening of her heartbeat betrayed the turmoil within her. She had been suppressing her concern for Pei Su, telling herself that the project took precedence, but when he appeared in such a manner, all her restraint felt utterly futile. Pei Su. Wang Hongzhe finally regained his voice, laced with profound doubt and incredulity. You're out? Li Mutong inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, yet the astonishment in his eyes remained unabated. Pei Su, have you just emerged from seclusion? Pei Su took a seat beside Lei Song, facing the collective gaze of the assembly, filled with skepticism, inquiry, expectation, and a hint of scrutiny, and calmly nodded. Yes, academician Wang, Engineer Li, I have just come out of the library. At the opportune moment, Lei Song interjected, his voice resonant and imbued with a sense of vindication. Ladies and gentlemen, now do you understand? The individual I mentioned earlier, who has proposed a complete solution that could bring about a significant turning point for our project, is none other than Pei Su. Even though the answer had been anticipated, the moment Lei Song confirmed it, a collective intake of breath echoed throughout the conference room. A complete solution? From Pei Su, who had been in seclusion for 4 months. How could this be possible? The skepticism on Wang Hongzhi's face intensified. With his straightforward demeanor, he could not refrain from speaking. Pei Su, it's not that I doubt you, but the miniaturization of the hydrogen bomb and the challenges of the Guanghan Palace project are well known to both of us. You claim to have a complete solution? It's only been 4 months. What exactly have you come up with? Although Li Mutong remained silent, his eyes mirrored the same questions and caution. He did not doubt Pei Su's abilities. Pei Su had repeatedly proven himself. Yet, the complexity of the Guanghan Palace project was on an entirely different level, pushing the limits of physics. For months seemed scarcely sufficient to even untangle the myriad complexities. Li Yong's heart raced, caught between hope that his nephew had indeed performed a miracle and fear that he might be making unrealistic claims under duress. Unable to hold back, he implored, Xiao Su, please elaborate. What exactly is going on? Any ideas you have are welcome for discussion. Facing the skepticism of the assembly, Pei Su showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he nodded in understanding. He had anticipated such reactions. I know you all harbor doubts, he began slowly, his voice clear and resonant throughout the conference room. After all, the scope of this project is vast, and its challenge is formidable. The reason I spent 4 months in the library was to seek a systematic solution capable of interlinking and resolving these issues in one fell swoop. He paused, scanning the faces of the experts present before continuing. Earlier, in the laboratory, I briefly outlined my thoughts to Commander Lei, Commander Chu, and Wan Li. Now, I shall provide a detailed report of my ideas to all of you. Without any notes, he sat there and began to articulate his thoughts with clarity. Firstly, concerning the core issue of the hydrogen bomb. What we need is not the traditional thermonuclear weapon, which pursues ultimate power and stability, but rather a new type of hydrogen bomb characterized by large-scale, lightweight, and specific functionalities. I refer to it as the giant energy lightweight Vanguard hydrogen bomb. He commenced explaining the principles of layered implosion compression and asymmetric neutron focusing, detailing how to decompose the fusion core, accurately control the timing of implosion, and direct neutron flow to achieve optimal equivalence in terms of volume and weight. As he spoke, the conference room gradually fell silent. The initially furrowed brow of Wang Hongzhi eased into a contemplative expression, his fingers unconsciously tracing circles on the table. Li Mutong's eyes grew brighter. As a luminary in the field of nuclear physics, he found that while some of the concepts Pei Su proposed were novel and even audacious, the underlying physical logic suggested a certain possibility. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, Wait, Pei Su, your neutron-focusing lens must have stringent material requirements, I presume? Indeed. Engineer Li, Pei Su affirmed, nodding. It requires a novel ternary composite ceramic of carbon, silicon, and zirconium, whose crystalline structure must remain stable under extreme neutron flow conditions while achieving specific neutron optical properties. This aspect of materials science is indeed challenging. However, at the very least, it simplifies matters considerably, does it not? Li Mutong nodded pensively, choosing not to speak further, but his eyes reflected an increasing interest. Pei Su continued, addressing the transportation challenges. Introducing the concept of fifth-generation aerospace transport rockets and variable cycle fusion ramjet hybrid engines. This time, even the 2 directors responsible for aerospace propulsion, who had remained silent thus far, could no longer contain themselves. Fusion engines? Pei Su, you must be joking. This technology is still in the theoretical exploration stage, exclaimed Zhang Tao, the head of the Aerospace Bureau. Miniaturization, energy control, and working fluid selection all present significant hurdles. Indeed, Li Jian, the deputy director of the Aerospace Bureau, chimed in. Unable to restrain himself, Pei Su responded with calm assurance. I have already formulated preliminary concepts for the theoretical models and critical process pathways. The miniaturization of the fusion device shares commonalities with the miniaturization technology of hydrogen bombs and can be researched concurrently. I also have some initial ideas regarding the specific propellant combinations and combustion chamber designs, which we can discuss further after the meeting. His tone was neither boastful nor timid, as if he were stating an established fact. Finally, he addressed the issues of lunar detonation and sustained fusion, proposing a second-generation isotope geochemical survey technology capable of locating natural nuclear reaction zones on the moon. However, this notion sounded rather alarming to others. The idea of accurately mapping the internal structural stress and material density distribution of the moon through isotope discrepancies was something they could scarcely dare to conceive. Pei Su surveyed the audience, delivering his final summary. Thus, my complete solution is a synthesis of these 3 core technologies. The giant energy lightweight Vanguard hydrogen bomb, serving as the match to ignite the moon, the 5th-generation aerospace transport rocket, acting as the reliable tool for delivering the match, and the 2nd-generation isotope geochemical survey technology, functioning as the eye to identify the optimal ignition point. Each component is interlinked, and none can be omitted. Even if you were to offer me 5 other experts, I would not trade you for them, Lei Song mused softly, feeling that Pei Su would be a figure etched into history. Perhaps, 50 years hence, Pei Su would be remembered alongside the pioneers of the 2 bombs, 1 satellite, enshrined in history, ultimately becoming a part of the annals of time. Chapter 253. Arranging everything as his words fell, a prolonged silence enveloped the conference room. Unlike the earlier sensations of dizziness and excitement felt by Xiaohua and others in the laboratory, the distinguished experts present now experienced a deeper sense of shock and skepticism. The blueprint painted by Pei Su was excessively grand, involving cutting-edge technologies that even resembled concepts from science fiction. How could a single individual, within a span of 4 months, independently propose such an extensive technological framework that crossed multiple elite disciplines, including nuclear physics, aerospace engineering, materials science, and geology? This had surpassed the realms of their understanding. Li Yong gazed at his nephew, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. He felt a profound pride in Pei Su's ability to articulate such a convoluted plan with clarity. Yet he was equally troubled by the almost fantastical nature of the proposal. He opened his mouth, intending to inquire about the theoretical foundations and experimental data that underpinned Pei Su's ideas, but the words faltered on his lips. Wang Hongzhi rubbed his face and turned to Lei Song, his tone heavy. Commander Lei, Pei Su's ideas are astonishing, truly grand. However, doesn't it seem somewhat too ahead of its time? Each of the technologies mentioned could occupy the full might of our nation for a decade or more. Are we to pursue them all at once and expect results in a short time frame? He did not complete his thought, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. It was implausible. Li Mutong also pondered before speaking. Pei Su, I do not wish to dismiss your approach. Your concepts are indeed inspiring and may even illuminate a path for the future. However, there exists a vast engineering chasm between conception and realization. Particularly in foundational fields such as materials and fusion control, our current capabilities may not suffice. Gradually, skepticism began to rise within the conference room. Experts voiced their concerns from various professional perspectives, highlighting potential technological bottlenecks, theoretical challenges, and practical dilemmas within Pei Su's proposal. Zhang Wan listened to the surrounding discussions, her heart aching for Pei Su, who was encircled by skeptical gazes. She could see the determination and clarity in his eyes, a gaze not characteristic of someone speaking without conviction. She longed to rise in his defense, but understood her limited influence, and from a professional standpoint, she could empathize with the apprehensions of the esteemed scholars. Lei Song and Chu Jinhua exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in one another's eyes. They had anticipated this scenario. Pei Su's proposal indeed sounded like a tale from a fantastical realm. Just then, Pei Su spoke once more. His voice remained calm, yet it cut through the cacophony of the meeting like a stone cast into a lake, disrupting the tumult. I understand the concerns of all esteemed colleagues. Pei Su began slowly. Every new technology faces skepticism at its inception. This is entirely normal. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting on Wang Hongzhi and Li Mutong. Academician Wang, Engineer Li, and all other esteemed colleagues, my proposal is not a product of mere imagination. Over the past 4 months, I have meticulously reviewed nearly all relevant classified materials, failed cases, and cutting-edge theories available in the library. Each technology one proposed has a relatively clear theoretical foundation, key parameters, and even preliminary processing routes mapped out in my mind. He paused, his tone growing more resolute. I understand this is challenging and may sound incredible. However, I implore you not to dismiss its potential simply because it seems difficult. What we require now is not a gradual, step-by-step approach, but rather a groundbreaking leap forward. He turned to Lei Song. Commander Lei, I request that you grant my team and me an opportunity. We need not mobilize all resources immediately. We can begin with the most critical and core theoretical verifications and prototype constructions. He then addressed the assembled experts. I also beseech you to temporarily set aside your doubts and, based on your profound knowledge and experience, assist me in validating, refining, or even reconstructing every detail of this proposal. We need the collective wisdom of all present. Pei Su's words were sincere and powerful. He did not demand blind belief, but instead offered a more actionable path for joint validation. The conference room fell silent once more. The expressions of skepticism on the experts' faces softened, replaced by complex contemplation. Lei Song took a deep breath, aware that a pivotal moment had arrived. Should he withstand the pressure to support Pei Su, or yield to the realities and doubts of the experts, shelving the proposal? He glanced at Chu Jinhua, who nodded slightly. Lei Song then looked at Li Yong, whose expression was complicated, yet he ultimately gave a gentle nod. Lei Song abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Rising to his feet, his gaze piercing as it swept across the room. Very well, he declared emphatically. Pei Su is correct. No matter how arduous the path, someone must tread it. Since Pei Su has presented a proposal and outlined a path, we have no reason not to attempt it. He turned to Pei Su. Pei Su, whatever support you require, do not hesitate to ask. For theoretical validation, prototype construction, I will lend my full support. He then addressed all present. I urge you all to momentarily set aside biases and doubts. Let us, as scientists, fulfill our duties and use our knowledge and experience to assist Pei Su in refining this proposal, regardless of the outcome. The process itself is a contribution to our nation and to science. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, now, I announce that the Guanghan Palace project officially enters the verification phase of Pei Su's proposal. A joint technical verification group will be established, with Pei Su serving as the chief technical officer. Academician Li Mutong, Academician Wang Hongxia, and Dean Li Yong will act as deputy leaders. All related units must cooperate unconditionally. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. Everyone understood the magnitude of the resolve Lei Song had demonstrated, bearing immense pressure. Wang Hongxia regarded Lei Song, then turned to Pei Su, who, although slender, radiated a quiet luminosity. He sighed heavily but refrained from voicing further opposition. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mutong slowly nodded. Since Commander Lei has made this decision, our Qianshuesan laboratory will fully cooperate with the verification. Li Yong also spoke. The Lonka Institute has no issues. As the other experts observed the affirmations from these prominent figures, they too nodded in agreement. Though many still bore expressions of deep concern, Zhang Wan watched Pei Su, who stood at the front of the conference table, seemingly glowing despite his slight frame. Her anxious heart eased somewhat, but it was soon replaced by deeper anticipation and a hint of trepidation. Very well. Lei Song surveyed the room, his tone grave. The specific verification plan and task distribution will henceforth be led by Pei Su, with the deputy leaders assisting to swiftly formulate a detailed plan. Now, this meeting is adjourned. As everyone began to rise, the atmosphere was even more intricate and weighty than before. Many could not help but steal furtive glances at Pei Su as they departed, their eyes filled with curiosity and ineffable emotions. Pei Su remained in place, watching the retreating figures, exhaling softly. The solemn atmosphere of the conference room had yet to dissipate entirely, but Lei Song's decisive action had set the tone for the work ahead. He allowed little time for the attendees to digest their shock and skepticism, directing his gaze firmly towards Pei Su, who had just been appointed the chief technical officer. Pei Su, Lei Song's voice was steady and authoritative, imbued with the weight of full delegation. You will lead the specific verification plan and task distribution. Arrange which units will cooperate, and how resources will be allocated. All eyes once again focused on Pei Su. Though his complexion remained pale, and his figure appeared slight beneath the oversized lab coat, he emanated a calm and undeniable presence as he stood at the head of the conference table. Pei Su nodded, accepting without demur. His gaze swept across the core leaders present, his thoughts crystal clear as if he had rehearsed them countless times. Very well, I shall proceed to assign tasks directly. Pei Su's voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity. He commenced by discussing the development of the lightweight hydrogen bomb led by the Juning team. His gaze fell upon Chun Ke, Zhang Ming, and others seated beside Xiaohua, who represented Pei Su's core team, intrinsically linked to their jointly founded Suhua technology. The overall design of the hydrogen bomb, its core configuration, and particularly the critical technological validations for the layered implosion compression and asymmetric neutron focusing were primarily the responsibility of our Suhua technology team. Chun Ke, you will lead the materials aspect. Immediately organize the nation's top material research institutes to tackle the trinary composite ceramics of carbon, silicon, and zirconium, along with several other specialized materials. Zhang Ming, you shall be in charge of constructing the small extreme environment simulation chamber and subsequent component testing. Understood. Chun Ke adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp. No problem, Brother Pei. Zhang Ming nodded succinctly. Pei Su then turned his attention to Li Mutang, Engineer Li. The Qianshuesan laboratory possesses unparalleled advantages in nuclear physics theory and large-scale device integration. I would like your laboratory to spearhead the preliminary research and prototype fabrication for the core variable cycle fusion ramjet engine of the fifth-generation aerospace transport rocket. Despite having expressed doubts earlier, Li Mutang quickly adapted to the specific task at hand, reflecting for a moment before affirmatively nodding. Absolutely. The fusion engine is a tough nut to crack, and our Qianshuesan laboratory will take it on. You'll need to provide us with the relevant theoretical models and preliminary concepts as soon as possible. Certainly, Pei Su replied, then addressed Zhang Tao and Li Jian. The directors from the Aerospace Bureau, Director Zhang, Director Li, the fifth-generation rocket represents a colossal system engineering project, far beyond a mere engine. The overall design of the aerostructure, the application of novel composite materials, flight control systems, ground measurement and control, etc., will require the Aerospace Bureau's full commitment and close collaboration with the Qianshuesan laboratory. Our goal is to expedite the assembly and maiden flight testing of the rocket once the engine prototype matures. A shared glance between Zhang Tao and Li Jian revealed immense pressure, but also unprecedented opportunities. With a deep breath, Zhang Tao responded on behalf of the Aerospace Bureau. Pei Su, given the headquarters' determination, we will not shirk our responsibility. We will immediately assemble the strongest technical team to provide unwavering support. Pei Su continued. As we achieve milestones in rocket technology and establish lunar transport capabilities, the next step will be to apply the second-generation isotope surveying geological technology to lunar exploration. The validation of this technology and the development of specialized detection equipment will also require the Aerospace Bureau to take the lead. collaborating with relevant observatories and planetary science research institutes. Understood, Zhang Tao nodded again, adding a significant item to his task list. Finally, Pei Su's gaze settled on his uncle Li Yong and academician Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology. Academician Li, academician Wang. Pei Su's tone conveyed respect, yet retained a sense of formal rigor. The challenges we face are unprecedented, and we cannot place all our hopes on a singular technological path. To ensure the project's success and to harness collective wisdom, I propose that Lonka Institute and Harbin Institute of Technology each independently establish teams, conducting parallel research and development based on the three core technological frameworks I provide. He paused briefly to allow everyone to grasp his intent. In essence, we will establish three relatively independent systems of attack. Our Suhua technology, in conjunction with the Qianshuesan Laboratory and the Aerospace Bureau, will serve as the primary focus. Lonka Institute, under the leadership of Dean Li Yong, will constitute a team to further research and realize these three technologies based on your insights and strengths. And Harbin Institute of Technology, led by academician Wang Hongzhe, will similarly form a team to pursue a third technological verification path. Between the three entities, data sharing and progress synchronization will occur, while allowing for distinct emphases in technical realization, fostering both competition and mutual validation. As Pei Su concluded this statement, a low murmur of astonishment rippled through the conference room. Many faces displayed a complex array of emotions as they witnessed the fundamental transformations of the Guanghan Palace project occur within mere hours. The first shift was from a structure where numerous top national units collaborated, each responsible for a segment, to a singular concentration of all resources and technological directions under Pei Su's leadership, proposing a comprehensive plan and dominating the initiative. The second shift, occurring just as they began to adapt to this concentrated model, saw Pei Su deftly dismantle power and responsibilities, establishing a tripartite equilibrium centered on Suhua Technology, Lonka Institute, and Harbin Institute of Technology. This was not merely a dispersal of power, but a remarkably audacious research organizational model, stimulating potential through competition, mitigating risks through parallel endeavors, and igniting diverse perspectives to yield myriad possibilities. Wang Hongzhe, who had previously harbored skepticism, was now deeply moved. He had not anticipated Pei Su to exhibit such poise and vision. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Pei Su, his tone considerably more earnest. Pei Su, I am impressed by your arrangement. We at Harbin Institute of Technology will assemble the finest team and will not falter. Li Yong gazed at his nephew, his expression a tapestry of pride, contentment, and an ineffable sense of reflection. Lonka Institute has an undeniable obligation. We will immediately mobilize our finest talents to form a specialized group. The heads of the other units, once part of the 10-system framework, nodded in agreement. Although no longer at the helm, their inclusion in these three parallel frameworks still carried significant responsibilities, and no objections were raised. This clear, purposeful arrangement, with well-defined paths and responsibilities, bestowed upon them a sense of reassurance. Chapter 254. Pei Su possesses the ability to solve everything. Lei Song observed all of this unfold, and the last vestige of uncertainty dissipated within him. Pei Su not only presented a technical plan, but also demonstrated exceptional project management and strategic planning capabilities. He proclaimed, "Excellent. Let us proceed as Pei Su has outlined. All units must fully cooperate with the needs of these three core teams. Wanli, you are responsible for overall coordination. Should any issues arise, report directly to me." He then turned to Pei Su. "Do you have any further requests?" Pei Su slightly shook his head, then added, "I will promptly compile a detailed plan, including the theoretical foundations, key parameters, and preliminary process routes for the three technologies. I hope that all responsible parties can reach out to me or my team at any time to request this information. I encourage everyone to delve deeply into their work based on these comprehensive materials. Although the technological blueprint is the same, different teams and varied modes of thought may yield distinct implementation pathways, which is precisely the collective wisdom and diversity we seek." With that, the meeting's tone was set, and tasks were clarified. Lei Song surveyed the room, noting the absence of dissent, and decisively declared, "Since there are no objections, let us act immediately." Meeting adjourned. As the attendees rose once more, the atmosphere in the conference room differed markedly from before, less skepticism and gravity, replaced by an urgency and eagerness to engage. Though the tasks ahead were daunting, the direction was clear, and the path laid out before them. People filtered out of the conference room, conversing in clusters. A representative from the Northwest Research Institute pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag before remarking to a colleague, "Old Lou, honestly, after so many years in major projects, this is the first time I've encountered such a straightforward breakdown of monumental challenges. It feels suddenly manageable." His colleague, equally impressed, nodded in agreement, sighing, "Indeed, what once seemed an implausible technology now feels actionable with his distribution. Although it is difficult, at least we know where to direct our efforts." Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe, walking together at the back, happened to overhear this exchange. Wang Hongzhe could not help but let out a bitter smile. shaking his head as he quietly spoke to Li Yong. Oldly, to be honest, I still feel as if I am in a dream. Just 4 hours ago, I was grappling with the bottlenecks of low-temperature superconductivity, feeling that the future of this project was bleak. Now, it seems that the dawn of hope is right before us. All because that young man presented 3 project proposals? Li Yong's face bore a similarly indescribable complexity. He patted Wang Hongzhe on the shoulder, his tone infused with a sense of shared sentiment and a hint of relief. Indeed, old Wang. It feels quite surreal. But upon reflection, can it really be so simple? He paused, gazing out the corridor window at the sun-baked Gobi Desert, and continued thoughtfully. The most challenging, the most essential technological principles and pathways that demand inspiration and breakthroughs are almost entirely laid out before us. What we must undertake next, while equally grand and intricate, resembles constructing a skyscraper with a known design, armed with detailed blueprints. The plans are in hand. What remains is merely to mobilize resources and resolve the specific issues in execution. Wang Hongzhe fell silent for a moment before finally nodding emphatically. Yes, the blueprints are ready. Is the finished product far off? The 2 venerable academicians exchanged glances, witnessing the same shock and rekindled fighting spirit reflected in each other's eyes. They no longer lingered on how Pei Su accomplished all this in just 4 months. They now recognized that an unprecedented shortcut appeared to have been forcefully carved out by this young man in a manner that defied belief. What remained was for them, the construction team, to forge ahead along this newly paved path. At this moment, Pei Su had little time to bask in the relief of initial success. He was surrounded by Xiaohua, Chen Ke, and others, hastening toward the laboratory while already beginning to outline more specific tasks. Xiaohua, immediately enter the parameters of the primary hydrodynamic model of the hydrogen bomb into the supercomputer and conduct the first round of simulations. Chen Ke, I will draft the material list and performance requirements once I return to the lab, promptly initiate contact with suppliers, and commence the sample preparation process. Qingyu, I have raised the standards for data calibration. I will provide the specific parameters shortly, and we must maintain stringent oversight. Zhang Ming, I have the design sketch for the simulation chamber in my mind. Once I draw it out, you will understand. His speech flowed rapidly, his thoughts frighteningly clear. As if the 3 vast and complex technological systems had seamlessly merged with his own cognition, readily accessible at will. Lei Wanli followed closely behind, observing Pei Su's weary yet intensely focused profile, witnessing the spirited enthusiasm of the team members being swiftly mobilized. His final flicker of doubt evaporated, replaced by a resolute conviction. He quickened his pace to catch up with Pei Su, saying, Pei Su, should you require any administrative or resource support, do not hesitate to reach out to me at any hour. My father has assured me that the entire base will prioritize your needs. Pei Su did not slow his pace, merely casting a sidelong glance at Lei Wanli and nodding, replying succinctly, thank you. The relentless sun of the Gobi Desert continued to scorch, yet everyone felt an intensified heat coursing through them. Following Pei Su's orders, there was no superfluous small talk or prolonged debate. All those called upon, regardless of any lingering doubts, swiftly engaged in action, bolstered by the strong endorsements of Lei Song and Xu Zhenhua. Within 72 hours of the orders being issued, the base resembled a massive engine suddenly infused with the purest fuel, emitting a deep and efficient rumble. Laboratories were ablaze with light, personnel hurriedly moving about, phones and encrypted communication lines operating at full capacity, engaging in intensive discussions with collaborative units across the nation. A palpable sense of urgency, marked by a clear objective, replaced the previous pervasive anxiety. In the early hours of the 3rd day, before dawn, within the dedicated experimental zone of the Lonka Institute at the base, a room filled with high-performance computing terminals and complex theoretical model displays bore an atmosphere so tense it seemed to thicken the air. Li Yong stood before the main screen, his eye sockets sunken and bloodshot as he intensely focused on the rapidly scrolling complex equations and simulation data streams. He had not closed his eyes for a full 72 hours. Immediately after the meeting, he had obtained the core theoretical framework and key parameters concerning the lightweight hydrogen bomb from Pei Su. Over the past 3 days, he had led the most elite theoretical team at the Lonka Institute, foregoing food and sleep, nearly wagering his life to validate this seemingly otherworldly technical proposal. Li Yong was not alone. The eminent theorist, academician Zhao Suitang, alongside Zhang Xiaojing, who studied under Wu Jinxiong and is renowned in the field of nuclear physics, was also present in the room. They too appeared haggard, yet their eyes shone like searchlights, tracking every fluctuation of data and model evolution on the screen. Wang Hongzhe from Harbin Institute of Technology and Li Mutong from the Qianshuesan Laboratory were also there. Their respective teams were concurrently conducting research on engines and materials. But the hydrogen bomb, as the ultimate ignition match for igniting the moon, hinged on the validity of its theoretical foundation, which was critical to the entire project. They needed to witness this initial and pivotal verification node with their own eyes. Zhao Suitang furrowed his brow, his graying hair somewhat disheveled. He habitually traced imaginary lines in the air with his fingers, as though sketching abstract physical images. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a tone laced with profound confusion and disbelief. Theoretically, according to our understanding over the past several decades and all publicly published models, the concept of the lightweight hydrogen bomb is inherently paradoxical. A large yield necessarily implies a significant critical mass and complex structure, rendering lightweight viability impossible. He paused, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, producing a dull sound. However, he inhaled deeply, his gaze unwavering from the screen. The layered implosion compression model provided by Pei Su, along with the mathematical description of asymmetric neutron focusing, is astonishingly specific and vividly realistic. It elegantly circumvents several deadlocks in our traditional understanding, redefining the pathways and efficiencies of energy release through a near-poetic mathematical approach. His voice carried a unique emotion, an academic grappling with the awe and shock of confronting an unknown truth. Reason and experience clamored madly for impossibility, yet the model before them, rigorous, self-consistent, and even exuding a certain mathematical elegance, radiated an undeniable potential. Zhang Xiaojing took over the conversation. Her voice was somewhat hoarse from fatigue, but remained calm and structured. Old Zhao is correct. This entirely overturns the existing paradigms of nuclear weapon design. Some foundational principles established by my mentor during the Manhattan Project seem to have been ingeniously transcended here. She slightly shook her head, as if attempting to dispel this astonishing notion. But one cannot deny that the boundary conditions of the wave equations and the corrected parameters of the neutron transport model he provided precisely point towards an equilibrium we had never conceived. If these parameters and models are valid, then theoretically, under specific configurations, achieving optimal yield relative to volume and weight is not entirely out of reach. She paused, summarizing. Though it sounds fantastical and contradicts our ingrained understanding, the framework proposed by Pei Su possesses a verisimilitude that could lead it to become truth. It compels us to sit here, investing 72 hours, or even longer, to validate this seemingly impossible assertion. The laboratory fell silent once more, the only sounds being the hum of the server cooling fans and the faint electrical sounds of data refreshing on the screens. Li Yong, Wang Hongzhe, and Li Mutong remained silent, yet their solemn expressions and focused gazes spoke volumes. Pei Su, with his exceedingly flawless and realistic plan, compelled everyone to willingly dedicate these 72 hours. At that moment, Li Yong rubbed his aching temples, as if having made a resolute decision. He grasped the encrypted communicator nearby and swiftly dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, revealing the voice of Zhang Tao, the director of the Aerospace Bureau. Slightly weary yet composed, "Academician Li, have you made any progress on your end?" Li Yong responded into the microphone, "Director Zhang. We have reached the most critical step in validating the theoretical model, but we require additional time. How are things on your side? Has the verification of the isotope technology commenced?" He switched to speaker mode, allowing everyone in the room to hear. Zhang Tao's voice carried the weight of fatigue. With the faint sound of large equipment vibrating in the background, "I am no longer at the base. I am currently in Jiuquan. To save time, we initiated the process almost simultaneously." Speaking with urgency, he continued. "Based on the core algorithms and detector design blueprint provided by Engineer Pei for the second-generation isotope surveying geological technology, we mobilized all resources and urgently modified a backup Chang'e series probe originally intended for lunar environmental monitoring within 48 hours. The room fell silent, each person holding their breath. Zhang Tao continued. "On this probe, we have equipped it with 15 specially designed lunar rovers, which you may understand as enhanced mechanical dogs. Their core control systems have been fully loaded with the complete data and recognition algorithms of the second-generation isotope surveying technology provided by Engineer Pei." His tone turned exceedingly grave. "If the technology provided by Engineer Pei is indeed correct and feasible, then these 15 rovers will complete their initial system self-check and environmental adaptation within 15 hours after a successful lunar landing, transmitting the first wave of surface isotope distribution data based on the new technology." Wang Hongzhe could not help but interject. "What if the data aligns with expectations?" Zhang Tao's voice was resolute. "If the preliminary data confirms the validity of the technology, then these 15 rovers will proceed according to the preset program, conducting maneuvering surveys in different directions centered on the landing point over the next 300 Earth days, performing comprehensive, high-precision isotope surveying of the lunar surface and even the shallow geology. Their sole mission is to create an unprecedented map that can clearly indicate the locations of natural nuclear reactors within the moon, which will aid us in pinpointing the perfect detonation node." A brief silence enveloped both ends of the call. On one side lay the challenge of validating the hydrogen bomb theory, while on the other, the advanced detection technology already set to be implemented on the moon. The three technologies proposed by Pei Su had, astonishingly, seen one of them emerge from mere blueprints into a tangible entity pointing towards the heavens in just 72 hours. Li Yong took a deep breath and solemnly spoke into the phone. "Understood, Director Zhang. We will expedite the theoretical validation on our end. Let us keep in touch." If there's any news, synchronize it immediately. Absolutely. Chapter 255. The technology of transport rockets. Upon hanging up, the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly nuanced. A profound sense of hope mingled with lingering skepticism churned within each individual's mind. Zhao Suitang gazed at the screen displaying the wildly computing model, murmuring to himself, is the rocket about to launch? For a theory we have yet to fully validate. Zhang Xiaojing softly interjected, her eyes wandering. Perhaps this is why he dared to propose this plan. He is not merely asking us to believe. He is guiding us to witness a future he has already envisioned. Li Yong remained silent, redirecting his gaze towards the cascading data, his bloodshot eyes reflecting the last vestiges of hesitation. However, this uncertainty was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. He seized a pen and began to hastily jot down derivations on the nearby whiteboard, simultaneously instructing Zhao Suitang, Old Zhao, adjust the third set of parameters. Focusing on the energy decay model of the neutron focusing lens, we require more precise boundary conditions. Wang Hongzhe and Li Mutong exchanged glances, each recognizing the same shock and urgency mirrored in the other's eyes. Wang Hongzhe abruptly stood up. Old Li, you all continue. I'm heading back to Harbin Institute of Technology. We cannot lag in the engine's preliminary research. I want to see if this fellow's grand vision can indeed be realized. Li Mutong followed suit. The initial feedback from the materials side should be coming in soon. I need to return and oversee it. Old Li, notify us immediately if there's a breakthrough here. The two hurriedly departed. In the laboratory, only Li Yong, Zhao Suitang, and Zhang Xiaoqiang remained, solemnly gazing at the screen, occupying an entire wall. What would the final outcome be? No one knew. The base operated like a finely tuned machine, racing at full speed along the three technological pathways delineated by Pei Su. Theoretical validation, simulation calculations, material screening, and component preliminary research. All aspects were racing against time. Once everyone understood the direction, they worked with unprecedented efficiency. Yet amidst this nearly feverish activity, one individual seemed to have suddenly slowed down. As evening approached, the setting sun bathed the Gobi Desert in a golden hue. In the living quarters of the base, Pei Su and Zhang Wan strolled side by side along a rare verdant path, heading to the base's small supermarket to replenish some daily necessities. Continuous high-intensity work had nearly caused Pei Su to forget what normal life should entail. Zhang Wan stole a glance at Pei Su's sharply defined profile and the striking white hair that still stood out under the fading sunlight. Her gaze was tinged with an unmistakable tenderness. This supermarket has far too few items, she murmured, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. They don't even have a decent hair dye? I asked, and they said such non-essential supplies won't arrive until next week. Upon hearing this, Pei Su instinctively raised a hand to touch his white hair, then chuckled nonchalantly. I think it's quite good, it's distinctive. Perhaps it will even become a trademark in the future. Good? What is good about it? Zhang Wan frowned, lowering her voice a touch. This is called a yin-yang head. The older generation says it's inauspicious. Just looking at it makes one feel uneasy. Pei Su halted his steps, turned to her, and replied with a light smile. It's all right. Once the project succeeds, it will naturally turn black. For now, consider it a reminder. His tone was casual, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. They resumed their walk, falling into a moment of silence. The path was quiet, contrasting with the distant clamor emanating from the research area. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Wan finally voiced a lingering question that had been on her mind. Everyone is so busy they can hardly catch their breath. An academician Li and his team have pulled several all-nighters. Why does it feel like the person who proposed all the technologies is somewhat idle? She asked cautiously, fearing to touch upon Pei Su's sensitive emotions. Pei Su, hands in his pockets, walked at a steady pace. His gaze fixed on the elongated shadows cast by the setting sun, calmly explained, all the technical details, theoretical models, and key parameters are currently in my possession. He gestured towards his head. However, transforming these ideas into universally comprehensible and verifiable facts requires a process. Establishing models, simulating data, and the preliminary synthesis of materials are all complex foundational validation tasks that necessitate substantial manpower and time. In this regard, my direct involvement is relatively limited. My team, like Xiaohua and Shen Ke, is already engaged in their specialized integration work. He paused, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion, only a serene understanding of the facts. Thus, before the validation results emerge, I, as the source, have temporarily entered a standby mode, just waiting for the green light from them. We can immediately embark on the substantive manufacturing and assembly phase. Now is the stage for everyone. Zhang Wan is an exceptionally astute young woman. She instantly discerned a hint of complex emotion in Pei Su's words. She paused, gazing earnestly at Pei Su, her tone both gentle and firm. Pei Su, please do not feel that we doubt your capabilities. Quite the opposite. It is precisely because your proposal is of such monumental importance and revolutionary nature that everyone recognizes the immense value it embodies, which necessitates the utmost rigor and caution in our approach. No one in this world can guarantee absolute correctness, especially when faced with a project of the caliber of the Guanghan Palace. Academician Li and the others are not questioning you. Rather, they are, in their own way, providing a safeguard for you and for our nation. She paused, her voice softening further. They believe in the possibilities you bring. Yet the weight of the project demands that they witness certainty with their own eyes. Pei Su met Zhang Wan's clear and sincere gaze and nodded gently. I understand. I comprehend the principle that haste makes waste. Since everyone requires this verification process, this time will serve as a necessary buffer for the project. Just then, he stretched leisurely. This is also my last moment of respite. The two exchanged a smile and continued onward. The setting sun elongated their shadows, briefly melding into the tranquility of the Gobi Desert's routine. Outside a highly confidential meeting room at the National Academy, a guard named Xiao Chun, dressed in civilian attire, yet standing tall, anxiously peered through the door's crack once more. This meeting had persisted, intermittently, for over 20 hours. The participants numbered over a dozen, their average age likely exceeding 70. Xiao Chun recognized several of them, all prominent figures frequently seen in newspapers. This was merely the third meeting of equal stature convened by Commander Li Jingyuan within 3 days. 72 hours prior, the first meeting was attended primarily by high-ranking military officials. Their demeanor grave. Xiao Chun sensed the tension in the air as he served tea and water, as if a storm were brewing. 48 hours ago, the second meeting featured heads responsible for the economic lifeblood. He vaguely overheard Commander Li questioning matters of financial allocation and resource prioritization. The figures discussed staggering enough to send chills down his spine. The current third meeting had an even more complex assembly of attendees. Some faces were unfamiliar to Xiao Chun, making it difficult for him to ascertain their affiliations. Yet their demeanor, exuding the essence of top scholars, and the gravity with which they engaged in dialogue with Li Jingyuan hinted at their extraordinary status. Xiao Chun quietly calculated the commander's rest time, feeling a pang of sympathy. This elderly gentleman, advanced in years, was nearly exhausting himself for the project codenamed Guanghan Palace. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was gravely serious. Li Jingyuan occupied the head seat, his fatigue unmistakable, yet his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. Before him lay a thick stack of documents, but he did not simply recite from them. The situation is as follows, he stated, his voice steady, imbued with undeniable authority. Comrade Pei Su has proposed 3 core technologies: the ultra-lightweight hydrogen bomb, the 5th-generation cosmic transport rocket, and the 2nd-generation isotope geological survey technology. Comrade Lei Song has already organized efforts on that front, proceeding with synchronized verification along 3 distinct paths. His gaze swept across every leader present. These individuals being the captains of 11 leading laboratories and research institutes, apart from the core team at the base. I have but one request for you all today. Li Jingyuan paused, emphasizing his words. Should the verification at the base yield groundbreaking progress, proving the feasibility of the technological pathway, I need you and the units you represent to immediately activate the highest response mechanism. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze intense. If necessary, pause or significantly reduce your ongoing non-core projects. Allocate the finest talents, the most advanced equipment, and the highest priority resources, unconditionally. And devote yourselves wholeheartedly to the subsequent work of the Guanghan Palace project. This is not a discussion, it is a strategic decision. The room fell into silence, punctuated only by the heavy breaths of the elderly attendees. They were acutely aware of the implications of Li Jingyuan's words. This was essentially a national commitment, betting everything on a young individual and his seemingly mythical technological proposal. The silence lasted only briefly. An elderly man with snow-white hair, a towering figure in the field of materials science, was the first to speak. Rest assured, Commander Li, we at the North China Materials Institute are duty-bound. Once verification is successful, our 3 key laboratories will pivot immediately, dedicating all efforts to the development of new materials for the hydrogen bomb. We at the Southwest Electronics Institute have no issues. Another elder, wearing thick glasses, nodded. We have long-standing technological reserves for the rocket's control systems and the signal processing of isotope detectors, ready to step in at any moment. Count us in at Donghai Heavy Industry. On the aerospace propulsion front, we have an unassailable responsibility. Voices of affirmation resounded, unhesitatingly, filled with resolve and commitment. At their level, they understood the strategic significance of the Guanghan Palace project and recognized what the nation required of them at this moment. Li Jingyuan regarded these old comrades, who had devoted their lives to the development of the Republic, and a fleeting expression of emotion flickered in his eyes. He nodded appreciatively. Good. With your assurances, I am at ease. The specifics of coordination and task division will be detailed by Comrade Wanli after the meeting. As the meeting finally concluded, the elderly participants departed, burdened with a profound sense of mission and a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Chun hurriedly entered the meeting room, holding a cup of warm water, gently urging, Commander, you should rest. You haven't closed your eyes for nearly 30 hours. Li Jingyuan accepted the cup, but did not drink, merely rubbing the bloodshot corners of his eyes. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the red secure telephone on his desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface, as if weighing something. A few minutes later, He seemed to reach a decision, opting not to use the red phone, but instead retrieving an old Nokia from his drawer and skillfully dialing a number. After a succinct exchange, he hung up. Xiaoqun puzzled over this. The Nokia was typically reserved for the commander's special personal contacts and was seldom used. Approximately 25 minutes later, a guard escorted a well-dressed, poised young woman into the meeting room. Xiaoqun recognized her as a top journalist from CCTV, renowned for her in-depth political and military reporting, rumored to have substantial connections to core information. Li Jinyuan waved his hand, signaling Xiaoqun to leave and closed the door behind him. In the meeting room, only he and the young journalist remained. The journalist appeared somewhat taken aback by this unexpected summons, but maintained her composure, producing a voice recorder and notebook. Mr. Li, you called for me. Li Jinyuan wasted no time, addressing her directly, his voice tinged with profound fatigue and an unwavering determination. Reporter Liu, I need you, and your pen, to undertake another task for the nation and its people. If Pei Su were present, she would instantly recognize that the journalist summoned by Li Jinyuan was none other than Lu Saran. Lu Saran's expression sharpened, and she sat up straight. Do you understand? Li Jinyuan asked softly. I understand. Lu Saran nodded. I will buy a plane ticket to fly abroad immediately. You are crucial, in some respects. You are even more vital than a million reconnaissance drones. Li Jinyuan gazed at her gently. This journey abroad is perilous. I do not wish for you to encounter harm. For if anything were to happen to you, I would have to answer to many, including Elder Qin. He recalled, of course, that Lu Saran was Elder Qin's granddaughter. If Lu Saran encounters trouble abroad, she would find herself unable to bear the consequences of Elder Qin seeking her out. Yet, it is essential for her to take precautions, to meticulously plan every detail before the impact of the technical validation phase arrives. Lu Saran took a deep breath and calmly stated. So this so-called secondary nuclear deterrence refers to the paper published by Elder Qin in 2009, correct? After a moment's reflection, she continued, her voice steady. Li Jinyuan nodded, his gaze heavy. Indeed, it is that theory. The proposition of delivering a hydrogen bomb of unimaginable yield to a specific region on the moon, artificially triggering a massive nuclear fusion reaction, posits that over a prolonged timescale, the Earth's orbit will inevitably decay, ultimately leading it to plunge into the sun. He paused, locking eyes with Lu Saran. After a brief silence, she closed her notebook and leaned slightly forward. I understand. There was no hint of fear in her tone. Instead, it was laced with a thrilling eagerness, suppressed beneath her calm exterior. It appeared that this investigation held significant importance. Li Jinyuan scrutinized her, searching for any sign of reluctance on her face, but all he observed was a spark of professional fervor and an almost reverent sense of duty. The task is exceedingly perilous. Should your investigative intentions be revealed, the intelligence agencies of the Eagle Nation will show no mercy. Do you comprehend what this entails? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Saran's lips. Elderly, I did not choose to be a journalist to report on celebrity gossip or trivial matters. Engaging with the core, touching the truth, and shouldering risks for that truth when necessary, is what imbues this profession with its allure for me. She paused, her voice lowering, yet growing more resolute. To be honest, it has been a long time since I encountered a task that quickened my heartbeat. A life too monotonous will eventually rust. Her words were strikingly candid, devoid of any pretense. Li Jinyuan noted the spark ignited in her eyes and understood. This was precisely why he chose Lu Saran. She possessed not only the capability, but also the passion. Very well, Li Jinyuan concluded, refraining from further elaboration. You will need to enter the country under a cultural exchange visa, maintaining the facade of a correspondent for CCTV, conducting a special investigation on the ethics of international cutting-edge technology. This guise will allow you to engage with various surface-level research institutions and scholars. As for the deeper matters, he left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. We will address that when the time comes. We'll take it one step at a time. Lu Saran interjected confidently. There's no time to lose. I will return to prepare and book the earliest flight. She rose with decisive grace, leaving no room for hesitation. Just as she turned to leave, Li Jinyuan spoke again. Wait. Lu Saran halted, casting an inquiring glance back at him. For this mission, you will not be alone. As he spoke, Li Jinyuan reached for an old Nokia phone, deftly pressing a few numbers. You will have a partner who will accompany you. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Lu Saran's eyes. Accompanying me? To execute such a confidential investigation in the Eagle Nation? Her mind raced through names of top investigative journalists back home, only to dismiss them one by one. Li Jinyuan's next words completely surpassed her expectations. Once the call connected, he whispered a few brief remarks into the receiver, primarily informing the other party of the location. After hanging up, he turned to Lu Saran and explained, she is one of the very few external personnel I can trust. With her presence, your operations on the ground will be much more convenient. Chapter 256. The Great Test. Lu Saran's curiosity reached its zenith. She refrained from further inquiries, simply standing quietly in place as the only sounds in the conference room were the faint ticking of the wall clock and the muffled hum of traffic outside, growing more pronounced as night descended upon Kyoto. After approximately 20 minutes, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Li Jingyuan called. The door opened, and the guard, Xiao Chun, stepped aside to allow someone in before closing the door again. Entering was a young woman, tall and clad in a well-tailored beige trench coat, a light blue silk scarf adorning her neck. Her radiant golden hair was styled into a neat low ponytail, and her azure eyes, akin to a clear autumn sky, gleamed with clarity and composure. Lu Saran's pupils dilated slightly. "A foreigner?" The golden-haired woman scanned the room, giving a slight nod to Li Jingyuan, her tone respectful. Chiefly, her Chinese, though tinged with an accent, was remarkably fluent. Then, she turned her gaze to Lu Saran, extending her hand with a smile that carried a hint of detachment. "Hello, Reporter Lu. I am Luna." Lu Saran instinctively reached out to shake her hand, feeling its cool, yet firm grip. A tidal wave of astonishment surged within her. But years of professional composure kept her expression neutral. "Hello, I am Lu Saran." As she uttered her name, realization struck her. The exhibition in Yinjiao. She scrutinized Luna once more, recognizing the distinctive aura of a fellow professional in her composed demeanor and steady gaze. "Miss Luna is a true internationalist warrior," Li Jingyuan remarked, his tone imbued with rare, unreserved admiration. "She cannot condone the reckless actions of certain nations that would drag all of humanity to the brink of ultimate destruction in a bid to maintain hegemony. She believes in balance, peace, and development, rather than terror-based deterrence. Thus, upon learning of the situation, she chose to offer us her assistance." Luna listened attentively to Li Jingyuan's introduction, her expression unchanging, except for the slight straightening of her posture at the mention of internationalist warrior. She turned to Lu Saran and calmly added, "I was born and lived for a long time in that country, familiar with its operational methods, possessing an identity that they would not easily suspect, alongside a certain social network. I believe my involvement can enhance the efficiency and safety of this investigation." As Lu Saran gazed into Luna's clear yet penetrating blue eyes, the instinctive doubts she had harbored about collaborating with an outsider dissipated, replaced by a profound respect. In the face of a potential global crisis, nationality and skin color ceased to be boundaries. Shared beliefs and responsibilities emerged as the true unifying factors. "I understand." Lu Saran nodded solemnly to Luna, her tone sincere. "I am pleased to collaborate with you, Luna. Your assistance gives us greater confidence in completing this task." Li Jingyuan observed the two girls from different nations standing united in pursuit of a common goal, a flicker of relief finally breaking through his weary expression. He firmly advised, "You two, Reporter Lu will handle surface-level information collection and liaise with domestic contacts, while Luna, leveraging your local advantages, will be responsible for investigating deeper, harder-to-access information. The specific action plan will be detailed by you on the way. Remember, safety comes first, intelligence second. I do not wish to see any unnecessary sacrifices." "Understood." Lu Saran and Luna replied almost in unison. "Now," Li Jingyuan waved his hand, "hasten your preparations. Specific connection methods and emergency contact channels will be communicated to you by designated personnel. I will not detain you any longer." Lu Saran and Luna exchanged a glance, each seeing urgency and understanding reflected in the other's eyes. "Let us go," Lu Saran said to Luna. Luna nodded slightly. The two spoke no further, departing in swift strides from the conference room, thick with tension and resolve. The door closed softly behind them. Alone at the expansive desk, Li Jingyuan sat as the neon lights outside cast fluctuating shadows across his face. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pressed his fingers firmly against the bridge of his nose. The fatigue from the intense, continuous meetings surged like waves. Yet his mind remained unusually alert due to the crucial step just implemented. Xiao Chun entered silently, replacing his cup with a steaming tea. "Chief, they have left. You must take a break. Your health will deteriorate." Li Jingyuan opened his eyes and lifted the teacup, the fragrant steam temporarily alleviating some of his weariness. He gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of Kyoto, his sight seemingly piercing through layers of time and space to the brightly lit base in the northwestern Gobi Desert, and to the nation across the ocean, fraught with immense peril. "It is not yet time to rest," he murmured, as if addressing Xiao Chun, yet also reminding himself. On the small path of the living quarters at the base, the sun had fully dipped below the horizon, leaving only a dark crimson glow on the skyline. The night in the Gobi arrived swiftly and decisively, with a noticeable drop in temperature. Pei Su and Zhang Wan emerged from a small supermarket, carrying a modest shopping bag containing a few basic toiletries and snacks. The supermarket supplies were indeed scarce, just as Zhang Wan had lamented before entering. She had failed to find hair dye to help Pei Su cover her gray strands. "See, I told you it wouldn't be there," Pei Su remarked, glancing at her. Zhang Wan sighed in resignation, her gaze once again flicking over the cluster of white hair at Pei Su's forehead. In the dusk, that streak of white appeared even more conspicuous. Pei Su smiled nonchalantly, shifting the shopping bag to her other hand. "It's fine, once the project succeeds. It might just turn black on its own. For now, it serves as a reminder for me and everyone else that we are engaged in something that demands our utmost effort, even at the cost of some sacrifices. Her tone remained lighthearted. Zhang Wan chose not to dwell on the topic any longer and instead inquired, now that everyone is validating your theory. You seem to have some free time, but I see you are always tense. Can you truly relax? Pei Su tilted her head to observe the first few stars appearing in the sky. The starry expanse over the Gobi was exceptionally clear. My mind cannot cease its workings. He confessed. Various parameters, models, and potential bottlenecks will emerge on their own. However, I know that forcibly intervening in the validation process would disrupt the rhythm of academician Li and his team, hampering efficiency. So rather than being restless, it is better to trust my teammates. He paused, looking at Zhang Wan. Moreover, this apparent idleness is merely superficial. I am mentally simulating and reviewing. I am still at work. It is just that this type of work is invisible to outsiders. Zhang Wan nodded, half understanding. I believe in you, Pei Su, she said softly. Her tone resolute. Everyone believes in the possibilities you bring. Academician Li and the others simply need time to transform this potential into something tangible and certain. Pei Su glanced at her. In the night, her eyes sparkled with unreserved trust. A subtle emotion stirred within him, spreading quietly, and he nodded without saying more. The two walked silently for a short distance, the only sounds being the whispering wind and the distant, continuous low-frequency hum of the equipment from the research area. That hum resembled the powerful heartbeat of the base. Let us head back, Pei Su finally said. All right, Zhang Wan responded. I need to return to the data processing center as well. It's my turn to monitor the simulated data stream tonight. At that moment, thousands of miles away at Kyoto International Airport, the lights shone brightly amidst the bustling crowd. In a relatively secluded corner of the terminal's departure hall, Lu Su Ran and Luna had completed their check-in procedures. Lu Su Ran had changed into a dark casual outfit suitable for long-distance travel, her long hair tied back neatly. Luna, on the other hand, still wore her beige trench coat but had removed her silk scarf. Her golden ponytail accentuated her slender neck. The two sat in the waiting area, an empty seat between them, resembling two ordinary passengers about to board, strangers to one another. The flight information is confirmed, Lu Su Ran said quietly, glancing at her phone screen while cautiously surveying their surroundings. Direct flight to Washington Dulles Airport, arriving tomorrow evening local time. Luna nodded slightly, retrieving a tablet from her handbag and swiftly navigating its interface. I have booked a motel near the airport as our first temporary stop. The location is somewhat remote, but relatively safe. Upon arrival, we need to acclimate to the environment before deciding on our next engagement strategy. Her actions were swift and practiced, indicating her familiarity with the process. Lu Su Ran observed Luna's profile and couldn't help but ask, Luna, may I ask a bold question? Why are you willing to take such great risks? You must know that if things go awry, the consequences for you could be far more severe than for me. Luna's finger paused on the screen. She did not immediately look up, her gaze remaining on the tablet, as if scrutinizing the map information. After a few seconds, she spoke calmly in her distinctly accented Mandarin. I was born into a military family. Her voice was soft, audible only to Lu Su Ran. My grandfather participated in some peripheral work during the latter stages of the Manhattan Project. She lifted her eyes to meet Lu Su Ran's, her blue irises appearing particularly profound under the cold, white lights of the airport. In his later years, he often recounted that experience to me. He spoke not of glory but of fear and regret. He said that when he learned that such world-destroying power had truly been created and was being utilized in actual warfare, he felt as if a part of his soul had died alongside it. She paused, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm creeping into her tone. He told me that technology should be a tool for exploring the unknown and improving lives, not a Damocles sword hanging over all humanity, ready to fall at any moment. The theory of second-tier nuclear deterrence has transcended the realm of war. It is an outright plan for civilizational extinction. I cannot stand by and pretend it does not exist or believe it does not concern me. Moreover, in my country, far too many are immersed in the delusion of absolute safety, thinking they can control everything through force. They forget that in the face of true destructive storms, no one can remain unscathed. Stopping this madness is not for a particular nation, but for the survival of the world we share. Lu Su Ran listened quietly. Her heart stirred. She had not anticipated that Luna's resolve was backed by such a family story and belief. This was no longer merely a task collaboration, but rather a journey embarked upon with a like-minded companion, fraught with peril, yet profoundly meaningful. I understand, Lu Su Ran said solemnly. Thank you, Luna. Thank you for your courage and conscience. Luna shook her head, redirecting her gaze to the tablet. There is no need for thanks. Doing what one believes is right requires no gratitude. She switched screens, bringing up an encrypted document. This is the first potential information source we may need to engage with upon arrival. A researcher working at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Laboratory, who has expressed concerns about the ethical implications of certain directed energy weapon projects in non-public forums. We can approach him to try and penetrate more core areas. Lu Su Ran leaned in closer, carefully examining the information on the screen and the action points highlighted by Luna. The two lowered their voices. commencing a detailed discussion of each step to take upon arrival, from engagement scripts to emergency plans, leaving no detail overlooked. The airport announcement rang out, indicating that boarding for the flight to Washington was commencing. Lu Ran and Luna paused their discussion simultaneously, exchanging a glance. "It's time to go," Lu Ran said, standing up and straightening her clothes. Luna rose to her feet, gracefully stowing her tablet back into her bag. The two of them blended seamlessly into the throng of passengers queuing to board, walking steadily towards the gate. Their expressions betrayed no hint of unease, appearing as ordinary as countless businesspeople or tourists traversing the vast oceans. The airplane accelerated down the runway, roaring into the inky night sky. Inside the cabin, Lu Ran sat by the window while Luna occupied the aisle seat beside her. Once the flight stabilized, Lu Ran gazed out at the diminishing lights of Kyoto below, eventually obscured by clouds, her heart clear and serene. The earlier exhilaration had settled into a profound focus. She understood that this mission was far more perilous than any investigation she had previously undertaken, confronting her with the most sensitive and critical secrets of a national apparatus. She inhaled gently, closed her eyes, and began to mentally rehearse various scenarios she might encounter, along with strategies for navigating them. Meanwhile, Luna retrieved a paperback book from her bag and immersed herself in its pages, appearing to be just another ordinary traveler. Only when she occasionally lifted her gaze to scan the cabin did her keen, hawk-like eyes subtly reveal that she was far from the simple persona she projected. Chapter 257. This will be recorded in history in the Xiaqian Federation, at Qidong City Martial Arts High School, in the infirmary. You possess an innate vitality. While others require 9 hours of sleep, you can manage with merely 3 hours every 2 days. Logically, you should be a prodigy in martial arts, as those who excel are often endowed with abundant energy. A person brimming with vitality can excel in any profession. Alas, your foundational skills and comprehension are lacking. What others achieve in a mere minute takes you 2 or 3 hours. I recommend purchasing the Foundational Essence and Comprehension Essence under the school's discount policy. They could enhance your abilities for just 200,000 yuan. After completing the examination, Pei Su was met with the doctor's words, a shadow of worry crossing his face. 200,000? That's exorbitant. He was already taking out a loan for this term's tuition. This semester's expenses included 1,430 yuan for textbooks and 5,000 yuan for public education fees, with a duration of 100 days. Daily supplies cost 100 yuan, as did access to the gravity training room, and another 100 yuan for spiritual medicines. Pei Su, would you like to continue utilizing your student loan? Beside the doctor stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-40s. Pei Su immediately calculated the total expenses for the term, 430 yuan. The path of martial arts truly demands substantial financial investment. The cost of supplements is non-negotiable. They are essential for recovery after intense training, as without them, one cannot recuperate by the next day. The gravity training room is also indispensable, providing 1 to 5 times the gravitational environment to help unlock one's potential. Spiritual medicines are vital as they are fundamental to a martial artist's progress, crucial for elevating their physical prowess. Pei Su initially believed that all 3 expenses were unavoidable. However, he suddenly had a thought. If I forego the gravity training room, I would no longer need supplements for recovery, would I? He promptly proposed his plan to the middle-aged man, to abandon supplements and the training room, purchasing only 100 days' worth of spiritual medicines. Very well, the man nodded, activating a high-tech wristwatch that projected a holographic display. After reviewing it, he shook his head. Pei Su, your loan limit has dwindled to 10,000 yuan. After deducting the textbook and public education fees, you have 530 yuan remaining. You can only afford 35 days' worth of spiritual medicines. The man contemplated for a moment before adding, as a teacher in the finance department, I believe you might want to consider a career in administration. The martial arts path is exceedingly costly, and this is merely the beginning. Even I am burdened with a debt of 2,860,000 yuan. Pei Su smiled in response. Thank you for the advice, but I intend to persevere in martial arts. The man nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. Pei Su proceeded to make the payment. Soon, a notification arrived. Pei Su, your interest-free student loan limit is now 30 yuan. Total loans, 150 yuan. You have successfully paid the tuition for Qidong Martial Arts High School, Senior Year, Class 1. After completing the transaction, the man departed without additional words. The doctor kindly advised, child, sometimes it is wise not to be too persistent. I have conducted examinations for students here for 3 years, and among the thousands, you are the only one I remember. Do you know why? Pei Su shook his head. Because your energy is remarkably abundant, the doctor smiled gently. Your vitality has been increasing at a consistent rate each year. This is a phenomenon I have never encountered in my years of practice. Yet your foundational skills and comprehension are fixed. No matter how vigorous you are, time is limited. You cannot forge a path in martial arts without improving your foundational abilities and comprehension through the respective essences. Pei Su nodded in understanding, expressed gratitude, and turned to leave. Why persist? He sighed. It had been approximately 3 years since he traversed into this world, a place of profound uniqueness. He knew that martial arts in ancient times required significant financial investment, yet in this world, the costs had escalated to staggering levels. A recent newspaper disclosed the annual revenues of 500 premier enterprises in the Xiaqian Federation. Over 400 were connected to martial arts, engaging in related businesses. Those unrelated to martial arts languished at the bottom of the list. In this world, a single martial art technique could cost tens of thousands to millions or even tens of millions of yuan. Anything closely tied to martial artists came with exorbitant price tags. Supplements, nutritional expenses, and access to gravity training rooms constituted the most fundamental costs for martial arts students, amounting to 300 yuan daily. That totals 9,000 yuan a month and over 100,000 yuan annually. Upon arriving in this world, he quickly realized that his impoverished background rendered him incapable of pursuing this path. The so-called abundant energy was merely a result of his soul consuming the essence of the original host. Yet, what good was high energy if he struggled to retain what others could memorize instantly? He required countless repetitions to barely grasp the material. The results others achieved from a single training session took him an inordinate amount of time to catch up to. While those with abundant energy could excel in any field, he was resolute in treading the path of martial arts. As for the reason behind his determination, suddenly, his phone rang. "Hey Sue, the school has received your transfer. The process for reclaiming the house is complete, and this year you can continue to enjoy campus medical benefits and dining privileges. The situation is as follows. Those in the martial arts industry are wealthy and seek even greater wealth, thus binding martial arts to various trades. In response, the school's policy allows martial arts students to access free housing off campus, discounted meals on campus, and free health insurance, provided they pay their tuition. I cannot relinquish the house. It is my vital source of income." Initially, Pei Su was genuinely determined to strive along the path of martial arts, but innate talent proved insufficient. Yet, he became increasingly entangled in this web, unable to extricate himself. In his second year of high school, he had already rented out his house to several middle school martial arts students. Due to the housing policy applicable only to high school students, he decided to rent his house to several junior high school students enrolled in martial arts, earning a monthly rental income of 500 yuan. Was this sufficient? Far from it. As he walked down the street, Pei Su pondered silently. He reviewed his financial situation. Currently, he owed the school 150 yuan, and his annual income was 18,000 yuan. If he wished to pursue a deeper path in martial arts, he needed to acquire both the inside elixir and the root elixir, each costing 100,000 yuan. He was now in the first semester of his senior year. To secure a place in an esteemed martial arts university, he needed to expedite the purchase of these elixirs. Thus, he had to earn 200,000 yuan in the shortest time possible. It seemed that before even entering university, he was already burdened with nearly 300,000 yuan of pressure. Sigh, how heavy. Pei Su exited the infirmary, leaning against the nearby railing, observing the continuous stream of students entering the infirmary for health checks, paying their fees, and subsequently leaving. He couldn't help but exclaim in his thoughts. Wang Wu paid his tuition of 36,430 yuan and received a rebate of 36,430 yuan. The last four digits of his card were 6959 from Wushang Bank. Pei Su was momentarily stunned. The notification tone from his phone sounded like the crisp sound of a drop of water hitting the ground. Upon hearing this sound, he paused for a few seconds, thinking it might be a figment of his imagination. Rubbing his eyes, he indeed saw a cerulean light screen before him. Wang Wu paid his tuition, received a rebate. Pei Su took out his phone for a closer look. Current account balance, 136,430 yuan. Indeed, there was an increase in his account balance. He glanced at the transfer message. This message was somewhat peculiar. Normally, company transfer messages would include the name and account number of the sending company. Even for small transfers, corresponding information would appear. Yet this transfer came without a trace, devoid of any information whatsoever. Is this my golden finger? Pei Su quickly realized. He gazed at the light screen, where new text began to materialize. Shared rebate LV1 range, 5 meters. Rebate ratio, 1. Requirements for promotion to LV2, body level 1. Mental strength level 1, promotion to first-class warrior. Pei Su felt as if a thunderclap had erupted within him. At that moment, another student entered the infirmary. Pei Su calmed his thoughts and waited. 10 minutes later, another melodious notification rang out. Li Wen paid his tuition of 36,430 yuan and received a rebate of 36,430 yuan. The last four digits of his card were 6959 from Wushang Bank. Indeed, Pei Su couldn't help but clench his fist. This was no illusion. He was still leaning against the railing next to the infirmary, which was not thick, and its interior was quite small. The medical equipment needed for health checks was piled in the southeast corner, and his position was at most 3 to 4 meters away from the students paying their tuition. As long as someone made a payment within a 5-meter radius, Pei Su could receive a rebate of 1. After all, it was a golden finger. Pei Su noted an important point. This transfer information should be untraceable, right? In today's society, with rapid technological advancements, such trivial transfer information is recorded by major bank servers. The technology here far surpasses that of Earth. Warriors have infiltrated various industries. Their powerful physiques grant them abundant energy and remarkable memory, allowing them to excel at tasks far beyond ordinary individuals. In a sense, the progress of various fields is attributed to the emergence of the warrior class. Rustling leaves were stirred by the breeze, and the sun had shifted slightly in the sky. Pei-Su had been in this position for quite some time, remaining still. Today, the crowd was quite mixed, so no one paid him any mind. Following the exit of the student named Li Wan, more than 10 classmates entered the infirmary in succession. The pleasant notifications continued to ring out. Pei-Su's bank card balance had successfully reached 5,000 yuan. He still did not leave, as at least 50 students had yet to pay their fees. Even if each person only paid the basic tuition, he could still earn at least 25,000 yuan. Pei-Su's gaze eagerly swept across each classmate. At that moment, a gentle voice called out, "Pei-Su, why haven't you gone back? We're in our senior year. We need to separate our seating." The newcomer was tall, with a rosy, radiant face, dressed in black. The youth looked directly at Pei-Su, while the sun hung high behind him, emitting intense rays of light. Yet, this young man showed no fear of the sun's blinding glare. His demeanor showcased his exceptional nature. Pei-Su recognized this youth. Zhang Haojie. As his name suggests, he was both grand and outstanding. Since freshman year, he had been alongside Pei-Su. With a face exuding righteousness and a robust physique, Zhang Haojie had always been a standout individual. His family was affluent, and he displayed considerable talent in martial arts, often ranking at the top. Logically, someone like him would not typically associate with Pei-Su in society. However, this was school, where social status held little weight. They shared a profound friendship. Pei-Su smiled. "Oh, I still have some matters to attend to. You can head back first." Zhang Haojie hesitated for a moment. "Is it about the tuition?" "No." Pei-Su shook his head. "All right." Zhang Haojie, understanding, did not press further, patting Pei-Su on the shoulder before turning to leave. With Zhang Haojie's departure, Pei-Su continued to await the payments of the 50 students. He donned his headphones and played some soothing light music. Occasionally, the sound of water droplets hitting the ground intertwined with the music, resembling a crisp drumbeat. Each notification represented a deposit. In a daze, Pei-Su envisioned a scale, symbolizing hope, tipping downward as financial weight increased, until the sky began to turn golden. Pei-Su removed his headphones and glanced at his phone. Account balance, 1,898,220 yuan. Approaching 20,000 yuan. He turned and left, his strides light and carefree. Walking with money truly felt invigorating. Upon returning to class, it was not yet dismissal time, but the hour approached, and the teacher had not arrived. His classmates chatted animatedly in their seats. Many were engrossed in dramas, while the majority discussed various aspects of martial arts. "My mom is planning to buy the root elixir for me in a couple of days," one classmate sighed. "Why the sigh?" Another questioned. "The burden is too great." The classmate replied, "The more my parents spend on me, the heavier my sense of fear grows." "Oh, what is this pressure compared to mine?" Someone consoled him. "My dad just took out a 500,000 yuan loan from the bank, saying it's for a mortgage, but actually, 200,000 of it is for my supplements. Now I'm the one feeling the pressure." "Me too. My dad just transferred 2,000 yuan to me to buy more supplements." "Ah, let's encourage each other." Pei-Su's seat was towards the back. Upon sitting down, he paused for a moment and nodded to himself. Indeed, upon arriving in this world, the most immediate feeling was that the pressure on students had noticeably intensified. The more parents invested, the greater the pressure felt by the students. Yet, the hope for success seemed bleak. How to articulate this feeling? It is akin to a highly competitive position on Earth, where only one individual is selected among the hundreds of thousands who apply. In their unwavering concern, your parents have lovingly sent you fruits, providing you with meticulous comfort. During your midday slumber, you dare not make a sound, and at lunchtime, they splurge on expensive ribs, perhaps even resorting to dubious means to acquire memory-enhancing supplements. Ultimately, they remind you, "Child, for the sake of your parents, you must study diligently." The pressure is immense, yet Pei-Su feels remarkably at ease. This is due to the fact that Wang Xiaoming purchased supplements online for 1,130 yuan, receiving a rebate of 113 yuan, while Zhao Lai spent 1,499 yuan for a similar return. Lin Yun invested 1,500 yuan in materials, obtaining a mere 15 yuan rebate. The incessant sound of dripping water fills the air, elevating Pei-Su's spirits. Friends, do purchase supplements. Chapter 258, The Super Eagle Project. In the Tianxia Federation. At Qidong City Martial Arts High School, within the infirmary, your energy is naturally abundant, while others require 9 hours of sleep. You can manage with merely 3 hours over 2 days. Logically, you would be a prodigy in martial arts, as the exceptional individuals in this world are often blessed with boundless energy. Those with such vigor can excel in any profession. Regrettably, your innate talent is lacking, and your comprehension is insufficient. What others achieve in a minute, you require 2 or 3 hours to accomplish. It is suggested that you purchase the Root Bone True Medicine and Comprehension True Medicine offered under the school's promotional policy, which could enhance your innate abilities and understanding for a mere 200,000 yuan. Upon hearing the doctor's words after his examination, a frown creases Pei Su's brow. 200,000? That is exorbitant. He is already taking out loans for this semester's tuition. The textbook fee is 1,430 yuan, and the public education fee is 5,000 yuan. With the semester lasting 100 days, daily provisions cost 100 yuan, the gravity forging chamber also 100 yuan, and the elixirs another 100 yuan. Pei Su, will you continue to utilize your student loan? Beside the doctor stands a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-40s. Pei Su quickly calculates the total expenses for the semester, 36,430 yuan. The path of martial arts is indeed financially burdensome. The costs of supplements are indispensable, as they are crucial for recovery post-exercise. Without them, one cannot recuperate from intense training by the following day. The forging chamber is also non-negotiable, providing a gravity environment of 1 to 5 times normal, thereby unlocking one's latent potential. The cost of elixirs is equally vital, as they are fundamental in advancing a martial artist's physical prowess. Initially, Pei Su believed these 3 expenses were unavoidable. However, a thought suddenly dawned upon him. If he refrains from utilizing the gravity forging chamber, then he would not require supplements for recovery. He promptly presents this plan to the middle-aged man, abandoning provisions and the forging chamber, opting instead to purchase elixirs for 100 days. Very well, the man nods, activating a sophisticated device on his wrist, projecting a luminous screen. After a moment, he shakes his head. Pei Su, your remaining loan limit is only 1,000 yuan. After deducting the textbook and public education fees, you have 3,530 yuan left. This will only suffice for 35 days of elixirs. The man reflects for a moment. As a teacher in finance, I believe you might consider a career in administration. The martial arts path is incredibly costly. This is merely the beginning. Even I am currently burdened with a debt of 286,000. Pei Su smiles in response. Thank you for the advice, but I intend to persevere in martial arts. The man nods in understanding and says no more. Pei Su proceeds to make the payment via his phone, and shortly after, a notification arrives. Pei Su, your interest-free student loan balance is now 30 yuan. Total loan amount, 52,150 yuan. You have successfully paid the tuition for your 3rd year at Qidong Martial Arts High School. After completing the transaction, the man departs without further comment. The doctor kindly advises, child, sometimes it is best not to be overly attached. After 3 years of examinations for students, I only remember you among thousands. Do you know why? Pei Su shakes his head. It is because your energy is remarkable. The doctor smiles gently. Your vigor increases at a consistent rate each year, a phenomenon I have never encountered in my medical career. However, your innate talent and comprehension are fixed. No matter how energetic you are, time is limited, and you cannot forge a path in martial arts unless you obtain the Root Bone True Medicine and Comprehension True Medicine to elevate your abilities. Pei Su nods in acknowledgement, expresses gratitude, and departs. Why cling to it? He sighs. It has been approximately 3 years since his arrival in this unique world. He understands that martial arts have always been expensive, but in this realm, the costs are astounding. A recent newspaper reported the annual revenues of 500 top enterprises in the Tianxia Federation, revealing that over 400 are related to martial arts. Conducting business in this field, anything unrelated to martial arts languishes at the bottom of the list. In this world, a single martial arts technique can range from tens of thousands to millions, or even tens of millions, in cost. Every item associated with martial artists demands an exorbitant price. The costs of supplements, nutritional expenses, and gravity forging chambers represent merely the basic necessities for martial science students, totaling 300 yuan daily, amounting to 9,000 a month, and over 100,000 annually. Upon his arrival, Pei Su quickly realized his impoverished background rendered this path unattainable. The so-called vigor he possesses is merely a consequence of his soul consuming the essence of his former self. Yet, what does it matter if he is energetic? While others retain information from a single training session, he struggles to remember after countless attempts. The results of others' efforts in one session take him an inordinate amount of time to match. Individuals with abundant energy can excel in any field, yet he must resolutely pursue the path of martial arts. As for the reason, suddenly, the ringtone of his phone pierces the air. Pei Su answers. Pei Su, the school has received your transfer. The housing recovery process is complete. This year, you may continue to enjoy the campus health insurance and meal benefits. The current situation is as follows. Those involved in martial arts enterprises are quite affluent, yet they seek to accumulate even more wealth by forcibly intertwining martial arts with all sectors. In response, the school has implemented a policy whereby students in martial science can access free housing off campus, discounted meals on campus, and complimentary health insurance, contingent upon the payment of tuition. I cannot relinquish the housing. It is my crucial source of income. Initially, Pei Su was genuinely determined to strive along the path of martial arts. However, Innate talent proves insufficient. As he becomes increasingly entrenched, escape seems impossible. In his second year, he rented his home to several middle school martial science students, as housing policies are only available to high school students. By doing so, he earns 1,500 yuan in rent each month. Is that sufficient? Far from it. As he walks, Pei-su quietly contemplates his financial situation. Currently, I owe the school 150 yuan, while my annual income is merely 18,000 yuan. If I aspire to pursue the path of martial arts further, it is imperative that I acquire both the Enlightenment Elixir and the Essence Elixir, each valued at 100,000 yuan. As I am now in the first semester of my third year of high school, it is crucial that I secure admission to a prestigious martial arts university. Thus, the acquisition of these elixirs should be expedited. Consequently, I must amass 200,000 yuan in the shortest time possible. This means that even before entering university, I am already burdened with nearly 300,000 yuan of pressure. How heavy this weight feels. Pei-su stepped out of the infirmary, leaning against the railing as students continued to enter for their health checks, subsequently paying their fees and then streaming out again. He couldn't help but sigh. Wang Wu paid a tuition fee of 430 yuan and received a rebate of the same amount, which was credited to his account at Wushang Bank. Pei-su was momentarily stunned. The notification sound from his phone echoed like a droplet hitting the ground, and for a fleeting moment, he thought it was merely his imagination. Rubbing his eyes, he indeed beheld a cerulean light screen before him. Wang Wu's tuition payment? A rebate of 1. Pei-su pulled out his phone for a closer examination. Current account balance, 130 yuan. Indeed, the sum in his account had increased. Pei-su scrutinized the transaction message. Something felt amiss. Normally, a company's transaction notification would include the name of the company and the account number. Even for minor transfers, such pertinent information would be provided. Yet this transaction appeared without any trace or detail, a specter of anonymity. Is this my golden finger? Pei-su quickly realized. He gazed at the light screen, where new text began to materialize. Shared rebate level 1, range, 5 meters. Rebate ratio, 1, requirements for level 2, physical strength level 1, mental strength level 1. Promotion to a first-rank warrior. A thunderous realization struck Pei-su. Just then, another student entered the infirmary. He steadied his thoughts, waiting. 10 minutes later, a melodious notification chimed again. Li Wen paid a tuition fee of 430 yuan and received a rebate of the same amount, credited to his account at Wushang Bank. Just as he suspected, Pei-su couldn't help but clench his fists. This was undeniably real. He leaned against the railing beside the infirmary, which was not thick, and the space inside was quite small, with the necessary medical instruments piled in the southeast corner. His position was a mere 3 to 4 meters away from the students paying their fees. As long as there were consumers within a 5-meter radius, he would earn a rebate. After all, this was a golden opportunity. Pei-su noted a crucial detail. This transaction information should be untraceable, right? In today's society, where technology has advanced at a breakneck pace, transaction details are meticulously recorded by major banks. The technology here is far superior to that of Earth. As warriors have infiltrated every industry, their formidable physiques grant them abundant energy and extraordinary memory, allowing them to excel in all endeavors. To some extent, the advancements in various fields are attributable to the emergence of the warrior class. The leaves rustled in the breeze, and the sun had shifted slightly in the sky. Pei-su had remained in this position for quite some time, unnoticed amidst the bustling crowd. After Li Wen exited, several more students followed, entering the infirmary in succession. The pleasant notifications continued to ring out. Pei-su's bank account balance had successfully reached 5,000 yuan. He still did not leave, as there were at least 50 more students yet to pay their fees. Even if each paid only the basic tuition, he could still earn at least 25,000 yuan. Pei-su's gaze fervently swept over each classmate. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted. Pei-su, why haven't you gone back? We're in our third year now, we need to separate. The speaker was a tall young man with a radiant complexion, dressed in black. He gazed directly at Pei-su, who stood in the glaring sun, yet the young man appeared unperturbed by its brightness. All his attributes highlighted his exceptional nature. Pei-su recognized him instantly, Jiang Haojia. True to his name, Haojia embodied grandeur and excellence. They had been together since their first year. With a righteous demeanor and a powerful physique, Jiang Haojia always stood out. His family was affluent, and he possessed considerable talent in martial arts, frequently ranking at the top. Under normal circumstances, someone of his stature would not cross paths with Pei-su in society. However, this was school, a place where societal hierarchies held little sway. Their bond was deep and profound. Pei-su smiled. Oh, I still have some matters to attend to. You can head back first. Jiang Haojia hesitated. Is it about the tuition? No, Pei-su shook his head. All right. Understanding, Jiang Haojia did not press further. He patted Pei-su on the shoulder and turned to leave. As Jiang Haojia departed, Pei-su continued to await the remaining 50 students to complete their fee payments. He donned his headphones, playing soft, soothing music. Occasionally, the sound of droplets hitting the ground mingled with the melodies, resembling a crisp drumbeat. Each notification heralded an incoming deposit. In a daze, Pei-Su envisioned a balance scale, representing hope, slowly tipping downward due to the weight of accumulating wealth. As the sky began to take on a golden hue, Pei-Su removed his headphones and glanced at his phone. Account balance: 1,898, 220 yuan. Close to 20,000 yuan in surplus. He turned and strode away, his steps imbued with a newfound lightness. Returning to class, though the bell had yet to ring, the hour approached, leaving the teacher absent while students chattered animatedly in their seats. Many were engrossed in their dramas, yet the majority engaged in discussions about martial arts. My mom has decided to buy the essence elixir for me in a few days, one classmate sighed. Why the sigh? Another asked, perplexed. The burden is immense, he replied. The more my parents spend on me, the heavier my sense of dread becomes. Oh, what a little pressure. A friend comforted him. My dad just took out a 500,000 yuan loan, claiming it was for a mortgage, but really, 200,000 of that was for my supplements. Now, that has pressure. Same here. My dad just transferred me 2,000 yuan to buy more supplements. Ah, let us encourage each other. Pei-Su, seated towards the back, paused for a moment after taking his place, nodding to himself. Indeed, upon entering this world, the most immediate impression was the palpable increase in student pressure. The more parents invested, the greater the pressure felt by the students. Yet, the hope for success seemed ever so distant. How to describe this feeling? It was akin to competing for a position that only one could fill, amidst hundreds of thousands of applicants. Parents thoughtfully provided fruits and offered unwavering comfort. And during afternoon naps, one dared not make a sound. At lunchtime, they splurged on expensive pork ribs, and some might even resort to dubious means to purchase memory-enhancing supplements. Finally, he said, child, for the sake of your parents, study diligently. The pressure is immense, isn't it? Yet, Pei-Su felt remarkably at ease. This was due to Wang Xiaoming's online purchase of supplements, costing 130 yuan, yielding a rebate of 113 yuan. Zhao Lai spent 499 yuan on supplements, receiving a rebate of 149 yuan. Lin Yun purchased materials for 500 yuan, earning a rebate of 15 yuan. The gentle sound of dripping water echoed continuously, and Pei-Su felt an exhilarating thrill. Dear friends, quickly buy supplements. Chapter 259. A preliminary success at the palace of Guanghan. Pei-Su was reluctant to silence the notification sounds on his phone. He found the crisp sound of droplets hitting the ground to be quite melodious. Each sound represented a new income. He quietly plugged in his headphones, savoring this splendid moment. Suddenly, he remembered something important. His gaze shifted forward. The classroom was spacious, with the front seats occupied by the left and right protectors beside the teacher's podium. A young man and a beautiful girl occupied these positions. The young man, dressed in black, was Pei-Su's friend, Jiang Haojia. The girl, with her creamy white skin and neatly cropped hair, presented a tidy appearance. From Pei-Su's vantage point, he could only see her back, clad in a yellow leather jacket. The seating arrangement in the class was determined by academic performance. In this setting, the left and right protectors, once a source of fear on earth, now symbolized academic achievement. The girl, named Zhang Pingyue, had eyes that sparkled like crescent moons when she smiled. Unfortunately, few had the fortune to witness her smile. Pei-Su estimated the distance between himself and the protectors. Clearly, it exceeded 5 meters. He had just contemplated something significant. The stronger a martial artist's prowess, the more they could earn, and conversely, the more they would spend. The seating was ranked by merit, meaning he needed to find a way to move closer to reduce the distance to within 5 meters of Haojia and Zhang Pingyue. After some thought, Pei-Su noticed that no one was sitting beside Jiang Haojia, so he took the initiative to approach him. Jiang Haojia looked up, startled by the shadow that obscured his desk, and smiled upon seeing Pei-Su. Old Pei, you're blocking the light. On his desk lay a small wooden sculpture, which Jiang Haojia was meticulously carving with a file. This was one of his few hobbies. Pei-Su shifted aside and picked up the small sculpture, only to realize it bore a striking resemblance to himself. The craftsmanship was exquisite, rendering the likeness vividly. Curiously, he asked, why did you carve me? Who else would I carve? You look like a model, Jiang Haojia replied casually. Pei-Su chuckled. While chatting with Jiang Haojia, he discreetly observed Zhang Pingyue's actions. At that moment, she stretched lazily and retrieved her phone from the desk. Yes, just like that. Pei-Su felt an inner joy. He knew that Zhang Pingyue, coming from a background similar to his own, was relatively impoverished, with her house rented out. However, she possessed undeniable talent and aptitude, undoubtedly attracting substantial investments from many. Thus, she must have considerable wealth. Out of the corner of his eye, Pei-Su noticed Zhang Pingyue's long, delicate fingers tapping on a familiar interface. Jingpin, a shopping app. Pei-Su's excitement surged. Yes, indeed, she was about to purchase supplements. Given her excellent academic performance, the supplements she bought must be exceptionally potent. Zhang Pingyue furrowed her brow, seemingly deliberating over something. Pei-Su grew anxious as he waited, But eventually, she relaxed her expression. Her fingers danced swiftly across the screen, adding to the cart, checking out, making payment, selecting a bank card. Suddenly, a notification sounded like a resounding drumbeat. A drop hit the ground. Jean Pingyue purchased a cultivation technique for 350,000 yuan, earning a rebate of 500 yuan. Pei Su's hand trembled, and goosebumps spread across his skin. 3,500. Just standing there for a moment. And it's in hand. What a thrill. 350,000 yuan. Pei Su couldn't help but glance at Jean Pingyue. Such a sum was quite extraordinary, even for a talented student like her who would attract investment. But to withdraw such a large amount at once seemed excessive, didn't it? Is this the nature of martial artists? Pei Su silently resolved to save money and better himself. His rebate finger was currently at level 1, by fulfilling certain requirements. He could upgrade it. At that time, perhaps the range would expand, the ratio would increase, or even both values might grow. I leave for just a moment. And it's all a mess. Suddenly, a robust voice interrupted. A middle-aged female teacher in a red outfit approached, a mole adorning the corner of her mouth. Her gaze was piercing, causing everyone present to lower their voices and return to their seats obediently. Pei Su was no exception, settling back into his place. The teacher, nicknamed Gun Sister, carried a handgun at her waist. A qualification certificate was necessary for carrying such a weapon, requiring proficiency in marksmanship and passing assessments. How the school permitted Gun Sister to bring a revolver onto campus remained a mystery. Pei Su knew only that she held significant authority. Even the department head treated her with utmost respect. Gun Sister wielded an antiquated, large-caliber revolver, silver in color, secured in a black holster. She held a stack of names in her hand. Those whose names I call need not move. Jiang Haojie, Jean Pingyue, Zhao Wansui, Lin Ping, Wu Hao. The following names must change seats. Lin Zhe, physical fitness level 0. 79 during the assessment. Choose any seat in the third row. Wu Mingyuan, physical fitness level 0. 78 during the assessment. Choose any seat in the third row. Li Yun, Jiang Haojie and Jean Pingyue, the left and right protectors, possessed the strongest physiques in the class. Reaching level 0. 99. The 8 students in the second row had physiques ranging from level 0. 8 to 0. 9. While those in the third row ranged from level 0. 7 to 0. 8. Pei Su's physique level was 0. 5 thus. His name was only called when Gun Sister reached the 5th row. Pei Su, physical fitness level 0. 5 during the assessment. Choose any seat in the 5th row. Pei Su glanced at the 5th row seats. Previously, he had occupied a seat in the 4th row. However, even so, he could not reach the positions of the left and right protectors. The 5th row was simply unacceptable. Yet, in front of him stood Gun Sister, a formidable woman with a gaze sharp as a knife, brandishing a large-caliber revolver. Her imposing presence was overwhelming. Pei Su found it exceedingly difficult to voice his concerns. But must he truly settle for the 5th row? Would he have to wait for moments to converse with Jiang Haojie, just to inch closer? Under normal circumstances, Pei Su would never dare to speak to this intimidating woman. But today, he felt emboldened. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to assert himself. Teacher. Pei Su raised his hand. Gun Sister did not lift her eyebrows, merely stating, "Speak. I would like to sit in the 3rd row, please." Pei Su's request was not unreasonable. He was not audacious enough to demand a seat in the front row. On the contrary, the 3rd row perfectly balanced the proximity to the left and right protectors while accommodating the 5th row behind. The 3rd row? The tone of Sister Chang seemed unwavering. Not allowed. Find a seat in the 5th row. Upon hearing this, Pei Su felt a rush of blood surge to his head. His voice rising an octave. "Teacher, I wish to sit in the 3rd row." The room fell into an abrupt silence, and his classmates cast bewildered glances. Was it truly necessary? After all, it was not as if he were vying for a seat in the front row. The 5th row was merely at the back of the class, while the 3rd row was only a position of moderate standing. Was there really a need to sprint from the back to the middle? Yet, they had no inkling that, for Pei Su, it was indeed imperative. Sister Chang looked up in surprise, as if this were an unexpected occurrence. Her tone lowered. "I said, not aloud. Can't you hear?" It felt as though an invisible pressure bore down on Pei Su. No, it was not merely an intangible pressure. It was palpably real. Pei Su sensed an external force beginning to constrict his body, making it difficult for him to breathe. At that moment, an abundance of energy transformed into a source of strength within him, and his mind suddenly felt remarkably clear. He raised his hand to steady himself on the desk, and as he found his anchor, his entire being began to radiate outward. Rather than a physical pressure, it was more a strain of the spirit. When Pei Su released all of his spirit and energy outward, a barely perceptible cracking sound echoed in his ears. At that instant, he experienced an unparalleled sense of relief, able to breathe freely once more. Remarkably, Sister Chang did not display her usual anger. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in her eyes as she nodded. "The assessment did not reveal your mental strength, but it appears you have reached level 0. 99, surpassing everyone present. Please take a seat by the podium and sit alongside Jiang Haojie." The classmates were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom this development. They were even more astounded to learn that Pei Su's mental level had reached 0.99. Level 0.99. How extraordinary. This was significantly more challenging to attain than physical prowess. Pei Su felt bewildered. He had merely wished to sit in the third row. And now, was he to share a desk with Jiang Haojie? Come to my office. Sister Chang stated succinctly before turning to leave after calling out the names of the last few students in the fifth row. Sister Chang's office was serene. A personal space that was neat and orderly. On the wall behind her office chair hung several photographs. In these images, Sister Chang was depicted in various settings, wielding her exquisite silver revolver alongside colossal creatures. Pei Su couldn't help but gaze at these immense beings, recognizing some animal forms: wolves, monkeys, bears, lions, tigers. Yet their sizes were astonishingly colossal. Sister Chang stood at approximately 1.75 meters, and beside these fallen giants, she appeared hardly half their height, suggesting that even in repose, these creatures towered at least 3.5 meters tall. Surely, they could not be the classic notion of mythical beasts? It was all too peculiar. Pei Su couldn't resist stealing a few more glances, pondering if they were indeed some form of legendary creature. After all, even martial artists existed. It was not beyond reason for mythical beasts to do so as well. Sit, Sister Chang commanded as she took her place in the office chair. Without further ado, she began rummaging through a cabinet for something. Just as Pei Su settled into his seat, Sister Chang produced a book. The cover bore 7 striking characters: Sunset Divine Ape Visualization Method. This is for you. Your aptitude for mental cultivation appears commendable. You might consider pursuing the path of a mental warrior. If successful, you will find it far more advantageous than being an ordinary martial artist. Sister Chang rarely spoke at such length, leaving Pei Su astonished. The visualization method? A mental warrior? He had indeed heard of this concept. A mental warrior is one who possesses formidable strength in the realm of the mind, coupled with a robust physique and extraordinary mental power. Such mental strength is immensely versatile. It can alter a person's perception, reshape memories, and even extend its influence over an entire city, converting its inhabitants into devoted followers. Each mental warrior is a uniquely perilous entity. Yet, the path to becoming a mental warrior is fraught with difficulties. First, one must possess innate talent. Without it, all else is moot. Second, the visualization method is exceedingly expensive, often costing over $1 million. However, merely possessing these elements is insufficient. One also requires various mental supplements and elixirs, which are often far more costly than those promoting physical evolution. If martial artists are financially demanding, mental warriors are tenfold more so. Is it free? After a moment's contemplation, Pei Su posed the pivotal question. Yes, Sister Chang anticipated. Do you have any requirements? Pei Su inquired, perplexed by how such a significant technique was being entrusted to him. The only condition is, Sister Chang paused before continuing, that once you achieve success in your training, you must come find me immediately. Understood. Pei Su accepted the small book and turned to leave. On his way home from school, Jiang Haojie, a tall and robust figure with a notably thick and long neck, spotted Pei Su emerging from the school gates. Old Pei. Over here. Pei Su joined Jiang Haojie, walking side by side. Shall we grab a bite to eat? Jiang Haojie extended the invitation. Pei Su shook his head. I need to head back to collect rent. He had several young middle school martial arts students residing in his property, and today was the rent collection day. All right then. Jiang Haojie teased. I'm in a good mood today, and was hoping to treat you to some barbecue. Pei Su was about to decline when a crucial thought struck him. He realized that as long as there were people consuming around him, he could earn a rebate. If paying tuition and online shopping qualified, could dining out do the same? With this in mind, Pei Su agreed. Let us go. The evening barbecue stall was conveniently located beside the school. Once seated, the chef recognized Jiang Haojie and cheerfully asked, the usual? Jiang Haojie nodded. 2 servings of the usual. I brought a friend. Pei Su wondered what this usual entailed. Soon, he watched as the chef brought out 2 enormous lamb legs, slicing them before placing them on the grill. Half an hour later, the steaming lamb legs were served to their table. As Pei Su pondered how to tackle the massive portions, Jiang Haojie had already ripped into the lamb skin, slurping with delight. Delicious. Bring us another case of beer. The chef quickly brought the beer, and Pei Su savored it alongside the lamb leg. It was, without a doubt, utterly delectable. As night enveloped the sky, Jiang Haojie finally stood up, feeling content. Although he reeked of alcohol, his gaze remained clear, unaffected by the spirits. Time to settle the bill, he announced. The chef, wiping his brow with a towel, approached with the tally. That LLB 372 yuan. You can pay 370. As Jiang Haojie prepared to pay. Suddenly, Pei Su picked up his phone and said, Lao Jiang, I want to take advantage of you. I'll transfer you 190. What is this about? Are we treating each other as outsiders? Jiang Haojie protested loudly. Stop messing around. Pei Su insisted on transferring the money. He then eagerly awaited the sound of a notification. Unfortunately, the anticipated sound did not come. Moreover, there was no record of any rebate on the Azure screen visible only to him. Indeed, I cannot trigger the rebate myself. Pei Su primarily sought to test a function, whether mutual transfers could lead to a continuous rebate effect. However, It appeared that this was not feasible. He pondered if the variable of his involvement was the issue. Consequently, he voluntarily scanned the code to transfer an additional 400 yuan to the boss. Boss, I've sent an extra 400. Could you refund it to my friend? Upon hearing this, the boss looked surprised. Jiang Haojia was even less pleased. What are you doing? Are you giving handouts to a brother? We agreed you'd treat us to a meal. Stop it. Nevertheless, the boss transferred the money to Jiang Haojia. After a brief wait, Pei Su realized it still did not work. Clearly, the idea of stepping on both feet simultaneously was impossible. Before leaving, a nearby table of patrons also stood up to settle their bill. Li Wanxiang dined for 255 yuan, earning a rebate of 1, totaling 255 yuan. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Pei Su's mouth as he departed from the barbecue stall. After bidding farewell to Jiang Haojia, he unknowingly walked to the largest shopping center in Qidong City, Wanmao Mall. Wanmao Mall consists of 9 floors. The lower 6 floors primarily feature dining, shopping, cinemas, and sports facilities, while the top 3 levels house upscale establishments, luxury brand boutiques, high-end gyms, karaoke rooms, jewelry stores, and cosmetic shops. The mall remains open until midnight. Upon entering Wanmao Mall, Pei Su took the elevator directly to the 7th floor. The most significant distinction between the 7th and 6th floors was that at the entrance of the 7th floor, 2 security guards and 2 receptionists stood ready to greet guests. Welcome to Wanmao Plaza. Pei Su entered the nearest clothing store, where the prices of garments generally exceeded 10,000 yuan. Even a simple white t-shirt, adorned with a logo, was priced at nearly 40,000 yuan. Hello, how may I assist you? A sales associate politely approached. Pei Su casually picked up a piece of clothing and inquired. What are the features of this garment? Sir, the most notable feature of this item is the positioning chip embedded within the Louis Vuitton logo. It can monitor your heart rate. Should your heart rate drop significantly, we will immediately call for an ambulance to assist you. Such an overbearing sales approach was nowhere to be found. Pei Su mused to himself. Of course, it might also be due to his current attire, as those who practice martial arts typically possess considerable financial means. Statistically, the probability of wealthy second-generation individuals among martial artists is quite high. The sales associate's courteous demeanor, in addition to professional ethics, might also be influenced by his school uniform. Pei Su discreetly positioned himself 5 meters from the checkout counter. At that moment, a young couple approached the checkout with a sales associate. Shortly after, a delightful sound of a notification chimed from his phone. The checkout counter emitted a sound indicating money being deposited. Although the payment was processed online, the sales associate still pressed the cash register button, and the enchanting sound resonated. On the Azure screen visible only to Pei Su, a new message appeared. Wang Xiaobing purchased a Louis Vuitton garment for 39,999 yuan, earning a rebate of 1, totaling 39,999 yuan. How splendid. Pei Su glanced towards the most expensive store in Wanmao Mall, which specialized in AI chips. Each chip in this store required at least several 100,000 yuan to purchase. Chapter 260. This is part of the plan. As Pei Su stepped out of the internet cafe in the morning, no one would utter the phrase, "I want he come back next time." He and his cousin slowly exited, his cousin muttering. Their hair was disheveled and greasy. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a refreshing, brisk wind that felt quite chilly. They squatted on the steps, each taking a puff of a cigarette. Ugh. His cousin found the smoke utterly tasteless and slightly nauseating. I'll never pull an all-nighter again, he vowed once more. Though this marked the 50th time he had made such a declaration, Pei Su took a few puffs before discarding the cigarette. The nicotine in the smoke poses significant harm to ordinary individuals. However, once one becomes a first-grade martial artist, their lungs' purification ability can perfectly metabolize the nicotine and other harmful substances. Thus, for Pei Su, now a first-grade martial artist, smoking became a source of amusement. Just as he contemplated grabbing breakfast, a crisp voice rang out. Stop. You too. Across the street, a woman in her 30s glared at them. His cousin panicked. Teacher Wang? He fled in a haphazard manner. Pei Su, however, remained composed and squatted in place. Pei Su. In the office of Qidong City's first martial arts high school, Wang Qingyue slammed a book onto the desk, her expression filled with disappointment. What on earth is wrong with you? In your first year of high school, you told me you would become a powerful martial artist in your lifetime. Yes, you were right. During the first semester of your first year, your physical strength was already the best in the grade, and before the semester ended, you successfully broke through to become a first-grade martial artist. But now, you're in your 3rd year and about to face the college entrance examination. You remain a first-grade martial artist, with no progress. Wang Qingyue scolded. Stop being obsessed with video games. What is so entertaining about them? Why have you dedicated 3 years of your life to them? Pei Su merely smiled and responded, Teacher, esports are just a form of entertainment. It's no big deal. Nonsense. Wang Qingyue, usually good-natured, couldn't he help but curse in frustration. It's one thing for you to fall from grace, but you've even started an esports club, dragging others into it? That kid is from the first-year department, right? Don't lead him astray, too. At this point, I can no longer protect you. You'll have to figure it out for yourself. After speaking, Wang Qingyue sighed deeply. At that moment, A series of knocks echoed at the office door. Wang Qingyue went to open it, only to find a group of school leaders waiting outside. Once they entered, some sat on the sofa while others took seats on chairs. They surrounded Pei Su. One tall, thin middle-aged man wearing glasses adjusted his spectacles with his middle finger. Pei Su, you have violated multiple school rules and regulations, reaching a point where expulsion is imminent. Regarding your punishment, I have temporarily put it on hold. However, I would like to ask you why you are so engrossed in esports. The middle-aged man spoke with a serious tone, tinged with confusion. He spread his hands. I know that in your first year, there were family issues, and you were forced to live with your uncle and aunt. But that should not be an excuse for your decline. In your first year, you were a bright star in the eyes of every teacher. Now, you are a cautionary tale, frequently referenced. The disparity is so vast, have you not noticed? Upon hearing this, Pei Su fell into deep contemplation. There were indeed reasons behind his obsession with esports. Before him, an Azure screen materialized. The other school leaders remained oblivious. Only Pei Su noticed the text on the Azure screen. Life energy. 1. The life energy required to activate the system. 1. Is the system activated? During his first year of high school, Pei Su unexpectedly discovered something significant. While playing certain games, he heard a mechanical voice upon achieving a killing feat. Host has successfully killed, gaining 0001 life energy. To activate the system, 1 life energy is needed. Once he confirmed that this was not a figment of his imagination, he resolutely immersed himself in the vast endeavor of incessant cyber killing to siphon life energy. Killing a single person only yielded 0001 life energy, and certain conditions applied. 1. The target must be a humanoid entity. Pure monsters or animals would not yield life energy. 2. Common mowing games would not contribute to life energy accumulation. Thus, under the premise that killing a person would only increase life energy by 0001, Pei Su persevered for 3 years and finally amassed 0.99 life energy. At last, he was poised to activate the system. He firmly believed that his innate talent would allow him to navigate the martial arts realm with ease. However, the addition of a system would broaden his horizons even further, he mused. At that moment, the bespectacled school leader adjusted his glasses and issued a final ultimatum. Within 3 days, Pei Su, I need to see your electronic sports club disbanded. Upon hearing this, Pei Su pondered for a moment. The creation of the esports club was merely intended to find companions for gaming. Unbeknownst to him, in this world of martial arts, the pressure on students was immense. Electronic sports had become a channel for them to unwind. Gradually, their yearning for freedom and anticipation of the vibrant world had become encapsulated in this club. Playing games together brought great joy. Moreover, apart from Pei Su, no one else in the club was truly engrossed, leading him to often seek out 4 individuals just to find someone to accompany him through the night. One would play for 2 hours, while another would take the next shift. His cousin, being somewhat addicted, would only come to find Pei Su in the latter part of the night. Could we consider an alternative approach? Pei Su raised his head, smiling as he replied. I assure you, within 3 days, I will break through to the 2nd-tier martial artist level and represent the school in the inter-school martial arts simulation tournament. The school leader, seemingly amused rather than surprised, chuckled. Ah, Pei Su, now that truly reflects your style. Rising from his seat, he continued, I have a vivid impression of you. In your first year, during a school-wide pledge, every student took the stage to express their aspirations. Yet, you alone stepped up and resolutely declared 4 words. Martial arts supreme. The school leader smiled. Turning back to Pei Su, if you genuinely manage to advance to the 2nd-tier martial artist within 3 days, I shall not disband your electronic sports club. Pei Su nodded. Soon after, the other school leaders departed. Wang Qingyue shot Pei Su an irritated glance. Pei Su, do you have any idea how far you are from becoming a 2nd-tier martial artist? Currently, only a handful of students in the entire senior class have achieved that level. If you had dedicated yourself to training, you might have already advanced. Do you still believe there is hope? With a smile, Pei Su silently chanted, activate. In no time, the system was activated. Evil cultivation system has been activated. Beginner's reward task, kill a person. Reward, 1 point of life energy. Life energy, drawn from the most refined essence within a human body. It is neither blood nor chi, nor muscle, but rather the most subtle and precious element hidden within. After leaving the school, Pei Su gazed at the beginner's task, lost in thought. Was the task truly urging him to kill someone in reality? The evil cultivation system, had he inadvertently activated this? Why then could he acquire life energy through cyber killing? This system must be malfunctioning, Pei Su thought to himself. If it required him to commit murder in reality, that would be exceedingly difficult. The world he inhabited was named Blue Star, a parallel universe. He currently resided in a prefecture-level city in the Summer Kingdom, Qidong City. The nation was home to a formidable cadre of martial artists capable of sweeping away all nefarious forces. To kill someone here? Nearly impossible. Unless one were to ally with the police to combat criminal elements, and, in a chaotic moment, inadvertently kill the perpetrator. A scheme sprang to Pei Su's mind, but it was quickly dismissed. That was an improbable scenario. Until a suspect was apprehended, they could only be deemed a criminal suspect, should one accidentally kill them. And another true perpetrator were to emerge, he would become a murderer. The risk was indeed substantial. Beyond that notion, Pei Su soon conceived another plan, martial artist competition. Such competitions involved two martial artists engaging in one-on-one combat, with pre-signed agreements permitting the possibility of one participant's death. Yet, Pei Su bore no grudges or enmities. Such circumstances were unlikely. He decided to head to the internet cafe. Approaching the cafe beside the school, he retrieved his ID, completed facial recognition, and located a gaming station in the lobby. He then scanned a QR code with the cultural tourism pass and swiftly logged in. Settling onto the couch, he caught sight of a girl seated at a neighboring computer, savoring a lollipop, wearing headphones, and fully engrossed in the trendy FPS game, Valorant Go. Coincidentally, he was an adept player of this game, having been a top-tier player for multiple seasons. Even so, this was an impressive feat casually logging into a Diamond tier account. He initiated a ranked match. This game featured skills, but while playing at this lower tier, Pei Su typically refrained from using them, even neglecting to wear his headphones, merely letting them dangle around his neck. "Smoke guy, why aren't you smoking?" A teammate at point A sent an interaction request. With a swift motion, Pei Su dispatched two opponents with headshots, replying, "Cigarettes are too expensive. I didn't buy any." "Smoke guy is a fishy player," his teammate remarked in astonishment. Following the elimination of those two, Pei Su immediately heard the familiar voice. "Beginner's reward task completed. Gained 1 point of life energy. Beginner's reward task 2. Kill 5 people within 10 seconds. Reward, 2 points of life energy." The 1 point of life energy was instantly credited, and concurrently, having killed those two, Pei Su also accumulated 0.002 life energy. Kill 5 people in 10 seconds? Pei Su pondered for a moment, swiftly clicking his fingers, casually dispatching the opponents who were attempting to defend. Soon, they reached the defense switch phase. His teammates expressed elation. "We have a fishy player here. This match is a breeze. We're gaining points again. Smoke guy want a skin? I have one." "Sure." After acquiring the revolver, Pei Su added, "You all take care of 2C2B. I'll monopolize A. I can't get in." In the final moments, he slowly typed a message in chat. "A sight. Come to me for a beat down. If you don't, you're my son." Countdown, 10 seconds. Countdown, 5 seconds. Countdown, 3 seconds. Countdown, 1 second. As the countdown concluded, the screen faded, and Pei Su maneuvered his character to the A site, wielding justice. Suddenly, a flashbang was thrown from the opposing team. Pei Su yanked his arm back, dodging it, and then delivered a headshot, sending the flashbang user crashing down, earning 0.001 life energy. Immediately after, 2 more opponents approached, and at the same time, a smoke grenade was thrown right in front of Pei Su, obstructing his view. However, at the moment the black smoke descended, Pei Su had already discerned the positions of the 2 opponents. Bang bang. He harvested 0.002 life energy. Thus far, Pei Su had achieved a triple kill. However, the black smoke had already settled. If he were to retreat now, he would fail to complete the task of eliminating 5 opponents within 10 seconds. Yet, if he chose to enter the smoke and then emerge, he would place himself in a significantly disadvantaged position. Even with impeccable marksmanship, it would be all too easy for the remaining 2 adversaries to swiftly take him down. In the blink of an eye, Pei Su leaped into the smoke. Within the haze, the shadow, having utilized a teleportation skill to infiltrate, lay in wait. He boldly raised his pistol. However, Pei Su had entered the smoke sideways, causing the shadow's first shot to miss its mark. Consequently, the shadow fired 2 shots at Pei Su's body. Bang! The sound of justice rang out as the shadow, unable to fire a 4th shot, fell, helplessly watching as Pei Su achieved a quadruple kill. Upon leaping out of the smoke, he discovered that a site was deserted. Now, there remained only 1 sentry, presenting 2 possibilities. Either he was a solitary player, or he had retreated to a small. Pei Su opted for a small. At that moment, the character he controlled, the Smoke Man, was left with merely 10 hit points. Damn, a quadruple kill. A pentakill is within reach. He yes at a small. I'll create the distraction. Meanwhile, his 2 teammates at B had also made their way to A and successfully spotted the last opponent advancing in front of a small. One teammate executed a spinning jump to bait the enemy's gunfire, while the other deftly maneuvered to redirect the opponent's aim. Just then, Pei Su's Smoke Man arrived at a small, and with a single precise shot, he completed the pentakill. He fulfilled the Novice Welfare Task 2, earning 2 points of life energy. Novice Welfare Task 3, within 10 seconds, consecutively eliminate 10 opponents. Reward, 5 points of life energy. Glancing at Task 3, Pei Su immediately realized the challenge. In typical FPS games, this was a daunting task. After all, FPS games are limited to 5v5, with no concept of 10v10 matches. However, this was no obstacle for Pei Su, who had immersed himself in gaming for 3 years. He deftly exited the game and opened a title called Tianya Jianghu, a 3D ancient martial arts game that featured a mode permitting 10v10 battles. In this server, apart from a few wealthy players, the account Pei Su had cultivated over 3 years exhibited a remarkable superiority in stats. Of course, only a handful of players remained in this region. Nevertheless, in cross-server matches, the player count was still considerable. Entering the 10v10 competitive mode, the players were quickly assembled. Whirlwinds of dazzling effects filled the screen. Peisu gently activated a wide-range skill. A torrential downpour of chaos ensued. Before long, all 10 opponents lay defeated. Among them, Peisu's character delivered an impressive output of 94. Soon, a message appeared on the public screen. An account borrowed to play new player 10v10? A smirk graced Peisu's lips as he typed back. I borrowed an account. Mistakenly clicked, my apologies. He then logged off, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had completed Novice Welfare Task 3, receiving 5 points of life energy. Novice Welfare Task 4. Within 10 seconds, consecutively eliminate 20 opponents. Reward, 10 points of life energy. Chapter 261. Predicament. This is perhaps around the 15th year since humanity faced the apocalypse, and I find myself in Underground Mansion number 1, awaiting today's interviewee. According to the information, she is an elegant and unique woman who, 15 years ago, was merely a 5-year-old girl. She successfully adapted to the apocalyptic climate, becoming a sought-after underground star. Today is particularly cold. The cleaning staff remarked with a smile. The cold era has arrived, I simply stated. Indeed. So you will need to gather more materials, the staff replied. I nodded. Initially, a seemingly insignificant asteroid, destined to fall upon the moon, caught the attention of humanity. When people realized that this 1-kilometer diameter asteroid would not collide with Earth, everyone relaxed. After all, the moon is akin to a dutiful mother, enduring all the burdens in proximity to Earth. However, even a child must one day embark on a journey, and a mother must eventually age. Over 30 days after the asteroid, codenamed GB14291, collided with the moon, scientists suddenly discerned through minute details that the moon was deviating from its orbit around Earth. At that moment, the revelation surpassed everyone's expectations. It was merely an asteroid, and one would think this would be an inconsequential event amidst the multitude of impacts the moon had endured. Yet, the moon was indeed drifting away from Earth. Earth remained in the solar system. The moon remained in the solar system. However, like the cowherd and the weaver girl, they had distanced themselves from one another, transforming over the course of 15 years from the full, round white plate seen on the 15th of each month into a tiny speck, barely visible. To the human eye, it bore no distinction from the more distant stars, appearing of similar size. On this day of sudden climatic change, a year consists of approximately 30 months. And every so often, there are about 7 years of extreme cold. This period is known as the Cold Era. During these frigid years, humanity can do nothing but huddle underground like animals in hibernation. Even the vast underground structures painstakingly constructed by humanity reach an average temperature of -42 degrees during the Cold Era. In this indiscriminate, frigid world, most forms of entertainment from before the apocalypse have vanished. I often reminisce about mobile phones, computers, and electronic devices. I have long cherished those memories. This is why I hold today's interviewee in such high regard. In the years following the apocalypse, many chose to end their lives, and even I, unable to adapt to the changes of this era, occasionally entertained thoughts of despair. Yet this woman is different. Born before the apocalypse, she has perfectly adapted to this environment, achieving remarkable success. Typically, only children born after the apocalypse can acclimate to such conditions. Hello. A sudden voice interrupted my thoughts. The newcomer was Wu Shi. My interviewee for today, 20 years old, a phenomenon in the underground star scene, having dominated the billboards for 3 months across the first, second, and third underground lines. Her demeanor was calm, clad in a simple black sweater, wearing glasses, and exuding an air of elegance. Thanks to the underground heating system, the indoor temperature hovered around 23 degrees, allowing such a stylish sweater to be worn comfortably. Shall we commence with today's theme? I had no desire for idle chit-chat, the impending cold era rendering me somewhat despondent. Thus, I spoke candidly. According to the information I obtained from FC, you are the 7th individual to sign the Frozen Treaty. What motivated you to choose to sign this treaty? Wu Shi pondered for a few seconds, remaining silent. FC, Forever Cold, signifies eternal coldness. It is an underground company dedicated to developing life extension technologies. From my understanding, after experiments involving brain separation, digital life, and mechanical cloning, they ultimately opted for human cryogenic technology. This company has not excelled in maintaining confidentiality regarding its technologies. Alternatively, the inhabitants of the post-apocalyptic world seem indifferent to the so-called information disparity. They care little about whether this knowledge could yield monetary gain, often adopting a nonchalant attitude. Before the apocalypse, nearly everyone would hoard their precious possessions, never passing them on to others. I learned that whether it be brain separation surgery, digital existence, or mechanical cloning, all were rendered unsustainable due to the frigid temperatures of the Cold Era. Every machine or electronic component requires maintenance, yet during this epoch, no one was available to provide such care. Brain separation surgery necessitates a brain-computer interface, which in turn depends on technology and electronic components similarly constrained by the Cold Era's conditions. Ultimately, only the FC, Forever Cold, program successfully passed the trials. I was invited to participate and received a list of those involved, deciding to interview them one by one. Wuxi was the first, as a highly sought-after star. The arrival of the Cold Era merely represented a prolonged period of leisure for you, albeit a 7-year one. I was puzzled. If you choose to freeze yourself, the FC personnel will place your body in a low-temperature environment and then discard it on the Earth's surface, where, in conditions exceeding -80 degrees, your exterior will begin to freeze until you become a colossal ice block, enduring until the end of the Cold Era. Subsequently, they would transfer you to an underground cryogenic laboratory for storage in even lower temperatures until the next onset of the Cold Era. To conserve energy, they would once again deposit you on the Earth's surface. In their words, a Cold Era is merely a cycle. After the moon departed from Earth's orbit, the solar system has been drifting farther away. As time progresses, the duration of the Cold Era will extend from an initial 3 years at the onset of the apocalypse to 5, and now 7. In the future, you might find yourself on the Earth's surface for decades, centuries, or even millennia. The treaty stipulates that you must endure 30 cycles. If humanity has not perished by then, and if advanced thawing technologies have emerged, you will be revived after these 30 cycles. Frankly, I do not understand, Ms. Wuxi. For those without resources, contemplating the future is merely a desperate strategy. Yet you, possessing abundant wealth, still chose to sign this freezing accord. Why? As I spoke, I felt a pang of regret. Perhaps this inquiry exceeded my journalistic age limit. My interviews typically focus on youth, yet this topic veered into philosophical territory. Wuxi smiled, seemingly delighted by my words. Perhaps you believe humanity has a future, but I do not. On the contrary, I perceive a bleak destiny for mankind. I asked why, before resigning. Professor Wang released data indicating that Earth is heading towards a small black hole, which was once a star eons ago. One day, a massive planet collided with it, transforming it into a black hole. Presently, the solar system is on a collision course with it, potentially enlarging this small black hole into a supermassive one. But that no longer concerns us. Wuxi's gaze was serene. I believe humanity has no future, nor does Earth. However, this timeline is extensive. Humanity's future spans at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of years, perhaps even longer. I do not wish to alter the future. I merely wish to observe it, to witness what unfolds and the perspectives of future generations. At that time, I shall be a journalist like you. I was momentarily taken aback and casually remarked, Professor Wang is an extremist, and it is precisely due to his extreme views that he was expelled from the underground academy. Yet I trust him, Wuxi replied. I furrowed my brow, perplexed by Wuxi's unwavering faith in this so-called radical professor, but I needed to shift the topic. Such content could not be presented on screen. Who could accept such negativity? I sought a dose of optimism. Consequently, I ventured to the FC company to meet the first signatory of the freezing treaty, the owner, Ren Xiao. The 9th floor of the underground office is exclusively for the boss. The deeper one descends in the underground levels, the warmer the temperature becomes, and similarly, the lower the floor, the more esteemed one's status. Initially, people fervently pursued upper underground levels for a warmer environment. It wasn't until a construction team unexpectedly unearthed magma in layers where it was not supposed to exist that they realized the Earth's environment had drastically changed. Much of the previous data was no longer applicable. The 9th underground floor is the deepest office space available. The office on the 9th floor boasts the most advanced temperature system, capable of adjusting from -70 degrees to +35 degrees. However, activating this system produces a deafening noise, making it difficult to achieve such extreme temperatures. Hello, my friend, Ren Xiao greeted me with a smile. When did we last meet? A year ago? 2. To be precise, it has been a year and 27 months, I replied, as I am quite attuned to the passage of time. Back then, I interviewed Ren Xiao, who informed me about the freezing treaty and extended an invitation to me. Theoretically, I was the second individual invited to the freezing treaty, but I declined, even considering Ren Xiao foolish. With a promising life before me, why gaze towards the future? In the future, would I become a grotesque figure due to my meager knowledge, observed like an animal by others? Would they scoff, So this is a relic of the past, how impoverished knowledge can be. I was not that foolish. I wasted no words and got straight to the point. After FC pioneered human freezing technology, many were willing to accept the freezing treaty and become subjects of the experiment. Yet you did not accept. Instead, you invited others. Why? Ren Xiao chuckled. My friend, I think you misunderstand something profoundly important. Do you believe the standards for these experimenters are low? No, that would be a grave error. From the very inception of FC's freezing technology, I established a criterion. I must find the most exceptional, greatest, and most learned individuals to participate, rather than allowing mediocre experts to take part. I do not believe that freezing technology is intended for future generations to unfreeze. In fact, I harbor a pessimistic view that future technology may not surpass our current achievements. I fear that as the Cold Era extends, people will descend into an era of laziness, for the Cold Era is prolonged, while warm days are fleeting. The fewer tasks people can accomplish during warm periods, the more they will retreat into their comfortable environments. This, I believe, is human inertia. It will draw them into a state of lethargy, rendering them incapable of escape. At that time, people will cease to develop new technologies and abandon thoughts of the future. As the cold fosters laziness, and laziness leads to a cessation of thought. Abandoning thought equates to abandoning the future, and this is nearly inevitable. What I aim to do is not merely to gaze at the future, but to guide it, ensuring that the most knowledgeable, greatest, and exceptional individuals of today lead the people of tomorrow in shaping the future's direction. All my efforts are geared towards preventing future generations from succumbing to the pitfalls of lethargy. I hastily rose to my feet. Is this positive energy? Certainly not. This is inappropriate for the youth, as it will undoubtedly undermine their understanding. The words of Ren Xiao nearly echoed those of Wu Shi. Both perceive a future devoid of hope. However, Wu Shi's conviction is more resolute, articulated with an absolute tone, while Ren Xiao still attempts to instigate change. Yet, both express sentiments rooted in a theory of humanity's despair. This is not what the audience yearns to witness. They seek positivity, an impetus to ignite their spirits and derive emotional value from their experiences. This, too, is not what I desire to see. I refuse to believe that the future is bleak. Before I departed, Ren Xiao implored me to stay, his expression exceedingly sincere. Li, you are a journalist. Yet you are chronicling this era incorrectly. You merely provide others with a form of entertainment. While your intention to inspire them is commendable, it is also misguided. The grandeur of the apocalypse is not a false encouragement, but a genuine narrative. There exists but one form of heroism in this world, and that is choosing to live well in the face of brutal reality. I embody this belief. I have resolved that the future holds no hope. A culture of lethargy will undoubtedly arise, and I must alter this future. Although the future appears hopeless, we possess hope in the present. Ren Xiao's fervent voice reverberated behind me as I fled, feeling like a lost dog. Chapter 262. Time flies, like water flowing through the years at this moment. Lu Saran and Luna were just beginning to recover from their profound shock. The silent yet harrowing 15 seconds that transpired, along with the subsequent data displayed on the screen, completely transformed their perception of the hydrogen bomb. It was no longer the cataclysmic mushroom cloud they had envisioned, but rather a weapon imbued with a sense of futurism. Luna whispered to Lu Saran, "Isn't this precisely what SE and the Orion Heart have longed for, perhaps even more?" Lu Saran remained silent, her gaze transcending the crowd to once again fixate on Pei Su. He was engaged in rapid conversation with Lei Song, Li Yong, and others, his profile focused and composed. Memories of Pei Su during their time at Lonka University flooded her mind. He had always exhibited such intense concentration. Yet, she never imagined that the young genius would ascend to such heights. As the crowd parted slightly, Lei Song noticed Lu Saran and Luna in the corner and beckoned them over. "Comrades, journalists, please come here." Lu Saran and Luna stood and approached, drawing the attention of the onlookers, particularly that of Lu Saran, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Pei Su also turned to face her, and this time, his gaze was calm and direct. Lei Song introduced them, saying, "Pei Su, everyone, these two are the comrades who, at great personal risk, procured crucial intelligence for us in Washington. This is Luna, and this is journalist Lu Saran. The information they brought back regarding SE and the Orion Heart has significantly influenced our strategic judgments." Lu Saran felt her cheeks flush slightly, but maintained her composure. Nodding to everyone, ultimately locking eyes with Pei Su, he regarded her for 2 seconds in silence before speaking. "Sister Lu, welcome home." His tone was unembellished, as if stating a mere fact. Lu Saran inhaled deeply, meeting his gaze and striving for a tranquil tone as she replied, "Pei Su, congratulations to you all. You have succeeded. This is truly remarkable." Pei Su nodded slightly. "Thank you. Your work is equally vital." Lei Song chuckled heartily. "So you know each other. That's splendid. Both are exemplary young individuals striving towards the same goal on different fronts. Now, with the cold blade unsheathed, we have proven our path is correct. Next, we must hasten to refine it further and deliver it to its rightful destination." He surveyed the crowd, his voice resonant. "Today marks a milestone for the Guanghan Palace project. But as Pei Su stated, this is merely the beginning. The 3 teams must foster healthy competition amongst themselves. I want to see more cold blades, and even better ones. Time waits for no one." Within the shelter, the atmosphere grew fervent and elevated once more, infused with the exhilaration of success and a clear-eyed acknowledgement of the formidable challenges ahead. Lu Saran quietly stepped aside, her gaze returning to the tranquil cold blade on the large screen, then to the slender figure amidst the crowd that seemed to embody boundless strength. She felt a surge of emotion. 3 months later, the colossal launch tower gleamed under the bright lights, pristine white, resembling a dragon's spine piercing through the darkness. At the center of the tower, a rocket stood silently upright. It differed from conventional rockets. Its body was more robust, yet its lines were exceptionally smooth, coated in a matte deep gray that reflected almost no light, exuding a weighty, restrained sense of power. Most striking was its fuel tank. significantly larger than those of traditional rockets, appearing solid and stable. Inside the launch command hall, the lights blazed brightly. The large screen displayed images of the rocket from various angles, accompanied by a plethora of data. Pei Su stood in a relatively quiet observation area at the back of the hall, still clad in simple work attire, hands in his pockets, gazing up at the screen. Xiaohua, Wang Qingyu, and others flanked him, their faces somewhat weary yet their eyes bright. They had spent 3 months completing the final ground assembly coordination for the rocket, now named Kunpeng 5. At the front of the hall, Commander Lei Song was accompanying 2 newly arrived guests. One was Li Jingyuan, who appeared even leaner than during their last communication, yet his gaze was piercing. The other, dressed in crisp military attire adorned with shining gold stars, was the head of the Joint Military District, Li Minji. Li Minji's sharp eyes scanned the data on the large screen, particularly fixating on the conspicuously prominent fuel tank parameters. Commander Minji, this way, please. Lei Song directed the 2 men to the observation area where Pei Su stood. Pei Su, Li Jingyuan initiated, a rare warmth gracing his countenance. Commander, Pei Su nodded slightly, then turned to Li Minji. Commander Li Minji appraised Pei Su, nodding in acknowledgement without further pleasantries. Directly pointing to the screen. Pei Su, this Kunpeng 5's fuel tank seems quite substantial. The data indicates that it can make 3 round trips to the moon when fully loaded. His question struck at the core of the matter. Traditional rockets consume astronomical amounts of fuel for a single launch, with a round trip to the moon being the limit. 3 round trips imply that propulsion efficiency or fuel utilization must undergo a revolutionary breakthrough. Indeed, Pei Su's response was succinct. He gestured to Wang Qingyu beside him. Wang Qingyu stepped forward, holding a tablet, calmly elucidating. Commander Li, the fuel utilization of traditional rockets can be likened to using water from a large tank to propel a boat. Much is splashed out each time. Yet only a portion truly propels the vessel, with a considerable amount wasted overcoming its own weight and friction. Our Kunpeng 5 is akin to redesigning the interior of that water tank. She brought up a simple dynamic diagram. We have employed a novel fuel stratification technology. In simple terms, it is like mixing water and oil in a bottle. After vigorous shaking, they will slowly separate. Within our rocket's fuel tank, we utilize precisely controlled electromagnetic fields and specialized internal wall structures to cue the fuel in different states and combustion phases, ensuring that the most reactive and easily combustible portions are prioritized for delivery to the engine combustion chamber. Simultaneously, the pressure distribution and temperature control within the fuel tank have been optimized, minimizing the unnecessary work required to maintain the fuel state. She paused momentarily. Summarizing, the outcome is that, while others may only utilize 70% of the same fuel, we can harness 95% or even more. Consequently, the distance traveled naturally extends further. The materials remain unchanged, yet we deploy the labor of our porters more efficiently towards locomotion. Li Minji listened intently, his brow slightly furrowed as he absorbed this metaphor. Not being a novice in technology, he swiftly grasped the crux. Self-queuing? This implies a significant enhancement in fuel utilization and combustion stability. Thus, it can support multiple starts and long-distance round trips. This line of thought is quite ingenious. He turned to Pei Su. Have you validated this? Pei Su nodded. Full-scale ground simulation tests have accumulated over 10,000 hours. The correlation between the theoretical model and actual data exceeds 99.7%. Excellent. Li Minji exhaled heavily, his gaze returning to the rocket on the screen. His eyes ablaze with fervor. If this succeeds, the cost and time for transporting goods to the moon will reduce by an order of magnitude, if not more. Li Jingyuan also displayed a look of satisfaction, remarking to Lei Song. Old Lei, it seems Pei Su has been delivering one piece of good news after another. Lei Song laughed heartily. And this is just the beginning. Wait until this great bird takes flight. Then we shall witness true marvels. The countdown to 10 minutes for preparation began. The announcement resonated, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly tensed. Everyone took their positions. Li Minji and Li Jingyuan settled into the reserved observation seats, their eyes fixed on the screen. The members of Pei Su's team held their breath, concentrating intently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Liftoff. The deep gray Kunpeng 5 erupted with dazzling blue and white flames from its tail, the brilliance momentarily eclipsing the launch site's floodlights. It gradually ascended from the launch pad. Initially, its speed did not seem particularly rapid, yet its ascent was extraordinarily stable, resembling a mighty mountain rising steadily. Soon, it accelerated into the deepest night sky before dawn, leaving behind a bright trail that stretched and lingered. Successful separation of the first and second stages. Payload fairing separation. The rocket has entered the translunar transfer orbit. The status of Kunpeng 5 is all normal. Each successful announcement eased the tension in the hall by a fraction. When it was finally confirmed that the rocket had perfectly entered the designated orbit and commenced its inaugural lunar round-trip verification mission, the command hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Li Minji stood up, releasing a long breath, and whispered to Li Jingyuan beside him. Old Li, This young man's mind truly harbors the future. He turned to the approaching Pei Su, extending his hand. Pei Su, remarkable. When it successfully returns, I shall treat you to a drink. Pei Su shook his hand, wearing a faint expression of fatigue, yet his gaze remained clear. Thank you, Commander Li. However, I do not drink. Li Minji chuckled, ruffling his hair. You must be tired after this period. Make sure to rest afterward. Pei Su nodded, indeed feeling weary. Since enrolling at Lonka University in 2025, he had scarcely paused, spending several months each year in intense thought and research, and he truly felt fatigued. Now, in 2033, he was 26. His body was no longer in its prime, and his physical abilities had begun to decline. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was early autumn 2035. In Kyoto, the grand auditorium of Lonka Institute was filled with a solemn, yet fervent atmosphere. A red banner hung above the podium, recognition ceremony for major milestones of the Guanghan Palace project and the 7th-generation Hanfeng finalization report. The audience was packed, consisting not only of academicians and researchers from Lonka Institute, but also representatives from the military, aerospace systems, and relevant industrial sectors. In the media section, Lu Saran and several rigorously vetted official media reporters awaited in silence. Today as protagonists were the teams led by Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe. After nearly 2 years of arduous efforts, building on the successful validation of Pei Su's initial Hanfeng, they each followed different optimization paths and nearly simultaneously introduced the outstanding 7th-generation Hanfeng. Its weight was astonishingly compressed to 315 kilograms. Moreover, its theoretical equivalent efficiency had improved by 20% compared to the first generation. This marked a significant advancement in the engineering and miniaturization of the cutting-edge hydrogen bomb technology. Following the recognition segment, Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe were adorned with the prestigious Outstanding Contribution Medal from Lonka Institute. Standing on stage, facing a multitude of peers and leaders, their emotions swelled with excitement, yet also a tinge of reflection. Jiang Mingtang, the president of Lonka Institute, smiled at both. Academician Li, Academician Wang, congratulations. In just over a year, from theoretical validation to the finalization of the 7th generation, this pace is indeed rare in the history of our institute. Everyone is curious. How did you achieve such groundbreaking progress in such a short time? Could you share the most crucial experiences? The audience fell silent. All eyes turned to the 2 distinguished contributors on stage. Seated in the front row, Pei Su and his companions, Xiao Hua and Wang Qingyu, also regarded them calmly. Li Yong exchanged glances with Wang Hongzhe. Li Yong took the microphone first, pausing for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Briefly lingering on Pei Su's direction before he slowly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the auditorium. Thank you, Director Jiang, for your affirmation. To be honest, receiving this medal evokes mixed feelings for both Wang and me. He paused again, continuing. Over the past year, our 2 teams have indeed poured all our efforts into this, enduring countless sleepless nights and numerous failures. Each minor advancement in materials, processes, and control algorithms is backed by unimaginable hardships. Wang Hongzhe picked up the thread, nodding. Indeed, the process has been quite challenging. However, he shifted his tone to one of calm sincerity. The fundamental and most crucial premise for our standing here today, to accept this honor, is that Pei Su and his team laid the most essential and arduous groundwork for us and the entire Guanghan Palace project from the very beginning. They validated an unprecedented yet proven technological path. All our subsequent work, whether in optimizing materials, improving structures, or enhancing control precision, has been conducted along this already explored and solid foundation. Li Yong nodded emphatically, continuing, Director, you asked us what our most critical experience is. I believe it may be that when we seasoned veterans and middle-aged backbone members witness the youth represented by Pei Su daring to propose and personally validate those revolutionary ideas, we choose to trust, then dedicate ourselves to realizing and perfecting them. We are not building a skyscraper from scratch. We are constructing higher floors and installing more exquisite windows atop the shoulders of an already established, immensely sturdy giant. His voice thickened with emotion. Therefore, this honor belongs to all who have strived for the Guanghan Palace, but it especially belongs to this child who laid the foundation and pointed the way for us. Upon concluding, Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe simultaneously saluted Pei Su, a gesture of the utmost respect among researchers. Both men were no longer young. Even Pei Su was now 28. How much older were they? In 2025, Li Yong was just over 40, and now he was 50. As for Wang Hongzhe, his gray hair likely required dyeing every 3 months. Yet in this moment, both men saluted Pei Su. The hall fell silent for a moment, some puzzled. Li Yong was Pei Su's uncle, and Wang Hongzhe was a national treasure of Harbin Institute of Technology. They had not participated in the Guanghan Palace project, only becoming aware of its existence lately. Thus, facing the respect shown by the 2 towards Pei Su, the audience could not comprehend the reason, making it difficult for them to empathize. However, the hall soon erupted in a fervent and enduring applause. This applause not only affirmed the accomplishments and vision of Li Yong and Wang Hongzhe, but also paid tribute to Pei Su for his foundational contributions. Lu Saran, positioned in the media area, swiftly documented the event, her eyes misting slightly with emotion. She observed on stage that Chu Jinhua, Wang Jiang, Tang Puhua, and others were also applauding with expressions of approval. Xiaohua, filled with excitement, nudged Zhang Ming beside him. Wang Qingyu bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. Chun Kai supported the elder Qin, while Li Bei stood nearby, attentively watching over him. Pei Su remained seated. Initially taken aback by the sudden salute from the two esteemed seniors and the collective gaze of the audience, he quickly rose, offering a sincere bow towards Li Yong and Wang Hongxia, as well as to the entire assembly. His face bore little sign of overt excitement. Yet his gaze was clear and composed. Dean Jiang Mingtang observed this scene, his smile deepening with satisfaction. He addressed the microphone. Academicians Li and Wang have articulated their points excellently. The pursuit of science is a journey where one generation stands upon the shoulders of another, striving towards loftier aspirations. The current status of the Guanghan Palace project is a perfect embodiment of this spirit. Let us once again applaud all those who strive to ascend. The applause thundered once more. As the conference concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Saran tidied her equipment, preparing to leave. When she noticed Pei Su surrounded by Xiaohua and others, engaged in light conversation with Jiang Mingtang and Chu Jinhua, she hesitated, opting not to intrude. Just then, Pei Su's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, gestured apologetically to those around him, and stepped to a quieter spot by the corridor window to answer. Hello, Chief. Pei Su's voice was soft. On the other end, Li Jingyuan's steady and clear voice resonated. Pei Su, the commendation meeting has concluded, hasn't it? Yes, it just finished. I need you to prepare for something. Li Jingyuan's tone turned slightly serious. At the beginning of next month, there will be an important international conference at the United Nations headquarters in New York. After careful consideration, I believe it is best for you to attend. Pei Su paused briefly. The United Nations conference? Yes, Li Jingyuan affirmed. You should go and see for yourself. Specific agenda items and precautions will be communicated to you by designated personnel shortly. In the meantime, arrange your current tasks. Pei Su did not ask further questions, simply replying, Understood, Chief. I will prepare. Good. Stay relaxed, but be ready. It will be a rather unique stage. With that, Li Jingyuan ended the call. Pei Su set down his phone, gazing out at the lush trees surrounding the Lonka Institute. The autumn sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. The United Nations, a place he had never imagined he would step foot in. He had devoted nearly a decade of his youth to this beautiful country. Now, with Li Jingyuan encouraging him to witness the United Nations, it was evident that there was a deeper purpose behind it. Chapter 263. The United Nations Conference. All eyes in the hall instantly focused on the young Asian face that had been quietly seated in the back. A mixture of surprise, curiosity, and scrutiny filled the atmosphere. Robert James also turned his gaze, his eyes betraying an unmasked scrutiny and a hint of disdain. A scientist so young? What perspective could he possibly offer? At the signal from Mr. Chui, Pei Su rose and moved to an auxiliary speaking platform adjacent to the podium. Zhang Ming followed closely behind him like a shadow, clutching an electronic folder, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Pei Su adjusted the microphone with steady hands, maintaining an expression of calm composure. He began in Chinese, his voice resonating clearly through the simultaneous interpretation into each delegate's headset. Mr. Chairman, esteemed representatives, I am Pei Su. Following a brief introduction, he seamlessly transitioned to the main topic. The technological path presented by the representative of the Eagle Nation earlier is indeed based on conjectures proposed by our scientists over a decade ago. However, the engineering challenge lies in how to confine immense energy safely and controllably within a minuscule mass and volume and achieve precise delivery and release. His pace was steady, his choice of words precise, devoid of any emotional embellishment, as if stating an objective fact. This primarily involves two core issues. First, the efficiency of energy compression and constraint. Second, the reliability and controllability of the system under extreme miniaturization. He paused briefly, his gaze calmly sweeping across the assembly, finally resting for a moment on James's face. According to our technical assessment based on public data and reasonable speculation, the data presented by the Eagle Nation's representative contains significant inconsistencies in crucial aspects. The hall erupted in an uproar. To directly question the authenticity of the opposing data, in a setting such as the United Nations, Robert James's expression darkened immediately, and he hastily pressed the button to request speaking time. But the chairman signaled for Pei Su to continue. Ignoring the other's reaction, Pei Su maintained his calm. Technical discussion tone. Firstly, regarding the claimed weight and energy output ratio of the device. Based on the current publicly available advancements in materials science and energy constraint theories, to achieve the energy concentration described, the theoretical lower weight of the device should be between 100 to 300 kilograms. The figure of 850 kilograms is only feasible if there are revolutionary, undisclosed breakthroughs in materials or constraint principles. Otherwise, it is physically implausible. Zhang Ming adeptly brought up a series of concise formulas and comparative diagrams of public material parameters on the auxiliary screen behind Pei Su. Though most delegates may not grasp the detailed nuances, the clear comparisons and conclusive arrows possessed strong visual persuasive power. Secondly, Pei Su continued, his tone still unperturbed. Concerning the claimed yield model of the hydrogen bomb explosion and its supposed effect on lunar gravitational changes, I harbor serious doubts. It may not affect the so-called gravitational changes. At most, it could merely trigger a massive earthquake on the moon, nothing more. He turned to Robert, asking Mr. James, would your side be willing to provide more detailed technical parameters and model specifics here to clarify these concerns? After all, true transparency and accountability should be built upon solid data and open scientific verification, rather than vague displays of intimidation. This statement was articulated with clarity, addressing the crux of the matter, and presented in the form of a pure technical discussion, both incisive and difficult to rebut openly. Did you not advocate for transparency and dialogue? Then please bring forth genuine material for discussion. Robert's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the opponent would not only question but do so with such specificity and professionalism, even pinpointing the aspects of their data that had indeed been embellished. Suppressing his fury, he addressed the microphone. Mr. Pei, what our country has presented are rigorously verified national-level achievements, and the detailed technical parameters involve the highest state security secrets, which cannot be disclosed here. Your doubts are based on incomplete public information and personal conjecture, and are unfounded. Then, Pei Su interjected calmly as he awaited the conclusion. As if he had anticipated such a response, based on the portions that can be publicly discussed, as well as our progress in similar technological pathways that has been partially disclosed, I can provide a reference. He gestured to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming operated the auxiliary screen, switching to a simple interface adorned with the emblem of the Dragon Nation's aerospace program, showcasing several key parameters. There were no detailed structural diagrams, but the figures were starkly clear. Pei Su's voice resonated throughout the hall. We have developed a similar device, which we refer to as the 7th generation Han foam, weighing 315 kilograms. 315 kilograms? A sudden wave of uncontainable gasps erupted within the conference hall. It was more than half lighter than the 850 kilograms claimed by the Eagle. Pei Su seemed oblivious to the astonishment, continuing with a tone akin to a formal report. The energy output efficiency, after rigorous ground simulations and testing in confined environments, has improved by approximately 20% compared to the initial prototype. More importantly, we have resolved the issues of extreme precision control and directionality of energy release under such lightweight conditions. Its energy-focusing accuracy ensures that the deviation of energy deposition at the predetermined target does not exceed half a meter. This implies that it can be employed not only in the strategic deterrent scenarios you described, but also in precise fragmentation for lunar resource extraction, specialized engineering for base construction, and even potential orbital adjustments of small celestial bodies in future deep space exploration, serving peaceful purposes. He paused, summarizing. Technological advancement should render tools more sophisticated, controllable, and efficient, rather than heavier, ambiguous, and inclined towards indiscriminate destruction. To deliberately package a technology that could serve lunar development and deep space exploration as an apocalyptic lever threatening all humanity. Using it as a bargaining chip in international political maneuvering is not merely a misuse of technology, it is a betrayal of human intellect and moral responsibility. Upon concluding his statement, he gave a slight bow to the podium and the assembly, signaling the end of his address. He then turned away, returning to his seat with a steady gait and an upright posture. The entire conference hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the series of numbers and comparisons. 315 kilograms, in contrast to 850 kilograms. An energy-focusing accuracy of half a meter versus the vague chain reactions. Clear prospects for peaceful applications, juxtaposed with blatant apocalyptic threats. The superiority was unmistakable. It was not merely a transcendence of technical parameters, but a stark divergence in technological philosophy and developmental intent. However, what cast a pall over the proceedings was the fact that Longwa possessed such weapons as well, perhaps even more advanced. This also meant that if they wished to exploit this technology for coercion, no one could resist. James stood beside the podium, pale and sweating profusely. He wanted to retort, to question the authenticity of Longwa's data, but the opposing side had preemptively challenged him in an almost academic manner, presenting data that, while seemingly more outrageous, was logically coherent. His embellished and exaggerated figures, designed to intimidate, appeared feeble and ludicrous in the face of genuinely robust technological achievements. He opened his mouth but found his throat dry, unable to articulate a coherent response. Below, the expressions of representatives from various nations were a tapestry of astonishment, shock, realization, excitement, and concern. Many gazes flitted between the disoriented Robert and the now composed Pei Su. Mr. Chui rose at an opportune moment, his demeanor serious as he summarized. Mr. Chairman, esteemed representatives, As our scientists have elucidated, true technological progress should strive to make the world safer and better, rather than create new terrors and imbalances. We urge the relevant parties to immediately cease this dangerous technological extortion and return to the correct path of maintaining peace in outer space through dialogue and cooperation. Longwa is willing to work with the international community to establish a fair and reasonable global space governance system, ensuring that space technology truly benefits all humanity. His remarks concluded this brief, yet intense technological confrontation. The chairman hastily declared a recess, and the assembly gradually dispersed amid a buzz of discussions. Pei Su remained seated, accepting a bottle of water from Zhang Ming and taking a small sip. His expression remained inscrutable, as if the impactful speech he had just delivered was merely a routine technical report. Mr. Cui approached, unable to conceal a smile, patting Pei Su's shoulder and whispering, "Well done, Engineer Pei. Logical, substantiated, and measured, while also showcasing our 7th generation. That should give them plenty to digest for a while." Pei Su nodded. "I trust there's no issue with releasing this data? Rest assured, the balance has been expertly maintained." Mr. Cui replied with a grin. "It not only demonstrated our strength, but also did not reveal any core secrets. More importantly, you highlighted the flaws in their data, which stands firm on a technical basis. Now, the headache is theirs." They gathered their belongings, preparing to leave the conference hall. As they passed by the representatives of other nations, Pei Su felt numerous gazes upon him. Curious, probing, awed, and complex. He maintained a steady stride, not glancing aside as he exited. In the lounge, Pei Su closed his eyes to rest. His periods of repose had grown longer, far from the youthful exuberance of 18. Now, with more contemplation, he required more time to recuperate, yet each moment of rest made him drowsy. Zhang Ming sat quietly on a corner sofa, eyes closed but ears attuned to the surrounding sounds. After Mr. Cui had seen off several visitors, he approached with a cup of tea, sitting down opposite Pei Su. The diplomatic smile on his face faded, revealing a hint of fatigue and deeper contemplation. "Comrade Pei Su," Mr. Cui began after a moment's deliberation. "Today's outcome exceeded our expectations. You not only punctured their balloon, but erected a taller lighthouse." Pei Su regarded him directly, asking, "Mr. Cui, General Li Jinyuan sent me here. It cannot solely be to counter their claims on the spot, can it? What do we intend to do next?" Mr. Cui paused in silence, fingers tracing the warm teacup. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts, or perhaps resolving to convey a certain determination. Finally, he lifted his gaze, meeting Pei Su's with sincerity. "Yes, there is a deeper purpose, and it may leave you feeling uncomfortable, even saddened." Pei Su's eyes flickered, his tone calm. "Please proceed." Mr. Cui took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "We hope that your appearance today, this showcase on the United Nations stage, serves not merely to counter the Eagle's extortion. More importantly, we aim to incite a sense of panic among all nations." He paused, observing Pei Su's expression, yet Pei Su maintained a tranquil demeanor, attentively listening. "The panic is not directed at the Eagle's half-true apocalyptic lever," Mr. Cui continued, lowering his voice, "but rather at what you have demonstrated. The 7th generation Hanfeng. The tangible reality of 315 kilograms and a precision of half a meter. It is imperative that everyone, especially those who wield power and resources, awakens to the fact that weapons of this caliber are no longer mere figments of science fiction. They have been created and are in our possession, and they could very well appear in the hands of others in the future." Pei Su's brow furrowed slightly. Mr. Cui's voice carried a complex emotion, a mix of regret and resolve. "Our subsequent goal is to advocate for the establishment of an international treaty under the United Nations framework that possesses the strongest legal and moral constraints. Its core content will be to comprehensively prohibit the transportation of any nuclear weapons, thermonuclear devices, or similar weapons of mass destruction beyond the Earth's atmosphere, and their deployment or use in outer space, on the moon, and on other celestial bodies. Simultaneously, it will strictly limit the further miniaturization and technological diffusion of such devices while establishing an international verification mechanism." He looked at Pei Su, his tone growing somber. "Pei Su, we recognize that for Hanfeng, you and many others have invested unimaginable youth, wisdom, and effort. It represents the culmination of your talents and struggles, a symbol of the nation's cutting-edge capabilities. Yet now, the state must proactively step forward to advocate for the global locking down of this technology. This may sound like a denial of all your efforts and achievements." Mr. Cui paused, his voice imbued with genuine regret. "I sincerely apologize for concealing our ultimate strategic intention from you. We feared that you might find it unacceptable. After all, to wield the very sword that one has forged to bind oneself is a tremendous sacrifice, even a betrayal, for any creator." The lounge fell into a profound silence, broken only by the faint hum of the central air conditioning. At some point, Zhang Ming had opened his eyes, quietly observing the exchange. Pei Su remained silent. He did not speak immediately, his gaze cast down upon his hands resting on his knees. Those hands, which had once sketched countless intricate formulas and calibrated precise instruments, ultimately birthed the Hanfeng. A decade had passed, sandy winds in the Gobi, sleepless nights, the bitterness of failure, and the ecstasy of success. Countless images raced through his mind. Mr. Chui regarded his silent profile with a sigh, preparing to offer further words of comfort and explanation. Yet at that moment, Pei Su lifted his head. Instead of the shock, anger, or disappointment Mr. Chui had anticipated, there was a glimmer of bright light in his ever-clear and calm eyes. It radiated a sense of relief, even a touch of solace and joy. So that is how it is, Pei Su murmured, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That is wonderful. Wonderful? Mr. Chui was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Indeed, Pei Su affirmed, nodding with conviction, even more animated than when he had spoken at the conference. Mr. Chui, my intention in developing the Hanfeng was never to create a more fearsome weapon to threaten anyone. From the outset, I merely sought to produce this weapon more swiftly than the Eagle Sauce Nation, nothing more. He paused, gathering his thoughts to articulate his ideas more clearly. A nation requires strength to ensure peace. Thus, I created the Hanfeng. Now, the nation believes that for the sake of enduring peace for all humankind, this sword must be sheathed in a manner universally recognized, or perhaps even sealed away. This aligns perfectly with my own sentiments. He looked at Mr. Chui, his gaze unwavering. I have always labored for peace. Previously, I forged shields and swords for the security and peace of the nation. Now, if this sword can facilitate a covenant binding all swords, its ultimate purpose will surpass my initial vision. Why should I be disheartened? I am elated. Mr. Chui stared at Pei Su, speechless for several seconds, taken aback by this heartfelt understanding and agreement. An overwhelming sense of admiration and respect welled within him. He clapped Pei Su's shoulder firmly, his voice thick with emotion. Well done. You are a remarkable young man. Thank you. Thank you for your magnanimity. In a corner, Zhang Ming exhaled softly, closing his eyes once more, a faint smile gracing his lips. 3 days later, within the United Nations General Assembly Hall, the atmosphere was starkly different from before, less tense and more laden with gravity and anticipation. Robert James was absent, replaced by a representative whose demeanor was noticeably more businesslike. Mr. Chui, representing Longhua, formally submitted a draft titled Convention on the Prohibition of the Deployment and Use of Weapons of Mass Destruction in Outer Space and Celestial Bodies and Strengthening International Control over Related Technologies. The draft was clear in its provisions, logically sound, covering technical definitions, prohibitions, verification mechanisms, and sanctions for violations with considerable thoroughness. The crux was that no nation was permitted to launch nuclear weapons, thermonuclear weapons, neutron bombs, or similar hydrogen bombs into space, or utilize them on the moon. Existing related technological developments were to be transparent and subject to restrictions. It was imperative for all to guard this Pandora's box collectively. Upon the conclusion of the draft's reading, the assembly fell into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by applause and discussion far more fervent and prolonged than the previous occasion. Representatives from numerous smaller nations wore genuine smiles of hope. They were unafraid of technological competition, but dreaded becoming victims of the balance of terror wielded by great powers. Lungwa's proactive proposal to bind itself and invite all to comply was utterly unexpected, earning immense moral prestige. The Eagle Sauce representatives, visibly displeased, engaged in urgent communications from their seats. They had intended to instill panic through their technological advantage and reap benefits. Yet the resulting panic had been redirected entirely by Longhua, not towards submission, but towards a collective call to stow away the most dangerous toys beneath the table. To sign? Their recently flaunted technological superiority would immediately become a target for scrutiny, subject to verification. To refrain from signing? That would cement their reputation for undermining peace and threatening all of humanity, leading to moral bankruptcy. Moreover, as Longhua had publicly released more advanced data, failing to sign would only reveal their insecurity and ambition. After intense internal debate and deliberation, the Eagle Sauce representative, looking ashen, stepped forward under the scrutiny of countless cameras and signed the draft convention. However, that signature appeared particularly heavy and scrawled. Other capable nations, such as the Arctic Bear and the Gallic Rooster, followed suit, each perhaps with their own motives, yet faced with the prevailing circumstances and clear terms. The costs of delay or opposition were too high. As for the overwhelming majority of nations lacking relevant technological capabilities, they signed without hesitation, as it promised them nothing but benefits. At the moment the signing ceremony concluded, the hall erupted into sustained applause and cheers. Many embraced one another, joy radiating from their faces as if the world had been saved. The flash of cameras in the press area illuminated the scene. Pei Su stood quietly among the Longhua delegation, observing it all. Though the cheers enveloped him like a tide, he felt as if he were encased within a transparent dome. He gazed at the jubilant faces, his heart a tumult of emotions. He felt genuine happiness for the sweet potential that future peace and reason might bring. Humanity had finally taken a substantive step towards reigning in the most dangerous forces. This was the conclusion he had vaguely longed for while developing the Hanfeng. Yet, the memories of the past decade, the sweat, intellect, youth, and even health poured into this research, the relentless breakthroughs amidst solitude and pressure, surged within him at that moment. The silvery Hanfeng, those intricate formulas, the cold winds of the Gobi, the ever-burning lights of the laboratory, all of it would henceforth be enshrined within the text of the treaty, becoming a chapter of prohibited history. His future children might never witness the day when the weapon would operate on the moon as originally intended. Half smiling for the potential sweetness of the future, half feeling the warmth of tears for the bitter struggles of the past, his emotions were complex and inexpressible. Yet he held no regrets. He simply stood there quietly, his figure appearing somewhat solitary, yet remarkably upright amidst the bustling assembly. Near Lonka University. In the Ginkgo Garden, an enclave renowned for its serene environment and stringent security. With verdant trees and flowing streams, Pei Su invested the dividends accrued from his work with Siyuan technology and naval projects and other technology transfers to purchase the 7th floor of a small high-rise. He also procured units for Xiaohua, Wang Qingyu, Chen Ke, Zhang Ming, and Li Bei within the same building, providing a sense of stability for these companions who had journeyed together from Lonka University through tumultuous times. Life seemed to slow down and quiet. Gone were the relentless deadlines, the unsolvable technical quandaries, and the urgent tasks requiring immediate travel across vast distances. Pei Su awakens each day at his leisure, sometimes gazing vacantly at the elderly practicing their morning exercises below from his balcony. At other times perusing the leisure books he had previously neglected due to a lack of time. Occasionally, he is coaxed by Xiaohua to partake in a game of basketball, though his skills leave much to be desired. Yet, he often feels a void within. After 10 years of high-intensity mental and physical exertion, the sudden cessation of activity leaves him somewhat disoriented. The serenity and fatigue etched upon his brow, which transcends his years, do not dissipate immediately with rest. One day, he resolves to visit his esteemed mentor, Professor Qin, who had bestowed upon him immense trust and freedom during his university years and is now in his 90s. The professor resides in an unremarkable courtyard at Lonka University. Professor Qin appears frielier, his hair completely white, yet his spirit remains quite vibrant as he sits in a wheelchair. Upon seeing Pei Su, his murky eyes glimmer with a kind yet piercing light. Ah, young Pei has come. He gestures for him to take a seat and scrutinizes his face for a while before softly sighing. You've lost weight and aged. At 28, you resemble someone nearing 40. The youthful spark of fearlessness has been replaced by the weight of life's trials and tribulations. Pei Su smiles gently. I'm doing well, Professor. What is there to feel well about? Professor Qin shakes his head. I have heard about the situation with Hanfeng. You have done remarkably well, possessing grand vision. However, my child, he reaches out his frail hand, patting Pei Su's hand gently. You have exhausted all the worries and efforts that should have lasted a lifetime within this decade. Just look into your eyes, heavy as though they have witnessed several lifetimes. It is time for you to rest and contemplate your own life. He gazes intently at Pei Su, his tone serious. The nation requires heroes, but heroes also need to live. You have contributed enough to this country. Now, the sword must return to its sheath. It is time for the swordsmith to enjoy a well-deserved respite and savor the essence of life. Retire, Pei Su. This does not mean abandoning science. Rather, it signifies a change in approach. Experience the flavors of life, explore the world, and consider building a home. As Pei Su absorbs his mentor's words, he feels a stirring within. Retirement? This notion had never crossed his mind before. Yet, at this moment, articulated by Professor Qin, it evokes a sense of unforeseen liberation and yearning. Exiting the professor's residence, Pei Su strolls along the tree-lined paths of the autumn campus, leaves swirling around him. He ponders for a long while before retrieving his phone and dialing Li Jingyuan's private number. When the call connects, Li Jingyuan's familiar voice resonates, steady as always. Pei Su. Chief, Pei Su replies, stepping beneath a towering parasol tree, tilting his head to bask in the sunlight filtering through the leaves. I think I would like to retire. There is a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then, Li Jingyuan's voice emerges, lacking its usual decisiveness, tinged with a subtle sigh of reluctance. I had anticipated this. Ever since your return from the United Nations, I knew you might be contemplating such a decision. He pauses. Pei Su, to be frank. From the nation's perspective, I cannot bear to see a talent like you step away from the forefront of research. Your potential is boundless. Your intellect is a treasure to the country. Pei Su remains silent, listening intently. However, Li Jingyuan's tone shifts, becoming softer and more complex, from the viewpoint of an elder. You deserve a break. You deserve a life of your own. On behalf of the nation, I thank you, and I thank you on behalf of everyone. Your contributions are etched in the firmament of the Republic, irremovable. He concludes, I agree. I will arrange the formalities. Rest well, Pei Su. Whenever you wish to return, there will always be a place for you here. Thank you, Chief, Pei Su responds quietly. After hanging up, he feels as though a heavy stone that had long pressed upon his heart has finally been lifted. The sunlight warms him, a comforting embrace. He is retired, truly retired. Upon returning to the Ginkgo garden, he stands beneath his building, momentarily at a loss. What should he do next? He raises his gaze toward the window of his 7th floor apartment. The window is open, and he notices Wang Qingyu seemingly hanging clothes on the balcony, her figure graceful. This girl, who has always followed him quietly with a keen mind, draws his thoughts to distant memories, particularly of Zhang Wan, who embraced him in the supermarket. Her eyes sparkling with joy. Where is she now? Is she still at the Qianshuessen laboratory? Since the Guohangong project entered a stable phase, they had scarcely been in contact. Lost in thought, he suddenly hears voices nearby. A real estate agent, clad in a professional suit, is showing an apartment to a client. The client, a tall woman with long hair cascading down her back, stands with her back to Pei Su, dressed in a simple trench coat, her posture upright. She appears pleased with the community, attentively listening to the agent's introduction of the apartment layout. This unit boasts an excellent location, tranquility, and expansive views. The 7th floor has already been sold, but there is a similarly styled apartment on the 6th floor, exquisitely renovated and ready for immediate occupancy, the agent enthusiastically explains. The woman nods, raising her hand to point toward Pei Su's building, specifically the 7th floor. I prefer a higher one. Is the 7th floor truly gone? Her voice is crisp and melodious, carrying a hint of familiarity. Pei Su's heart skips a beat. The agent replies regretfully, yes. Both units on the 7th floor have been sold. The 6th floor offers nearly as good a view. Then I will take the 6th floor, the woman decisively concludes. Seemingly nonchalant about the floor choice. Just then, sensing a gaze upon her, she casually turns around. The autumn sunlight bathes her face, illuminating her features with clarity. Her eyes and brows are picturesque, her smile warm yet spirited. It is none other than Zhang Wan. Pei Su stands frozen, his eyes fixed upon her. As if time itself has come to a halt. He never anticipated seeing her here, in such a manner, once again. Zhang Wan, too, recognizes Pei Su. A flicker of surprise crosses her face, swiftly transforming into a radiant smile, tinged with a hint of playfulness. She tilts her head and waves at him. Long time no see, Pei Su, she greets, her tone as natural as if they had parted just yesterday. Pei Su opens his mouth, taking a moment to reclaim his voice, which carries an unmistakable astonishment and a trace of subtle joy. Zhang Wan, what brings you here? Why can't I be here? Zhang Wan steps closer, her smile dazzling. Xiaohua messaged me, saying you all had bought a place here and settled in. I thought to myself, I must come and stake my claim, right? As she speaks, she suddenly lifts her head, raising her voice towards the open balcony of the 7th floor. Little sister, don't you agree? On the 7th floor balcony, Wang Qingyu, who had been hanging clothes, freezes momentarily, then peers out. Upon seeing Zhang Wan and Pei Su below, her beautiful face instantly puffs up in surprise, her almond-shaped eyes widening. She glares fiercely at Xiaohua, who has unexpectedly joined her at the balcony, grinning sheepishly. Xiaohua. Wang Qingyu seethes, you traitor. How could you share such crucial news with her? Xiaohua shrinks back, feigning innocence as he raises his hands in surrender. Qingyu, you can't blame me. Back in the Gobi Desert, she always treated me to meals, coaxing me to spill every detail about Pei Go. I'm just a soft-hearted person, you know? Wang Qingyu, frustrated, stomps her foot, but, upon seeing Zhang Wan's confident smile and glancing at the still-dazed Pei Su, lets out a huff, folding her arms defiantly. Whatever. Now that you're retired, there are plenty of days ahead. I'm younger than her. In a few years, when I become even more charming, let's see who outshines whom. Though her words carry a hint of petulance, they also reflect a spirited determination. At that moment, the elevator doors chime open. Zhang Wan gestured for Pei Su to enter the elevator, and the two stepped inside together. In the confined space, a faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from Zhang Wan. The elevator ascended slowly. Zhang Wan, her gaze fixed on the shifting floor numbers, wore a gentle yet captivating smile as she softly mused. Youth is a capital. Yet, I believe I possess a certain feminine allure that surpasses that of some younger girls, don't you think? Pei Su felt a familiar tingle at the nape of his neck. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Zhang Wan stepped out first, retrieving her keys to unlock the door of room 602. She turned back and flashed a radiant smile at Pei Su, still standing in the elevator. Neighbor, I hope to count on your kindness in the future. By the way, I'll be cooking dinner tonight as a housewarming feast. Would you and the young lady from upstairs care to join? The door closed gently behind her. Pei Su lingered at the elevator entrance, gazing at the pristine new door, before looking up at the floor above, ultimately breaking into a smile. Chapter 264. Looking Forward. Finale. In 2040, the tranquil days of 36 years had come to an end. One day, Pei Su whimsically decided to embark on a global journey with his companions. They spent 4 years exploring several renowned tourist destinations online. Naturally, they lingered the longest in Iceland. They arrived in the first half of 2038, where time seemed to crystallize, blending with the icy winds that flowed across the land, transforming into snow and ice. They finally decided to return in 2040. As they sat on the flight home, their reflections on Iceland coalesced into a single sentiment. No wonder so many people on WeChat use Iceland as their address. Besides Iceland, they spent nearly a year and a half in East Timor, captivated by its stunning scenery. Initially, their plan was to visit Sipodon, but they hesitated due to the abundance of sea snakes that terrified even these remarkably skilled scientists, Pei Su included. Furthermore, prior to their journey to Sipodon, Li Junyuan had called Pei Su, requesting their return to the homeland. Stepping once more into familiar territory, Pei Su felt an odd mixture of strangeness and familiarity. He mused to himself, I'm back. It's been a long time. A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts as Chu Jinhua approached, greeting the group with a smile. Pei Su, surprised, inquired, Old Chu, what brings you here? I was promoted due to my contributions to the Guanghan Palace project, Chu Jinhua replied with a shrug. Ever since I met you, luck has been on my side, so much so that I can hardly believe it myself. Pei Su smiled back. It's wonderful to see you. Indeed, it had been 5 years since their last encounter, and Chu Jinhua casually glanced at Zhang Wan and Wang Qingyu. My girlfriend. My girlfriend, Pei Su pointed to the two women. We're planning a wedding, is that illegal? As long as you don't obtain a marriage certificate. It's not illegal. Just have fun. No one will trouble you over it. Chu Jinhua shrugged, leading the group to an office, gently knocking on the door. Come in. A familiar voice beckoned from within. Upon entering, they found Li Junyuan seated at his desk, nodding at the group. How was your world tour? Quite splendid, Pei Su replied, settling onto a sofa with a smile. Seeing diverse landscapes across the globe was truly delightful. In fact, before their travels commenced, Pei Su had sought out Li Junyuan for a simple reason. During a United Nations conference, he had been recognized due to the Guanghan Palace project. Consequently, whenever Guanghan Palace was mentioned, Pei Su's name immediately surfaced. Of course, foreigners perceived all citizens of Long Country as identical, viewing Pei Su as a young man with a tuft of graying hair. Thankfully, Pei Su had arranged a new identity with Li Junyuan, allowing him to travel abroad with his friends. If anyone else requested this, I would have flatly refused, Li Junyuan remarked with a hint of exasperation. But since it's you, I couldn't turn you down. According to classification regulations, Pei Su held the highest military confidentiality level, while Xiaohua and others were classified one tier lower. Zhang Wan held a military secret classification. To allow such a group of confidential individuals to travel together? Had it been anyone else, Li Junyuan would have firmly declined. However, Pei Su had dedicated the best years of his youth to the nation, making it impossible for Li Junyuan to deny his request. Ultimately, he arranged temporary identities in the population system, which could be revoked when they no longer needed them. By the way, don't commit bigamy, Li Junyuan warned, glancing at Zhang Wan and Wang Qingyu. Get married if you must, but avoid obtaining a marriage certificate. If you get a second one, that would be a crime, and one certificate wouldn't be fair to both ladies. It's best to simply live your lives. No worries, we certainly won't break the law, Pei Su chuckled, asking, what is the reason for calling us back? Oh, Li Junyuan nodded gently. Firstly, Elder Qin passed away this morning. The room fell silent. Pei Su remained stunned for a long moment, tears trickling down his face as he spoke. Well, he was over 100 years old. It must be a joyful farewell, right? A joyful farewell, free of illness. He simply drifted away in his sleep, Li Junyuan sighed. Having sparred with him for so many years, I knew him well. Just a while ago, we had tea together, and he seemed robust, even able to walk and accompany me fishing. Pei Su, half laughing and half crying, nodded gently. That is good to hear, truly good. The funeral will be held tomorrow at Longku University. Remember to attend, Li Junyuan said softly. Additionally, since you've been traveling for years, it must be a bit tiresome now. I've arranged a job for you. Following Elder Qin's passing today, Li Yunchang has submitted his resignation and decided to retire as well. Therefore, Pei Su, you will serve as the acting principal until a new principal is appointed, after which you will become a teacher in the long talent class. Upon hearing this, Pei Su's expression shifted as he contemplated the offer before nodding. That sounds agreeable. I've seen most of the world's landscapes, and what I desire now are indeed quieter days. The next day, Elder Qin's funeral was conducted in solemnity. Gazing at his serene portrait, Pei Su felt a surge of emotion. I'm sorry for being late, my senior brother, a graceful figure approached. Still clad in work attire, Bai Momo. Pei Su noticed Bai Momo had matured significantly, exuding a newfound maturity. He felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The once fragmented personality residing in a mental institution now appeared to be in excellent spirits. You've graduated? Chen Kei inquired, tilting her head in surprise. Of course. I have, Bai Momo replied softly, nodding. You were the first cohort, and we are the second. We enrolled during your senior year, starting in 2025. Now, in 2040. Because we entered early, the fourth cohort has graduated, and it's time for the fifth cohort of long talent class students. Pei Su felt a moment of disorientation. Recalling Elder Qin's words about the long talent class admitting 100 cohorts, which equated to 400 years, Elder Qin had departed. Yet the papers he left in 2009 rendered this world extraordinary. The students he began teaching in 2025 had grown to become pivotal figures across various fields. For reasons unknown, his mood had remarkably improved. After 41 years, Pei Su organized a wedding. 2 ceremonies, both vibrant and lively. He did not invite any prominent figures, but rather familiar friends. This year, technology advanced at an astonishing pace, and the fifth cohort of the Longkai class swiftly commenced their studies. Each member was meticulously selected by Pei Su and others. Although they did not possess the extraordinary talents of figures such as Wang Qingyu, Li Bei, or Zhang Ming, each individual's overall capabilities shone brilliantly. At 34, Pei Su felt that his narrative had reached its conclusion, imbued with happiness and fulfillment, and he believed this could be deemed the finest ending. In 2025, at the age of 18, he faced the college entrance examination. During the essay portion, he activated the system, and with a grand gesture, he sketched the concept of the 8th-generation aircraft. During the summer vacation, he encountered an individual named Xiaohua, accepting a private commission to transform a vintage yellow Ferrari into a military vehicle boasting 5th-generation defensive capabilities. Following the summer, he enrolled in Lonka University and joined the Lonkai class, where he met a girl named Wang Qingyu, a volunteer soldier named Li Bei, an orphan named Zhang Ming, and a chubby boy named Chen Quebec. Their mentor was the esteemed Qin Lao, and their principal was Li Yunchang. In January of 2026, their 8th-generation aircraft was conceived, and Pei Su formulated a groundbreaking theory, which he termed the clock, discus, and donkey theory, opening a portal for modern human interstellar navigation technology. Years later, someone would undoubtedly invent a novel interstellar spacecraft based on this theory. Subsequently, advancements included the 5th-generation tank, nuclear fusion, nuclear-powered tanks, the 4th-generation exoskeleton, and finally, the lightweight hydrogen bomb known as the giant energy vanguard of the Guanhan Palace. Few knew that before the Guanhan Palace project commenced, he had spent a sleepless night, contemplating a future of disgrace and infamy. No one realized that this project had turned his hair white. He devoted the prime of his youth to his country. Now, he gazed upon the newcomers with a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on the beauty of youth and the strength of the younger generation. The land is so enchanting, inspiring countless heroes to bow in submission. Though Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu might have fallen short in literary elegance, Tang Zong and Song Zhu were slightly lacking in grace. The great Genghis Khan, recognized only for his prowess in archery, all that has passed. The illustrious figures of the past pale in comparison to the present.